The Analog Affliction: Why Your Billion-Dollar Fortune in the 1980s Would Bring More Stress Than Champagne. Welcome, weary wanderers and insomniac historians, to another deep dive on boring history to sleep, where we meticulously excavate the less trodden paths of the past to unearth truths so detailed, so utterly comprehensive, they effortlessly guide even the most agitated minds into serene slumber. Tonight, however, we're not merely dusting off forgotten empires or meticulously chronicling the mundane lives of long-dead monarchs. No, tonight we embark on a rather counterintuitive journey, one that challenges a universal fantasy, the dream of boundless, effortless wealth. Picture it with me, truly conjure the image. It's the vibrant, electric, often chaotic 1980s. A time of big hair, neon lights, shoulder pads, nascent home computing, and rampant consumerism. And you, in this nostalgic pre-internet era, have somehow, perhaps through sheer brilliance, unimaginable luck, or relentless hard work, amassed a staggering, incomprehensible fortune. $1 billion. A full, glorious $1 billion in your bank account. In our modern mind, such a sum, at any point in history, immediately conjures images of instant happiness, limitless freedom, ultimate luxury, and an utter absence of worry. Surely, with that kind of money back then, life would be a perpetual champagne-fueled fiesta, devoid of even a hint of stress or dissatisfaction. You would be unequivocally, utterly, undeniably happy. Wouldn't you? What if I told you that this widely cherished fantasy is precisely that, a profound fantasy, and that the cold, hard, analog reality of wielding such immense wealth in the 1980s would paradoxically be far less blissful, far more fraught with complexities, security nightmares, logistical headaches, and an overarching, pervasive sense of isolation and apprehension than you could possibly imagine. Tonight, we're going to peel back the glittering veneer of 1980s excess and expose the hidden, often terrifying truth of why, even with a cool billion in your bank, you likely wouldn't have been truly happy, truly free, or truly at peace. It was an era that fundamentally lacked the very infrastructure that makes immense wealth manageable, secure, and genuinely enjoyable today. Before we sink into this expansive, perhaps even mind-numbingly exhaustive exploration of an analog affliction, I am, as always, deeply curious. From where across this bustling, perpetually illuminated globe? Are you joining our nocturnal quest for understanding? And what precise minute marks the local time in your unique corner of the world right now? Do drop a comment below. It offers a peculiar comfort knowing we're all, however disparate our locations and temporal experiences, connected by this shared, quiet contemplation of history's intricate ironies. Let's begin our journey by genuinely immersing ourselves in the rudimentary financial landscape of the 1980s and exploring what having $1 billion in the bank actually meant back then. You envision a seamless digital ledger, perhaps, reflecting your colossal balance. But that vision is largely a product of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. In the 1980s, the financial system, while certainly robust, was comparatively primitive, predominantly analog, and shockingly manual by today's standards. The notion of simply depositing your entire billion into a single commercial bank account immediately slams into the harsh wall of reality, specifically the rather stringent limitations of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC coverage. Back then, FDIC insurance, designed to protect individual depositors from bank failures, typically capped out at $100,000 per depositor per bank. So, my friend, your initial hurdle would be finding 10,000 separate FDIC-insured accounts to house your gargantuan fortune without assuming catastrophic uninsured risk. Imagine the monumental, painstaking, logistical nightmare of opening and meticulously managing 10,000 individual bank accounts across possibly hundreds of different banks. Each account would require separate paperwork, individual record keeping, unique account numbers, and manual reconciliation. This isn't a task you delegate with the few clicks of a mouse or the sweep of an encrypted blockchain address. This would be a Herculean administrative burden, an army of highly paid, painstakingly vetted personal bankers, lawyers, and accountants meticulously poring over countless physical ledgers and quarterly statements, year after arduous year, simply to ensure that your principal was adequately protected. You wouldn't be able to log on to an online portal and see a consolidated view of your entire wealth. You'd be reviewing mountains of paper. This fragmented asset base, necessitated by prudent risk management in a pre-digital banking world, fundamentally undermines the very notion of having $1 billion in the bank as a simple, easily accessible sum. Beyond the logistical headache of protection, consider the nature of financial instruments available. While interest rates in the 1980s were indeed significantly higher than today's near-zero environment, with Treasury yields, for instance, sometimes reaching double digits, simply parking your billion in a standard savings account wouldn't be the optimal or even particularly efficient deployment of capital. High-interest savings accounts existed, yes, but even with those, the sheer volume of funds would quickly saturate any single bank's appetite for large, low-cost deposits, demanding bespoke, highly individualized arrangements. This implies intense, laborious negotiations with multiple top-tier financial institutions, each with their own complex internal regulations, bureaucratic delays, and often personal whims. You'd find yourself caught in a maze of institutional politeness and strategic foot-dragging. Furthermore, investment options, while plentiful by the standards of the time, lacked the staggering sophistication and dizzying breadth of today's globalized, digitally integrated markets. Hedge funds, private equity, complex derivatives, algorithmic trading, and globally diversified exchange-traded funds, ETFs, were either embryonic, niche, or entirely non-existent. You would be largely confined to traditional stocks, bonds, commodities, and real estate. Managing $1 billion across these asset classes in the 1980s meant a fundamentally more manual, information-lagged, and therefore slower approach to portfolio management. Stock trades were executed through human brokers shouting orders on a trading floor, often experiencing delays that could amount to critical missed opportunities, especially during volatile market periods. You didn't have instant access to real-time market data on a personal device. You relied on a broker reading out prices from a ticker tape or watching specialized, clunky terminals. This meant a constant dependence on intermediaries, who, for such vast sums, would command considerable fees and, crucially, hold significant power over your day-to-day financial operations. Your personal financial management wouldn't be about executing trades on your phone, but about constant phone calls, countless physical meetings, and poring over reams of paper-based reports that were often already outdated the moment you received them. Moreover, Simply moving vast sums of money in the 1980s was an exercise in archaic banking logistics, riddled with delays and complications. There were no instantaneous wire transfers across borders or real-time payment networks. Large international transfers involved telexes, swift messages that took days to clear, and a Byzantine maze of correspondent banks. If you wanted to move $100 million from a New York bank to a Swiss bank, you weren't hitting send on an app. You were filling out reams of physical forms, dealing with currency exchange desks, and waiting several business days for confirmation. This fundamental lack of instantaneous liquidity, the pervasive delays in execution, meant that truly agile wealth management, rapid response to market shifts, or the swift reallocation of capital were concepts almost entirely unknown. Your $1 billion, despite its immense numerical value, possessed a frustrating, inherent inertia that tied your hands and made fluid decision-making an elusive dream. This also directly translated into an insidious vulnerability. If, for any reason, you needed quick, decisive access to large amounts of your capital for a time-sensitive investment opportunity, a major personal acquisition, or even a sudden crisis, the archaic financial plumbing of the 1980s would be your greatest enemy. Your colossal fortune, locked in its paper cages and slow-moving institutional gears, would feel less like a dynamic tool for freedom and more like a frustratingly cumbersome, unwieldy behemoth, moving with all the grace and speed of a heavily laden cargo ship in molasses. It wasn't the fluid, always-on liquidity we expect today. The perceived happiness of limitless funds would quickly be eroded by the sheer, grinding, logistical frustrations of managing them, and the gnawing feeling of being constantly constrained by outdated systems, all under the pervasive, oppressive burden of knowing that any large movement of funds would be intensely scrutinized and glacially slow, transforming what should be instant privilege into prolonged purgatory. Stepping beyond the cumbersome mechanics of finance, your $1 billion fortune in the 1980s would immediately catapult you into a security nightmare, far more raw and personal than anything faced by today's digital moguls. This was an era bereft of advanced personal digital security, sophisticated cybersecurity, omnipresent CCTV, or a globally networked intelligence apparatus actively monitoring digital footprints for suspicious activity. Consequently, the risks were primarily physical, brutally direct, and terrifyingly real. First and foremost, you and your family would immediately become prime targets for criminal enterprises, for individuals seeking ransom, for sophisticated con artists, or even for desperate opportunists. Today, billionaires might face sophisticated hacking attempts, but in the 80s, the threat was far more tangible and immediate. Kidnappings for ransom, home invasions, extortion plots. Organized crime syndicates were incredibly powerful, notoriously ruthless, and had established networks far more expansive than many people realized. They actively sought out wealthy targets. Managing this kind of extreme wealth would instantly mean you and your family needed 24/7 personal bodyguards. Not just one, but a rotating team of ex-military or police professionals, a private army for personal protection. Your homes, likely multiple opulent residences across various locales, would require elaborate, expensive, and largely analog security systems, motion detectors, infrared beams, reinforced doors, and a veritable fortress of physical barriers. There were no seamless smart home security systems you could monitor from your palm, no encrypted biometric locks. Every element was a physical system that could be circumvented, every guard a human element subject to fatigue or corruption. This translates to an all-consuming, pervasive paranoia. Every new face is a potential threat, every strange car a surveillance risk. The spontaneous joys of life, a casual stroll in a park, a spontaneous family outing, a leisurely dinner in an untamed restaurant would be permanently curtailed, replaced by meticulously planned movements, secure perimeters, and the constant, unnerving presence of armed personnel. Your personal freedom would be tragically, ironically, curtailed by your wealth, turning everyday activities into high-risk security operations. And the concerns wouldn't just be about physical safety. Banking security itself was a different beast. While vaults were formidable, internal corruption, paper fraud, and less rigorous auditing controls, compared to the digitally tracked, cross-referenced systems of today, presented subtle yet significant risks to truly massive accounts. It wasn't unheard of for unscrupulous bank employees or cleverly orchestrated syndicates to siphon funds through elaborate, manual schemes. There were far fewer immutable digital ledgers or encrypted blockchain technologies to meticulously track every penny's movement with absolute transparency. You would be utterly reliant on paper trails, human diligence, and fallible institutional oversight for vast portions of your wealth, particularly if you're spreading your billions across myriad small accounts for FDIC protection. The thought of losing tens of millions to an insider job, where the paper trail becomes mysteriously tangled or conveniently disappears, would be a constant, nauseating concern. Your sense of security, which should be a fundamental luxury of immense wealth, would instead be a persistent, nagging source of dread and overwhelming stress. Even the simpler luxuries of life become tainted. Traveling internationally meant physically carrying significant amounts of foreign currency for immediate expenses, risking theft, or relying on notoriously slow, often unsafe, banking wires and travelers' checks. Cash management for daily living, for anything beyond paltry sums, meant dealing with bundles of physical cash, often drawing unwanted attention. The idea of discreet, seamless, instant payment by digital means across borders was a sci-fi fantasy. The profound peace of mind that comes with knowing your wealth is both secure and instantly accessible, protected by layers of advanced encryption and rapid response digital teams, simply did not exist. Instead, your existence would be defined by layers of physical security, human trust, often misplaced, and an unrelenting low-level anxiety that your extraordinary fortune, far from being a source of tranquility, would make you an extraordinary magnet for misfortune, transforming your personal life into an elaborate, 24/7, high-stakes protection racket against an ever-present, very real array of dangers. The price of your security would be an unimaginable chunk of your perceived freedom, replacing joy with perpetual vigilance. Continuing our deep dive into the 1980s analog existence for a billionaire, we confront a reality that strikes at the core of what we now consider indispensable: the profound, debilitating limitation of information asymmetry and the overall technological lag that permeated every facet of life and commerce. Your $1 billion, for all its might, existed in an era without the ubiquitous, lightning-fast, and universally accessible Internet. Imagine that. No Google, no instant financial news alerts, no Bloomberg terminal data streaming directly to your personal device, no email, no global digital communication that we take for granted. This wasn't merely an inconvenience. It was a fundamental, almost existential constraint on informed decision-making and efficient management of wealth. Today, a wealthy individual can receive real-time updates on global stock markets from Tokyo to London, analyze complex economic indicators with sophisticated software, track political developments in remote regions, and communicate instantly with advisors across continents, all from a smartphone or a laptop. In the 1980s, your information was often outdated the moment it arrived. Stock prices, commodity quotes, bond yields, these were communicated via telephone, telex, specialized in clunky Quotron or Telerate terminals that printed out data with maddening slowness, or simply through newspaper reports, which were always at least a day old. Critical financial information might take hours, if not days, to disseminate globally, giving rise to significant time lags in understanding market shifts or geopolitical events that could profoundly impact your investments. The entire world operated at a vastly slower cadence. This technological primitive effectively crippled agile decision-making. If breaking news in Japan affected a substantial portion of your investment portfolio, you couldn't simply log on and rebalance within minutes. You'd first hear about it. Then you'd be calling your brokers, likely leaving messages or waiting for them to get to a phone in the busy trading pit. Then there's the inevitable delay in execution, often exacerbated by the manual nature of transactions. Your broker would then have to relay your order to the trading floor, where it might take minutes or even hours to fill depending on liquidity and market conditions. This fundamental lag meant that managing your $1 billion, particularly in volatile markets, was a constant battle against information asymmetry and slow execution. You would always be a step behind, unable to react with the swiftness and precision afforded to modern investors. Your enormous capital, instead of granting you an insurmountable advantage through superior speed and information, would be held captive by the very technological limitations of the era. The frustration of watching opportunities evaporate or potential losses deepen while you waited for a phone line to clear, or for a fax to arrive, would be an almost constant source of professional agony. Beyond finance, think of the pervasive impact on personal communication and global understanding. As a billionaire, you'd likely have extensive international interests, business dealings, property overseas, maybe even political connections. Today, video conferences, instant messaging, and seamless global voice calls bridge these distances. In the 80s, communication meant expensive, often unreliable international long-distance phone calls with fuzzy connections, frequent dropped lines, and astronomical per-minute rates. International faxes, slow and prone to error, were considered cutting-edge. Imagine trying to close a complex multi-million-dollar deal with a counterpart in Tokyo or London through such rudimentary, high-friction means. The mental strain of managing this constant communication struggle would be immense. You'd spend a disproportionate amount of your day simply waiting for information, or fruitlessly trying to connect with key people. This pervasive information bottleneck wouldn't just hinder your wealth management. It would fundamentally constrain your ability to network effectively, to understand geopolitical landscapes, or to engage in rapid, proactive strategic planning for your business empire. Your billions would feel like a king's ransom in a kingdom that still relied on horse and buggy speeds for information transfer. The perception of freedom and control that wealth supposedly brings would be profoundly undermined by the primitive nature of global communication and data access, leaving you feeling isolated and perpetually behind the curve, even with your unimaginable fortune, transforming potential power into grinding frustration. Moving into the more abstract, yet deeply personal realm, we confront perhaps the most insidious threats to your happiness, even with $1 billion in the bank in the 1980s. The profound, relentless social and psychological burdens that come with unprecedented wealth in a pre-globalized, less interconnected, and fundamentally less transparent society. This isn't just about financial numbers. It's about the very fabric of your personal life, your relationships, and your inner peace. Your sudden, incomprehensible wealth would instantly, irrevocably, sever your ties to anything resembling a normal life. The sheer scale of $1 billion in the 1980s was so mind-bogglingly immense, so astronomically beyond the reach of almost everyone, that it would automatically trigger profound changes in how the world perceived you, and in turn, how you perceived the world. The primary, paralyzing dilemma. How do you even keep such a monumental fortune secret? Without digital anonymity, without private foundations offering sophisticated legal shielding that exist today, and with all transactions essentially creating visible paper trails, managing and deploying such wealth inevitably draws intense, inescapable scrutiny. Every major purchase, a new private jet, a sprawling estate, a colossal yacht, and these would be relatively less technologically advanced than today's versions, becomes a flashing neon sign proclaiming your status, attracting not just admiration, but envy, resentment, and avarice from all directions. This lack of practical anonymity cultivates a pervasive, deeply unsettling isolation. You'd struggle with fundamental trust issues. Who among your new circle of acquaintances is genuinely interested in you, and who is simply a parasitic hanger-on, eager to siphon off a piece of your pie? Old friends might view you with a mixture of awe and resentment, feeling simultaneously left behind and potentially entitled to a share of your good fortune. The awkward requests for loans that are never repaid, for investments in dubious ventures, or for outright gifts would be endless, relentless, and emotionally exhausting. Setting boundaries becomes a full-time, emotionally draining job that inevitably fractures relationships and leaves you questioning the sincerity of every interaction. You would be constantly scanning for hidden agendas, subtle manipulations, and the covetous glint in people's eyes. This psychological cost, the slow erosion of genuine connection, the omnipresent suspicion, the constant filtering of interactions through a lens of wealth, would be immensely taxing, eating away at the very human joys that money ostensibly should provide. Beyond personal relationships, consider the sheer emptiness of consumerism once every conceivable material desire is immediately within reach. With $1 billion, you could buy any luxury car, any piece of art, if available for sale, any massive house or any luxury item available in the 1980s marketplace. But then what? The thrill of the chase, the joy of aspiring, the satisfaction of earned acquisition, all are eliminated when you can simply command anything into existence. This often leads to a profound sense of anhedonia, an inability to derive pleasure from experiences that once brought joy. What do you work for? What are your goals when all financial constraints had been removed? This existential vacuum is a common, often tragic, affliction of the ultra-wealthy, magnified in an era with fewer sophisticated leisure activities, less personalized travel, and a less developed array of genuinely unique, exclusive experiences beyond conspicuous consumption. You might try to engage in philanthropy, but even here, the 1980s presented challenges. The sophisticated philanthropic infrastructure of today, impact investing, well-established mega foundations with clear strategies, robust evaluation metrics, and global reach, was still nascent. Large-scale charitable giving was often more rudimentary, less impactful, and sometimes fraught with less transparency or administrative efficiency. Your efforts to do good with your billions might feel less personally fulfilling, harder to track, and less transformative, adding to a sense of purposelessness rather than alleviation. The lack of digital connectivity further deepened this isolation. No curated online communities for fellow ultra-wealthy individuals, few though they might have been globally. No discrete private social networks for connecting with like-minded peers across geographical divides. You would likely find yourself in exclusive, yet often insular, physical enclaves, rubbing shoulders with individuals whose conversations often revolved around superficialities, lacking the depth or shared purpose you might once have experienced. The immense wealth, intended to liberate, would paradoxically encase you in a gilded cage of suspicion, social awkwardness, and potentially profound existential boredom. Your emotional bank account would be running critically low, even as your financial one overflowed, transforming perceived freedom into psychological imprisonment. Now, let's fast forward to what you might genuinely be able to do, or rather not do, with $1 billion in the 1980s, particularly in the realm of luxury and personal experience, contrasted with what such wealth commands today. This often brings a harsh realization that $1 billion, while astronomical, was surprisingly limited in the kind of hyper-personalized, ultra-convenient, and technologically enhanced luxury we associate with today's super-rich. Imagine yourself ready to enjoy your wealth. What are the pinnacles of 1980s luxury? Certainly, massive private estates, exotic cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, if you could get one and park it safely. Haute couture fashion and opulent jewelry. But beyond these relatively static symbols of wealth, the experiences of extreme luxury lacked the fluid ease and customization of today. Take private jet travel, for instance. While private jets certainly existed and were available to the very wealthy, the entire process was significantly less refined and seamlessly integrated than it is today. You wouldn't simply step onto your personalized Falcon or Gulfstream after a short drive to a private FBO, whisked away to a secluded villa on a private island with instant, high-speed satellite internet connection. Flights often required more extensive planning. Air traffic control complexities could mean significant delays, and the jets themselves were less luxurious, less spacious, and certainly far less technologically advanced than their modern counterparts. Long-haul private flights were considerably more arduous, refueling stops more common, and onboard amenities, like internet, live global satellite TV, gourmet meal preparation on par with a Michelin star restaurant, were either non-existent or rudimentary. Your $1 billion bought you speed, yes, but not the pervasive comfort and instant connectivity that define today's exclusive private travel. International destinations also offered fewer truly bespoke, entirely private, or hidden luxury experiences compared to the hyper-luxury ecosystem that has evolved since. Finding truly isolated, unspoiled stretches of coastline, managing seamless ground transport in unfamiliar countries, or enjoying discreet, impeccable service often involved more friction and less certainty. It was simply a less interconnected, less globally flat world for the affluent. Consider personal technology, an area where modern billionaires find immense joy and efficiency. In the 1980s, the personal computer was just emerging, often a clunky, command-line-driven device with limited functionality and no internet access. Your entertainment choices were confined to terrestrial television, VCRs for movies, or high-fidelity sound systems for music. No streaming services, no vast digital libraries, no personalized algorithms delivering endless content. Your home office would be a maze of telephones, fax machines, and typewriters, lacking the elegant integration and computing power of a modern desktop, let alone a tablet or smartphone. These limitations profoundly impacted the daily quality of life for the ultra-rich. Imagine attempting to manage global business dealings without email, Skype, or instantaneous stock alerts, reliant on faxes and costly international phone calls. The freedom that today's technology affords the wealthy, the ability to run empires from a yacht or enjoy custom entertainment anywhere, simply wasn't available. Your $1 billion couldn't buy you real-time global connectivity or instant high-resolution streaming content, or private access to advanced medical diagnostic tools at your home. Healthcare, even for the super-rich, was dramatically different. Anti-aging science, cutting-edge gene therapies, advanced diagnostics, or hyper-personalized preventative medicine that some modern billionaires access were largely futuristic concepts in the 80s. You had access to the best available, but the best of the 80s pales in comparison to even standard medical care today in many respects, let alone the ultra-specialized offerings. In essence, while $1 billion bought you ultimate opulence for the time, that opulence was still deeply tethered to the technological constraints of its era. Your lavish lifestyle would involve manual processes, slower communications, less integrated experiences, and a profound absence of the digital conveniences and technological comforts that subtly but significantly define modern, hassle-free luxury. Your fortune bought you every material indulgence imaginable then, but it couldn't buy you the seamless, instant, always connected world that makes modern wealth so much more convenient and enjoyable, often leaving a billionaire in the 1980s with an unspoken longing for efficiencies that simply did not exist. The conversation around money, particularly vast sums in the 1980s, often dances around an inconvenient truth that today's headlines rarely highlight: the formidable forces of inflation and the very real challenge of generating real returns that outpace it, even with $1 billion in the bank. This might sound counterintuitive. How can $1 billion be vulnerable? But if that money was merely sitting in the bank, earning passive, fixed interest, you would face a constant, insidious battle against the erosion of its purchasing power. compelling you into potentially riskier investment avenues that carry their own inherent stresses and limitations within the context of 1980s markets. The 1980s were marked by significant inflationary pressures, particularly in the early part of the decade, a hangover from the high oil prices and expansive fiscal policies of the 1970s. For instance, in 1980, the inflation rate in the U.S. hovered around a staggering 13.5%. Even as it moderated throughout the decade, it generally remained higher than what we consider normal today, often hovering in the 4–6% range. This means that $1 billion, simply parked in a demand deposit account or even a high-yield savings certificate, would be subtly, relentlessly losing a significant portion of its real value year after year. Let's imagine your $1 billion generating a respectable 8% annual interest. While a cool $80 million seems incredible, if inflation is running at 6%, your real gain in purchasing power is only 2%, or $20 million. And if inflation spiked, that real return could vanish entirely, or even turn negative, leaving you with more dollars that bought fewer goods and services. This would generate a constant internal pressure to actively do something with your money, to invest it more aggressively to protect its real value and grow its purchasing power, rather than let it simply sit idly by, a fat target for the relentless bite of inflation. This imperative to actively invest, however, leads us back to the primitive, less diverse investment landscape of the 1980s. Diversifying $1 billion into instruments capable of consistently beating inflation while managing risk was a far more labor-intensive and intellectually challenging endeavor. The stock market, while offering periods of impressive growth, was significantly less transparent, less regulated, leading to more insider trading opportunities but also more risk, and offered fewer data tools than today. Individual stock picking was far more reliant on intuition, network access, and raw gut feeling than sophisticated algorithmic analysis. Passive index funds were in their infancy and nowhere near as prevalent or diversified as they are now, limiting easy access to broad market returns without significant management oversight. Bond markets offered safer, often high nominal returns, but navigating municipal, corporate, and government bonds at scale, across different maturities and risk profiles, again meant immense reliance on human brokers, cumbersome prospectuses, and limited access to comprehensive real-time credit analysis. The world of exotic investments that wealthy individuals today dabble in, venture capital at the earliest stages, private equity, hedge funds with diverse strategies, complex real estate investment trusts, REITs, or globalized emerging market funds, were either nascent, incredibly niche, or virtually inaccessible in a broad, sophisticated way. This meant your portfolio options, while certainly available, were comparatively constrained. Your $1 billion had to be allocated across fewer asset classes, potentially exposing you to less diversified risks, or tying up huge chunks of capital in less liquid assets like real estate. This strategic imperative to beat inflation, combined with the limited toolkit of 1980s investments, meant your days would be filled not with carefree spending, but with relentless, high-stakes decisions. Each major investment move involved weeks or months of due diligence, mountains of physical paperwork, intense negotiations, and a constant reliance on the expertise and honesty of a network of human advisors, brokers, and lawyers, each with their own biases and incentives. The feeling of absolute, unfettered financial freedom, which is often tied to liquidity and ease of execution, would be profoundly eroded by the archaic systems. Your colossal fortune, instead of liberating you, would constantly burden you with the complex, time-consuming task of its careful, laborious, and somewhat slow-footed management against the relentless, unseen enemy of inflation, all while facing relatively few, truly diversified, instantly accessible options, making its actual deployment far less exhilarating than its theoretical potential suggested. The true wealth effect of $1 billion in a hypermodern economy of effortless asset allocation simply did not exist. As our expedition through the peculiar burdens of 1980's billion-dollar wealth continues, we stumble upon another pervasive source of unhappiness and considerable stress: the complex, often labyrinthine world of taxation and regulation specific to that era. For an individual holding such an astronomical fortune, this realm would prove to be a continuous high-stakes game of strategic navigation, fraught with ambiguity and the omnipresent threat of aggressive government scrutiny. Imagine being handed your $1 billion. Your financial advisors, a collection of bespoke lawyers and accountants, would immediately paint a stark picture. The incredibly high marginal tax rates of the 1980s, especially in the early part of the decade, would pose an immediate and profound challenge to preserving and growing your wealth. For instance, in 1981, the top marginal federal income tax rate in the U.S. was a staggering 70%. Even after the Economic Recovery Tax Act of 1981 lowered this to 50% for unearned income, and subsequent reforms later in the decade pushed it further down, the fundamental reality was that a massive portion of any investment income, capital gains, which also had higher rates than today, or regular income would be remorselessly swallowed by federal and state coffers. Your net $1 billion would be constantly generating income, and that income would face exceptionally high taxation compared to modern standards. This wouldn't just be a line item on a ledger. It would create immense pressure to find elaborate, perfectly legal, and some morally gray tax shelters, to constantly restructure your assets, and to engage in sophisticated, often risky, tax planning strategies designed primarily to mitigate this relentless fiscal drain. This intensive tax mitigation, however, was conducted in a regulatory environment that was far less transparent, less globally coordinated, and, ironically, less sophisticated in detecting wealth hiding than it is today. While there wasn't the stringent KYC, Know Your Customer, or AML, anti-money laundering, regulatory framework that now permeates global finance, this also meant that the few offshore havens that existed, while offering potentially enticing tax advantages, often came with enormous, opaque risks. Stashing vast sums in Swiss bank accounts or newly emerging tax shelters might sound appealing in theory, but the lack of clear international treaties, less robust digital tracking, and the prevalence of a genuinely Wild West atmosphere in some of these jurisdictions meant a significantly heightened risk of asset confiscation by rogue regimes, or simple loss due to unscrupulous bankers. The security you gained from avoiding taxes could easily be lost to theft or instability. You couldn't just wire funds into a Cayman Islands account, with full assurance of transparency and legal recourse in case of a problem. Each such movement required meticulous legal advice, often extensive travel, and an immense leap of faith. The very institutions designed to manage large offshore wealth were often less regulated, meaning higher internal fraud risks. Your tax savings could translate into massive, irreversible losses if your chosen haven proved unreliable or fell victim to political upheaval. Moreover, $1 billion in the 1980s made you an undeniable person of interest to various governmental agencies, not just for tax collection, but potentially for political scrutiny, intelligence monitoring, or even in some cases, misguided attempts at influence. Large movements of funds, major acquisitions, or prominent business dealings were far more visible in a pre-digital, pre-internet era, drawing attention in ways that are ironically harder to track, but also harder to entirely avoid today. The kind of automated, robust, global compliance systems we have now didn't exist, which meant scrutiny was often manual, intrusive, and politically motivated. You didn't just worry about accountants, you worried about actual government agents and congressional committees. The constant burden of meticulous compliance, aggressive tax planning, and managing these legal and governmental risks would eat into your freedom, making decisions about where to invest or reside often complicated by potential regulatory headaches rather than pure financial upside. You couldn't simply choose to live anonymously with such a fortune. Your $1 billion, instead of buying pure, unfettered economic liberty, bought you an intense, unwelcome, and often fear-inducing relationship with an intricate web of tax codes and governmental oversight, perpetually reducing your options and burdening your peace of mind with ceaseless legal navigation. The happiness derived from a bulging bank account would be constantly undermined by the nagging reality of governmental vigilance and the ever-present threat of a knock on the door, asking inconvenient questions about the complex pathways of your fortune. Our journey to understand the unique afflictions of a 1980s billionaire brings us now to a seemingly prosaic yet profoundly impactful category of stress: the complexities and inherent limitations of staffing and managing the extensive human capital required to oversee and maintain such vast wealth in that era. In our highly digitized, interconnected world, a single savvy individual can manage intricate investment portfolios, global enterprises, and vast personal assets with an array of sophisticated software tools, outsourced virtual assistants, and secure digital platforms. In the 1980s, automation was in its infancy, and personal digital assistance was decades away. Managing $1 billion was fundamentally, irrevocably a people business, demanding an army of highly specialized, expensive, and crucially trustworthy individuals, each introducing their own layer of cost, complexity, and potential vulnerability. Consider your essential support staff. You wouldn't just have one financial advisor. You'd have a small, elite firm of investment bankers, each likely specializing in a different asset class: stocks, bonds, real estate. Beneath them, a team of analysts meticulously tracking physical reports and market news. Then, an array of dedicated lawyers: corporate lawyers, tax lawyers, trust and estate lawyers, international lawyers, all of whom would be handling immense amounts of physical paperwork, filings, and contracts. For your personal life, you'd need accountants dedicated solely to your individual tax matters across multiple jurisdictions, a property management team for your numerous estates, who likely still rely on landlines and physical inspections, personal secretaries for communication, private security details, as we've discussed, and extensive domestic staff for multiple residences. This necessitates an intricate, often sprawling, organizational chart, each segment of which required constant oversight and careful management. Unlike today, where data transparency and digital audit trails can reveal malfeasance or inefficiency with relative speed, the largely paper-based, fragmented systems of the 1980s meant a greater susceptibility to human error, deliberate misdirection, and outright embezzlement. The process of finding genuinely trustworthy individuals for such high-stakes positions, investment managers, financial controllers, estate executors, would be an ongoing, anxiety-inducing challenge. You'd be conducting extensive background checks via manual methods, telephone calls, physical investigations, relying heavily on personal referrals, and ultimately making monumental trust decisions based on limited, manually processed information. The nagging worry that a key advisor or manager might be underperforming, colluding, or even slowly siphoning funds would be a constant, debilitating internal struggle, made more acute by the sheer difficulty of conducting real-time, comprehensive audits or obtaining fully transparent financial reporting. Your information, fragmented across different banks, different brokerages, different property deeds, and different jurisdictions, was literally in their hands, requiring their meticulous, honest, and disciplined aggregation before it ever reached your desk. This creates immense information asymmetry, putting you, the billionaire, at a significant disadvantage in knowing the full, unvarnished truth about your own financial position at any given moment. The sheer human scale of managing your wealth meant exponential operational costs. Beyond their high salaries, benefits, and office spaces, you'd incur constant travel expenses, legal fees for their contracts, and overheads associated with an extensive support infrastructure. You would find yourself constantly consumed by the mundane but critical task of personnel management, interviewing new hires, dealing with staff disputes, ensuring compliance across your extensive team, and reviewing countless reports that detailed the daily grind of asset oversight. What appears as the luxury of delegation today, "I'll let my wealth manager handle it," was, in the 1980s, an act of significant vulnerability and a requirement for relentless personal oversight, even of your overseers. You couldn't just dismiss an entire firm with a click. Dismantling a long-standing, interconnected network of highly compensated professionals would involve considerable legal entanglement, public scrutiny, and a significant disruption to your entire financial and personal life. Your happiness would be continually compromised by the stress of perpetual human resource management, the psychological burden of constantly monitoring trustworthiness, and the pervasive awareness that your monumental fortune, instead of buying you freedom from petty concerns, necessitated a vast, expensive, and perpetually fallible human ecosystem that always demanded your vigilant attention and presented myriad vectors for betrayal, inefficiency, or costly errors, turning effortless affluence into grinding oversight. We conclude our meticulous examination by probing into the most elusive yet profound sources of potential unhappiness for our hypothetical 1980s billionaire. The internal, emotional, and existential grind that would inevitably accompany such immense wealth in a pre-digital, less convenience-oriented world. This transcends the logistical and security challenges we've already detailed. It drills down to the very core of human satisfaction and how a staggering fortune might paradoxically undermine it, particularly given the specific limitations of the era. The fundamental human desire, for most people, isn't merely more money in abstract, but rather the experiences, security, and freedom that money can unlock. But what if those unlocks are clumsy, less potent, and constantly friction-filled? Your billions, dollars, would purchase ultimate material comfort for the 1980s. You'd have large houses, multiple expensive cars, luxury clothes, fine dining, and probably a private jet. Yet, as established, the ability to genuinely enjoy these perks, to translate immense wealth into seamless, low-friction convenience and pervasive personal freedom, would be severely hampered by the absence of modern tools and services. You'd be unable to effortlessly orchestrate your life from a remote beach with a smartphone. No instant booking of exclusive experiences worldwide via personal concierge apps. No streaming movies on demand on a cross-continental flight. No instant communication with loved ones from the most secluded corners of the earth. These modern conveniences, which subtly yet profoundly reduce friction in everyday life and enhance personal liberty, were simply sci-fi dreams in the 80s. This continuous friction, this inability to actualize unlimited possibilities with instant gratification, would gnaw at your sense of satisfaction, fostering a subtle but pervasive dissatisfaction. Furthermore, the pressure to do something meaningful with your money would be immense, even self-imposed. $1 billion in the 1980s wasn't just wealthy. It was a near-mythic level of riches that put you in a very small, exclusive club of true plutocrats. This comes with immense, often unasked-for societal expectations and moral obligations, both real and perceived. Beyond mere tax avoidance, the thought of how to deploy such capital effectively, how to avoid squandering it, how to create a lasting legacy, or even how to make a tangible, positive impact on the world, would be a relentless, weighty consideration. As mentioned, the infrastructure for truly effective, impactful philanthropy was less sophisticated. The mental bandwidth consumed by these deliberations, the stress of wanting to matter with your fortune, would be enormous. You couldn't just write large checks to transparent, data-driven nonprofits that carefully tracked outcomes. Many charitable efforts were less efficient and harder to quantify their real-world impact, potentially leading to disillusionment about your ability to create positive change. You might be donating millions, but struggling to see a tangible return in societal improvement, leading to a deeper sense of purposelessness. The question of what now, or is this all there is, would inevitably surface once all material desires are instantly fulfilled. The very process of managing, securing, and optimizing your $1 billion would consume a colossal portion of your waking life and mental energy, leaving less space for true personal fulfillment, creative pursuits, or genuinely enriching relationships. Your focus would constantly be drawn to protecting your principal, ensuring compliance, managing staff, and navigating bureaucratic obstacles, a far cry from the carefree hedonism often associated with immense wealth. The profound, emotional cost of battling pervasive trust issues, constant security concerns, and the relentless demands of analog wealth management would undoubtedly leave you emotionally fatigued. This isn't a direct financial cost, but it's a tangible subtraction from your peace of mind and overall happiness. You'd yearn for the convenience of an internet search, the simplicity of an instant message, the reassurance of a blockchain, or the personal connection a video call provides, luxuries your billions couldn't buy you. The absence of these fundamental modern elements would turn daily existence into a slow, frustrating grind, even within the confines of opulence. So, the ultimate paradox is this: your $1 billion in the 1980s, instead of freeing you entirely, would ironically shackle you to a specific, constrained reality, a persistent state of high-stress management and limited digital empowerment, robbing you of the pervasive, subtle comforts and effortless convenience that make extreme wealth so much more genuinely liberating and enjoyable today. Your money would buy you the world of the 1980s, not the vastly more frictionless and gratifying world of today, leaving an almost unquenchable longing for a modernity your fortune, ironically, helped to lay the groundwork for but could never itself inhabit. Your happiness would always feel just a click away, perpetually out of reach in a world still firmly in analog, the unwinnable fight. Why you'd lose to Trump, even if you're a superstar. Welcome, weary wanderers, to another marathon session on boring history to sleep, where we delve deep into narratives so dense, so utterly comprehensive, they lull the most agitated minds into serene slumber. Tonight, however, we embark on a journey that feels anything but sleep-inducing for many, yet which, upon closer inspection, reveals patterns of profound predictability and an almost inescapable logic that is, paradoxically, utterly mesmerizing. We're venturing into the arena of modern political combat, a gladiatorial contest unlike any other the world has seen. We're asking a question that for many is a source of either profound anxiety or triumphant certainty: why you simply wouldn't win the election if you ran against Donald Trump. This isn't about policy or virtue, personal charm or intellectual rigor. This is a dispassionate, almost archaeological excavation into the unique, often bewildering, mechanics of an electoral challenge against a force unlike any other in contemporary political history. The popular narrative, often steeped in hope or fear, insists that the right candidate, the perfect message, the impeccably executed strategy, could dismantle this political juggernaut. But tonight, we will delve into the meticulously constructed, incredibly robust edifice of his electoral strength, revealing why the cards are stacked in a uniquely disadvantageous way against virtually any challenger. We will unearth layers of voter psychology, media manipulation, cultural resonance, and strategic nimbleness that combine to form an electoral force so potent, so consistently underestimated, that it routinely flattens all conventional wisdom and the aspirations of even the most promising political contenders. Before we settle in for this truly expansive, perhaps even mind-numbingly exhaustive exploration, I am, as always, deeply curious. From where across this bustling, perpetually lit globe are you joining our nocturnal quest for understanding? And what precise minute marks the local time in your corner of the world right now? Do drop a comment below. It offers a peculiar comfort knowing we're all, however disparate our locations and temporal experiences, connected by this shared, quiet contemplation. Let's begin by dismantling the very foundation upon which many challengers attempt to build their anti-Trump campaigns: the fundamental misunderstanding of his unique appeal and the ironclad loyalty of his core base. This isn't a traditional political coalition built on shared policy aspirations or meticulously calculated demographic targets. No, This is something far more visceral, deeply tribal, and, in its essence, a profoundly emotional attachment that renders conventional political attacks utterly inert, even counterproductive. When you contemplate running against Donald Trump, you instinctively prepare to face a politician who should, by all traditional measures, be vulnerable. You might meticulously enumerate a litany of controversies, policy reversals, contentious statements, and past perceived failings. You envision a strategic campaign that highlights these weaknesses, believing that exposure and condemnation will inevitably erode his support. But this traditional political playbook, perfected over decades by consultants and strategists, utterly collapses in the face of Trump's unparalleled and, to many, perplexing bond with his base. Their loyalty is not simply a matter of party affiliation or even specific political ideology, though those are certainly reinforcing factors. It's far more profound. It's rooted in a deep, shared sense of identity, a simmering grievance against perceived societal elites, and an almost foundational distrust of the very institutions that traditionally vet and validate political narratives. To understand this, one must step away from the analytical framework of conventional political science and delve into the more primordial realm of social psychology and even cultural anthropology. His supporters, particularly his most fervent adherents, view him not merely as a candidate or a public servant, but as a symbolic avatar for their frustrations, their aspirations, and their deeply held beliefs about a rapidly changing world that often feels hostile and alienating. They feel, profoundly, that he gets them in a way that no other politician, with their polished rhetoric and careful circumspection, ever could or ever would. He speaks their language, unapologetically and directly, articulating their unvarnished concerns and validating their most deeply felt, often suppressed anxieties. This means that every single attack leveled against him, every piece of critical reporting, every scandal that would utterly cripple a conventional candidate, is reinterpreted by his base not as a legitimate indictment, but as further undeniable proof of an orchestrated campaign against him, and by extension against them. When you call him corrupt, they hear a rigged system trying to silence their champion. When you accuse him of impropriety, they see the very establishment attempting to derail their chosen vessel of change. This creates an impermeable shield of conviction, a psychological deflector dish that redirects all incoming fire, transforming it from a threat into an affirmation. His perceived flaws are not weaknesses to be exploited by a challenger. They are, for his base, authenticators. His bluntness is not offensive, but refreshing. His disregard for political correctness is not boorish, but a courageous stand against a suffocating cultural orthodoxy. His unpredictability is not a sign of instability, but a sign that he's genuinely fighting, unshackled by the constraints that bind lesser politicians. Therefore, any challenger attempting to win by simply dissecting his record or denouncing his character will find themselves battling against a deeply internalized, emotionally resonant narrative that already inoculates his supporters against such critiques. They are not merely disagreeing with your assessment. They are viewing you as part of the very system that seeks to silence them. This tribal identity, solidified by a decade of media scrutiny and political combat, means you are not just campaigning against a politician, but against a movement, a worldview, and a profoundly personal sense of belonging that cannot be shaken by conventional debate. Your every effort to expose what you perceive as his flaws will only strengthen the conviction of his most loyal adherents, cementing their belief that he is, indeed, their only true fighter against a hostile world. You might gain converts among those already disaffected by him, but you will utterly fail to peel away the core that makes him a perennial, formidable contender, transforming any such frontal assault into a costly, ultimately self-defeating exercise. Moving beyond the psychological fortress of his base, any challenger would quickly discover that attempting to penetrate the political consciousness in a race against Donald Trump is akin to screaming into a Category 5 hurricane. This is because he is an undisputed generational master of the media saturation game and commands an almost supernatural hold over the modern attention economy. In an era where literally everyone is vying for fragmented attention spans on myriad platforms, Trump possesses a unique, almost alchemical ability to dominate every news cycle, every trending topic, and every dinner table conversation. He doesn't just participate in the media landscape. He is the media landscape, and he bends it to his will with an effortless grace that defies traditional media relations or campaign planning. Your meticulously crafted policy proposals, your carefully rehearsed stump speeches, your focus-grouped slogans, your emotionally resonant testimonials, all of it will, almost invariably, be drowned out by the sheer, overwhelming noise that emanates from his presence. The traditional approach to political communication involves generating compelling narratives, disseminating them through various channels, mainstream media, local news, targeted ads, and hoping they break through to the public consciousness. For any challenger, this requires an immense expenditure of financial resources, careful message discipline, and often an element of luck in capturing fleeting news cycles. Against Trump, this model simply becomes irrelevant. He has cultivated a media persona and a communication strategy that ensures constant, unceasing visibility, not by meticulously planning a rollout, but by creating a perpetual state of political drama. His every utterance, every social media post, every impromptu comment to reporters, no matter how seemingly trivial or controversial, instantly becomes front-page news, leading to hours of cable news analysis, millions of social media interactions, and endless discussions across the digital sphere. Even overwhelmingly negative coverage, which would typically cripple a conventional political figure, often, paradoxically, serves his ends. For his base, as previously discussed, it confirms their belief in a corrupt, biased media trying to undermine their champion. For those simply looking for entertainment or controversy, it ensures he remains fascinating, never boring, always at the center of the spectacle. And for anyone else, even those repulsed, he is impossible to ignore. A challenger, meanwhile, is faced with an impossible task. How do you get your message out? How do you even gain recognition when the entire media ecosystem is so relentlessly focused on one figure? Every minute spent by CNN analyzing a Trump tweet is a minute not spent on your town hall. Every article detailing his latest pronouncement is an article not highlighting your economic plan. You are not just competing for votes. You are fighting a desperate, losing battle for oxygen in a media environment so saturated with one personality that any other voice becomes a whisper in a gale. This isn't just about outspending him on advertising. It's about fundamentally altering the dynamics of news consumption and public interest, a feat beyond the capabilities of even the most well-funded or charismatic challengers. He possesses an innate, often raw and unpolished, genius for understanding what captures and holds public attention. Not through sophistication, but through sheer audacity and an unfiltered presence. He creates the news cycle rather than responding to it. He sets the agenda for debate simply by speaking his mind, however unconventional. Any opponent will find themselves constantly reactive, playing defense, desperately struggling to inject their own narrative into a conversation entirely dominated by him. You become a supporting character in his ongoing reality show, reacting to his moves, defining yourself in opposition to him, rather than establishing your own independent platform. This structural advantage, his unparalleled ability to hijack the public discourse, means that even if you possess a truly groundbreaking message, the vast majority of the electorate will simply never hear it, obscured as it is by the overwhelming, ceaseless cacophony of his presence. You will constantly feel like you are chasing an ever-moving target, spending precious campaign resources just to register a blip on the public's radar, while his notoriety operates on an entirely different, self-sustaining plane. When confronted with Donald Trump, any challenger will quickly discover that the venerable, meticulously perfected traditional political playbook, the strategies and tactics honed over decades of campaigns, designed for predictable politicians in predictable races, simply shatters into irrelevance. This isn't just a deviation, it's an outright inversion of conventional political warfare. Everything you've been taught, everything your seasoned consultants will advise, is precisely what won't work, and might even be used against you with devastating effect. The standard approach against a contentious figure involves a methodical dissection of their policy record, highlighting perceived failures, exposing contradictions, and meticulously scrutinizing past actions for vulnerabilities. You build a strong opposition research dossier, craft devastating sound bites, and launch a barrage of targeted ads aimed at swaying undecided voters and energizing your own base. Against a traditional Republican, you might focus on health care, tax policy, or social issues, knowing these are the battlegrounds. Against Trump, these traditional battlegrounds transform into booby traps. Firstly, policy focus, a cornerstone of traditional campaigning, largely gets ignored or deliberately misinterpreted when deployed against him. While you painstakingly detail the nuances of your economic plan or health care reform, his campaign operates on a fundamentally different, often emotionally resonant plane. He doesn't engage in lengthy, substantive policy debates. He frames issues in stark, often nationalistic terms. America first, build the wall, make America great again. These are not complex legislative proposals, but powerful, tribalistic slogans that resonate far beyond any specific policy details. When you attempt to engage him on the finer points of health care, he pivots to broader narratives about bureaucracy or personal freedom, effectively nullifying your intricate arguments. Your precise policy platform, a source of pride for your campaign, becomes a cumbersome liability, making you appear out of touch, overly academic, or simply boring to segments of the electorate craving a more direct emotional connection. Secondly, attacking him backfires in a uniquely perplexing way. The conventional wisdom is that negative campaigning works, especially when the target has a high unfavorability rating. But with Trump, these attacks are often perceived by his base as attacks from the establishment, which he famously campaigned against and continues to denounce. When you accuse him of wrongdoing, they see partisan malice, not journalistic integrity. This doesn't diminish his standing with them. It solidifies their belief that he is constantly under siege, a warrior fighting a corrupt system. This turns your carefully crafted negative ads into inadvertent endorsements for his anti-establishment appeal. Your condemnation is heard as a badge of honor by his supporters, reinforcing their conviction that he is the only one truly battling on their behalf against forces they, too, resent and distrust. What would typically be an Achilles heel for other politicians, controversy, accusations, legal challenges, become for him a source of enduring strength and renewed energy from his base. Thirdly, the focus on his temperament, or perceived lack thereof, a go-to for many opponents, also falters. What you see as impulsiveness or instability, his supporters view as authenticity, a refreshing refusal to be molded by political correctness or polite society. His unfiltered nature is a feature, not a bug, in their eyes. They desire a fighter, not a refined orator. Thus, attempts to paint him as erratic merely affirm his unique selling proposition as a man who isn't afraid to speak his mind, defying the cautious strictures of conventional politicians. You, by contrast, with your measured tones and careful diplomacy, appear inauthentic, overly rehearsed, or part of the swamp he so effectively rails against. The entire traditional framework of campaign messaging, framing issues, attacking weaknesses, building a policy platform, is utterly circumvented by Trump's anti-playbook strategy. He doesn't engage on the terms of the fight. He dictates entirely new, more elemental, emotional, and performative terms. You spend valuable time and resources preparing for a chess match, only to find he's chosen to play an entirely different game, one of psychological combat and raw, unfiltered narrative control, leaving you holding an irrelevant strategy document while the ground shifts violently beneath your feet. Your intricate strategies become academic exercises in a battle where visceral emotion reigns supreme. Let's delve deeper into perhaps the most fundamental challenge any opponent faces against Donald Trump: the stark, almost insurmountable disparity between a traditional, policy-driven campaign and his unrivaled mastery of the cult of personality. In a normal electoral contest, candidates meticulously craft platforms, debate policy details, and aim to convince voters through the merits of their proposals for governance. For Trump, however, his entire political enterprise is fundamentally rooted in himself, his persona, his brand, his singular image as a disruptive force, rather than any consistent definable political philosophy or a detailed legislative agenda. And crucially, this cult of personality often eclipses and negates any policy debate. When you run against Trump, you arrive armed with comprehensive position papers, carefully deliberated policy white papers, a robust and actionable legislative agenda, and a coherent vision for the country's future. You speak about infrastructure plans, healthcare reform mechanisms, fiscal responsibility measures, or foreign policy strategies with logical coherence and empirical data. Your campaign's mission is to articulate what you will do if elected, presenting a meticulously reasoned case for your leadership. You fundamentally believe that voters, being rational actors, will weigh these policies and choose the most beneficial path forward. But Trump's campaign rarely, if ever, operates on such a basis. His speeches are not typically policy-laden recitations. They are improvisational performances, rally sermons that emphasize his unique strength, his battles against perceived enemies, and his unwavering loyalty to his supporters. He talks about himself, his perceived successes, and the existential threats posed by his opponents far more than he delves into legislative minutiae. He might use policy slogans like America First or Drain the Swamp, but these function more as tribalistic chants and emotional appeals rather than blueprints for specific legislation. The core promise isn't a policy, it's him. It's the implicit assurance that with him at the helm, the perceived problems of the nation will be addressed through sheer force of will, unique deal-making prowess, or an unfiltered, un-PC approach that no other politician dares to offer. He becomes synonymous with a powerful feeling, a sense of defiance, strength, and reclaiming of perceived lost glory. When his supporters go to the polls, they are often voting not for a particular bill he champions, but for the man himself and the emotional resonance he provides. This dynamic fundamentally shifts the electoral playing field. How do you, as a challenger, combat a cult of personality with policy documents? Your meticulous plans, which in a normal race would be your strength, appear tedious, complex, and uninspiring when juxtaposed against the raw, performative energy of Trump's rallies. Your policy focus makes you look like a technocrat, detached and uncharismatic, especially to voters craving an emotional leader, a champion, rather than a bureaucratic manager. Your detailed answers seem pedantic when his simple, memorable slogans capture the imagination. You might accurately point out inconsistencies in his policy stances, or argue that his proposals lack specific funding, but such logical critiques often fail to penetrate the emotional fortress of his supporters, who prioritize loyalty to him over policy consistency. To them, the specifics matter less than the spirit of the fight he embodies. You are operating on an entirely different wavelength, appealing to the rational mind while he electrifies the emotional core. This inherent mismatch means that even with superior policy acumen and a coherent vision, you will struggle desperately to generate the same level of visceral excitement and unwavering devotion that his personality alone commands. You are trying to sell a product, while he is the product, an infinitely more captivating proposition in the modern political marketplace. Let's explore another structural advantage that consistently undermines any opponent: Donald Trump's masterful, often infuriating weaponization of fake news, and his remarkable ability to systematically erode public trust in traditional, independent sources of information. For decades, democratic societies have largely relied on a common baseline of shared facts, arbitrated, however imperfectly, by mainstream journalistic institutions. Political campaigns operated within this framework, assuming that reputable news outlets would broadly verify information and hold politicians accountable. Trump, with uncanny precision, shattered this consensus and rebuilt a reality for his supporters, one largely insulated from traditional fact-checking or critical scrutiny. When you, as a challenger, meticulously prepare your campaign with a strategy that relies on exposing perceived untruths, exaggerations, or outright falsehoods uttered by Donald Trump, you instinctively turn to credible news organizations, investigative journalists, and nonpartisan fact-checkers. You assume that if a reputable source, like a major newspaper or a respected television network, reports definitively on a factual inaccuracy or a contradiction in his statements, that information will permeate the electorate and damage his credibility. This is where the fake news phenomenon becomes your strategic Achilles heel. Trump has successfully, over many years, cultivated an incredibly powerful, deeply ingrained narrative among his base, that mainstream media outlets are not neutral arbiters of truth, but rather inherently biased, politically motivated adversaries, actively working against him, and, by extension, against his supporters' interests. Every negative report, every critical article, every unfavorable fact-check, regardless of its accuracy or the rigor of its investigation, is instantly labeled as fake news, a deliberate fabrication designed to deceive. This accusation isn't merely dismissed. It's aggressively embraced as a self-evident truth by his most ardent followers. This creates an unassailable echo chamber. When you present undeniable evidence from a traditional news source, his supporters don't just disbelieve the story. They immediately dismiss the source itself as corrupt and untrustworthy. You are not arguing facts, you are arguing the very validity of reality. A battle you simply cannot win with traditional means. Your attempts to rely on objective reporting are viewed as attempts to peddle partisan propaganda, because, in their constructed reality, the media is partisan propaganda against him. This dynamic also means that when he makes statements that are factually questionable or directly contradictory, your efforts to highlight these inconsistencies fall on deaf ears. His base trusts his word, his unfiltered gut instinct, his singular authority, far more than they trust any institution, journalistic or otherwise. He effectively divorces himself from the conventional expectations of factual accuracy and consistency, because his authenticity, in their eyes, comes from his willingness to say what he believes, regardless of what the lying media might claim. Therefore, you are forced to contend not just with a candidate, but with a fundamentally bifurcated information landscape. One segment of the electorate, your target, might absorb and accept information from traditional sources. Another, his unwavering base, actively rejects those same sources, seeing them as hostile actors. This makes any appeal to shared truth incredibly difficult, if not impossible. Your carefully documented rebuttals and meticulous fact-checking, which would normally serve to undermine a politician's credibility, only strengthen his base's belief that he is indeed fighting against a powerful, insidious conspiracy of information gatekeepers. You become another player in the fake news drama he so adeptly orchestrates, unable to break free from the narrative he has imposed. This fundamental erosion of trust in shared sources of truth is a profound structural advantage that disarms any opponent relying on a conventional campaign rooted in factual debate and journalistic accountability. Consider now the digital battleground, a terrain where Donald Trump operates with an intuitive, often raw genius that effortlessly outmaneuvers traditional campaigns. His unparalleled social media dominance, and his innate ability to leverage these platforms for direct, unfiltered communication. In 2012, and even arguably through 2016, political campaigns were still largely reliant on traditional media gatekeepers, television networks, major newspapers, established radio to disseminate their messages. Social media was growing, but it was largely seen as a supplementary tool, a platform for engagement rather than a primary conduit for political messaging. Trump redefined this paradigm. Your campaign, as an aspiring challenger, will have meticulously planned social media strategies, carefully curated posts, branded hashtags, professionally produced video snippets, rapid response teams, and earnest calls for engagement, all aimed at fostering a polite, strategic conversation. You invest heavily in data analytics to understand audience sentiment and meticulously craft messages tailored for each platform. This is the sophisticated modern approach. Trump, however, sidesteps this entire meticulously constructed framework. His method is simple, direct, and devastatingly effective. He speaks directly to his supporters, bypassing all traditional filters, gatekeepers, and fact-checkers. His social media presence is not a refined, polished operation. It's a raw, unvarnished stream of consciousness, replete with typos, strong opinions, nicknames for opponents, and spontaneous pronouncements that break news and send rivals scrambling. This unfiltered approach is precisely its power. For his supporters, it cultivates an immediate, intimate connection. They feel they are hearing from him directly, getting the real story without media interpretation or obfuscation. This perceived authenticity is a potent counterpoint to the carefully curated, often cautious messaging of conventional politicians, who frequently come across as overly coached or disingenuous. While you issue a carefully worded press release, he sends out a tweet that ignites a firestorm, instantly shifting the narrative and dominating attention. You are attempting to control a measured dialogue, while he is conducting a constant, highly entertaining, often outrageous monologue that everyone, whether they agree or disagree, feels compelled to tune into. This direct channel of communication means he doesn't need to ask media outlets to cover his message. His social media activity is the message, instantly propagated and analyzed by traditional media, even when they attempt to fact-check or contextualize it. He defines the news cycle from his smartphone. Furthermore, his posts are inherently shareable. The provocative nature, the nicknames, the strong claims, all lend themselves to immediate engagement, whether that engagement is positive, supporters amplifying the message, or negative, opponents criticizing it, thereby also amplifying its reach. You are trying to engineer virality. He embodies it naturally. Any challenger is thus caught in a bind. You cannot effectively copy his style, as it would appear inauthentic and calculated from someone not named Trump. You cannot ignore his social media presence, as it dictates the entire political conversation. And you cannot reliably counter it, as every attempt to rebut his claims through traditional fact-checking simply reinforces his narrative of a biased establishment trying to suppress his voice. He has, in essence, perfected a new form of digital populism, weaponizing social media not just for messaging, but for fundamentally altering the relationship between politician and constituent, making himself an indispensable, unmediated, constant presence in their daily lives. You are bringing a meticulously designed marketing plan to a chaotic, viral, and utterly personalized digital revolution that he himself largely pioneered. One of the most elusive yet decisive factors in any electoral contest is voter enthusiasm and the critical component of turnout. Against Donald Trump, a challenger would find themselves contending with a perpetually activated and uniquely motivated voting bloc that he galvanizes with an almost uncanny consistency, presenting a formidable barrier to overcome regardless of shifting public opinion. In traditional political campaigns, both parties invest heavily in sophisticated voter outreach programs, door knocking, phone banks, digital targeting, and emotional appeals designed to motivate their respective bases to cast their ballots on Election Day. Campaigns often battle for every single percentage point of turnout, recognizing that mobilization is often as crucial as persuasion. However, Trump possesses an inherent, self-sustaining enthusiasm generator that consistently pushes his supporters to the polls in droves, even against what might appear to be long odds or widespread criticism. His rallies, far from being staid political speeches, are vibrant, often raucous community gatherings, almost evangelical experiences, that cultivate a powerful sense of collective identity, shared grievance, and personal empowerment. Supporters often travel great distances, wait for hours, and invest significant personal capital, time, money, effort, to attend, signifying a profound, deeply committed level of engagement that transcends typical civic duty. These are not merely passive voters. They are passionate evangelists. For them, voting for Trump isn't just an obligation. It's an act of defiance, a personal statement, a joyous celebration of solidarity against a world they perceive as hostile. His supporters feel personally invested in his success, believing his victory is their victory against the cultural and political forces they feel are arrayed against them. When they vote for him, they feel they are taking back something precious, asserting their values, and electing a champion who unflinchingly stands for them. This level of enthusiasm is extremely difficult, almost impossible, for any conventional challenger to replicate. You might inspire your base, but will they turn out with the same level of raw, almost religious fervor? Your supporters, even those who passionately dislike Trump, might vote against him. A motivation that, while strong, is fundamentally different from voting for a charismatic leader who symbolizes a profound identity shift. Voting against someone, even passionately, can sometimes feel like a reactive chore, rather than an empowering act of affirmation. This disparity in emotional investment translates directly to turnout. Trump's voters are often described as having no alternatives. They perceive him as the only viable option who truly represents their interests and speaks their truth. This sense of exclusivity, of a binary choice between him and the establishment, which they feel you represent almost by default, fuels a unique urgency. Your attempts to highlight nuances, compromise, or bipartisan solutions will seem weak or even traitorous to those seeking a decisive, uncompromising champion. Therefore, while polls might show various lead percentages or a relatively close race, the true, hidden variable in any election involving Trump is often the latent, fiercely passionate groundswell of support that always manifests on Election Day, defying many predictive models. You may persuade a segment of moderates or swing voters, but can you activate your base to match the relentless, almost fanatical turnout machine that his deep emotional connection to his supporters represents? This gap in enthusiasm, the intensity of voter motivation, is an electoral force multiplier that you, as an opponent, would find perpetually operating in his favor, making every single percentage point of yours harder fought and more expensive to secure than his own. It's a testament to the power of identity politics, not just of policy preference, and you're fighting a tide of almost zealous commitment. Now, let's turn our attention to the financial sinews of any political campaign: fundraising. Here, too, any challenger against Donald Trump faces an asymmetrical battle, not merely of dollars, but of the very nature of the contributions and the perceived legitimacy of their funding streams. In conventional politics, candidates spend prodigious amounts of time courting wealthy donors, attending exclusive fundraisers, and building robust campaign finance infrastructures to fuel their operations. Grassroots donations are vital, but typically supplement the larger institutional and individual contributions. Against Trump, the calculus shifts dramatically. Your campaign will meticulously court big donors, promising access, influence, or the satisfaction of backing a worthy cause. You will deploy digital advertising to generate small dollar donations, stressing the urgency of the moment and the need to defeat Trump. You'll rely on established party networks and super PACs. This is the tried and true model. Trump, however, possesses a unique dual advantage that disrupts this traditional framework. Firstly, he taps into an extraordinarily motivated, deeply loyal, and financially engaged grassroots donor base that is largely immune to conventional economic appeals. For his supporters, contributing to his campaign isn't just writing a check. It's an act of fealty, a concrete demonstration of their unwavering loyalty, and a personal investment in their fight. They feel they are directly supporting a personal champion against perceived enemies, and this emotional connection drives incredibly high levels of small dollar donations, often through merchandise sales, hats, shirts, flags, that double as tangible expressions of identity. These small, numerous donations create a wellspring of sustainable campaign finance that is often far more resilient to shifting news cycles or perceived controversies than larger, institutional donations, which can be more fickle. While your campaign is fundraising on platforms like ActBlue or WinRed through traditional appeals, his fundraising mechanism is often intrinsically linked to his cult of personality and his direct anti-establishment appeals. He presents himself as an outsider battling against powerful forces, making his fundraising not just about collecting money, but about galvanizing a collective resistance. Secondly, Trump benefits from the big money ecosystem as well, leveraging his previous occupancy of the highest office and his deep connections within certain sectors of industry and wealthy conservative circles. While you might compete for these establishment donors, his access is often more direct, more proven, and less contingent on specific policy agreements than on his general influence and capacity to deliver. But it's his unique small-dollar donor strength that truly stands out as a formidable, almost unbreakable advantage. When your campaign relies on large, identifiable donors, Trump and his surrogates can immediately attack your legitimacy, accusing you of being a puppet of special interests, bought and paid for by powerful forces, the very swamp he claims to be fighting. Your billionaire donors, or corporate PACs, become potent rhetorical weapons used to brand you as an extension of the very system he rails against, making your appeals to the working class or the common person sound hypocritical. Conversely, your own criticism of his reliance on large donations will likely fail to resonate with his small-dollar donors, who see their contributions as part of a collective struggle against those very elites. You, by relying on traditional fundraising methods that intrinsically involve engagement with established money and influence, fall directly into the narrative trap he so expertly sets. You can raise millions, even billions, but you will constantly be fighting against the accusation that your money comes from sources that automatically discredit your message for a significant segment of the electorate. He effectively uses his campaign finance structure not just to raise money, but to delegitimize yours, an electoral judo move that makes fundraising not just a matter of financial parity, but of perceived moral purity in the eyes of his base. You are forced to compete on a playing field where his financial success is seen as proof of his popular appeal, while yours is evidence of corruption. Even if you, an aspiring challenger, manage to secure funding, build a formidable social media presence, and activate a passionate base, you will still confront one of the most significant, yet often abstract, obstacles to overcoming Donald Trump: the profound, insidious advantage of de facto incumbency. While he may not literally be sitting in the Oval Office at the moment you run, his historical presence and psychological hold on the public consciousness function almost identically to a powerful, traditional incumbency that inherently advantages him. In a normal political race, an incumbent president benefits immensely from a host of advantages: consistent media coverage, a massive staff and government resources, the ability to control the legislative agenda, the power of patronage, and, crucially, a predetermined legitimacy as the current holder of the highest office. When you campaign against Trump, even as a former president, he paradoxically enjoys many of these same psychological and political perks. Firstly, there's the sheer media ubiquity. While he's out of office, his gravitational pull on news cycles, as discussed, is unrelenting. He still acts as the default protagonist of the political narrative, commanding immediate and extensive media coverage for any statement, rally, or public appearance. He is constantly referenced, debated, analyzed, and talked about, maintaining a pervasive presence in the public square. You, as a challenger, must work tirelessly and spend astronomical sums of money merely to achieve a fraction of his inherent, effortless media visibility. You have to earn attention. He simply commands it by his nature and notoriety. He's always the lead story, and you're relegated to an occasional mention, reacting to his agenda, not setting your own. Secondly, he retains a powerful institutional memory and a fiercely loyal political apparatus. Unlike many former presidents who gracefully retreat to elder statesman roles, Trump remains the undisputed central figure of the Republican Party, commanding immense influence over its elected officials, its messaging, and its grassroots activists. He doesn't have to build a campaign infrastructure from scratch. He is the infrastructure for a vast segment of the electorate. His previous campaign staff and political operatives are readily available and deeply aligned, possessing unparalleled experience in running a Trump campaign. You, by contrast, might have to assemble a coalition, reconcile different factions within your own party, and convince a potentially reluctant base. Thirdly, there's the psychological anchoring. For millions of voters, he is the most recent and most powerfully resonant holder of the office they remember, especially if their political engagement truly began during his previous tenure. He defined a distinct era of governance and political discourse. This makes him a known quantity, a familiar, albeit polarizing entity, while you, however accomplished, might feel like an unknown risk, a novel proposition requiring extensive justification. His familiar presence, even if contentious, can be reassuring to those fatigued by constant change or wary of perceived instability. The office, even once departed, lends him an undeniable weight, a gravitas in the eyes of his supporters, who still view him as their president. Any current president, from your party or an opposing one, inevitably invites comparisons to his previous tenure, thus continuously elevating him to a de facto position of counter-incumbency or shadow incumbency, a perpetual alternative. Your campaign is not simply a challenge. It's an attempt to dislodge a firmly implanted psychological and political fixture, to break an enduring mental association between him and the highest office, even when he technically no longer holds it. You're not just running for president. You're attempting to depose the ghost in the machine, a battle far more complex than fighting a standard, non-incumbent challenger. The weight of his recent history, his persistent voice, and his command over a loyal party infrastructure make his every campaign an echo of an incumbency, and yours a fight for definition. Imagine the high-stakes theater of political debates, traditionally seen as crucial turning points capable of making or breaking a candidacy. When you run against Donald Trump, you quickly realize that the very format and expected decorum of these events, your carefully prepared arguments, your policy deep dives, your appeals to reason, become utterly meaningless, transformed into a chaotic spectacle that he inherently masters. Your campaign strategists will painstakingly prepare you for debates. You'll spend countless hours in mock debates, rehearsing precise talking points, perfecting nuanced responses, and meticulously researching every policy position your opponent might take. The goal is to appear presidential, articulate, knowledgeable, and empathetic, to expose your opponent's weaknesses through contrast and logical argument. You expect a structured exchange of ideas, however contentious. But Trump doesn't play by these rules, and his refusal to adhere to traditional debate etiquette is, paradoxically, one of his greatest strengths. Firstly, he fundamentally reframes the debate. While you aim to win on points, on policy substance, or on perceived intellectual superiority, he focuses on winning on sheer performance, on energy, on raw emotional appeal, and often through pure aggression and interruption. Your carefully constructed arguments are interrupted, ridiculed, dismissed with a wave of the hand, or a snarky nickname before you can finish a sentence. He turns it into a rhetorical street brawl, and he thrives in that environment. Your attempts to inject order or civility, or to politely ask for more time to elaborate on a complex issue, will make you look weak, ineffectual, or overly pedantic in comparison to his unbridled assertiveness. Secondly, he excels at deflecting any legitimate attacks through a dizzying array of tactics. If you try to nail him on a specific factual inaccuracy, he'll pivot, attack the moderator, invent a counter-accusation against you, or simply assert, with absolute conviction, that your facts are fake news. There is no pinning him down. His rhetorical agility allows him to float through direct questions and emerge largely unscathed in the eyes of his supporters, who perceive his evasions as strength and his attacks on the debate format as justified pushback against a biased system. Thirdly, he makes you appear uncomfortable and traditional. As you try to maintain decorum and deliver your pre-rehearsed lines, you look stilted, academic, and uncharismatic against his freewheeling, often improvisational style. His unfiltered nature, his willingness to disregard norms, appears authentic to his base, while your polished delivery is viewed with suspicion. Your gravitas is interpreted as aloofness, your intellect as elitism. You will be forced to spend invaluable debate time not articulating your vision, but reacting to his provocations, explaining past statements or defending against a torrent of accusations, forcing you onto his turf. He drains your clock and dictates the emotional tempo of the debate, forcing you into a constant state of reaction rather than proactivity. Ultimately, any challenger stepping onto a debate stage with Donald Trump quickly discovers they are not engaging in a structured intellectual contest, but rather entering a carefully choreographed, yet highly unpredictable, gladiatorial spectacle where he dictates the rules and excels in the chaos. Your attempts at a coherent argument are merely backdrop to his performance, leaving you frustrated and undermined, while his base cheers his pugilistic authenticity. Let's dissect an electoral phenomenon unique to Donald Trump: his paradoxical, yet potent ability to endlessly cultivate and continually leverage an outsider persona, even after having held the highest office in the land. This sustained narrative is a significant strategic advantage that consistently disarms opponents who attempt to brand him as a quintessential establishment figure. In traditional politics, candidates frequently position themselves as outsiders to challenge entrenched incumbents or stale political establishments. It's a classic maneuver designed to harness voter frustration and dissatisfaction. When you run against Trump, your instinctive strategy will likely be to cast him as the ultimate insider, a former president deeply embedded within the Republican Party, supported by big business and powerful political interests, who represents the very establishment that many voters are tired of. You'll highlight his wealth, his past connections, and his previous executive actions to argue that he is a part of the swamp he once vowed to drain. But Trump performs a political alchemy, an inversion of expectations that consistently defies this branding. Despite having been president, he successfully retains and projects the image of an anti-establishment rebel, a lonely fighter battling against powerful, malevolent forces. The deep state, the biased media, the global elite, corrupt politicians from both parties. His narrative is always one of him against them, an enduring us vs them dynamic where them always represents the corrupt, entrenched power structures that, he argues, are actively working against the interests of the common person, his supporters. Any and all opposition he faces, whether from political opponents, judicial challenges, media scrutiny, or internal party dissent, is immediately folded into this narrative as further proof that the establishment is relentlessly attacking him precisely because he threatens their control. Therefore, when you, as a challenger, accuse him of being an insider, of being establishment, your message is instantly reinterpreted by his base as simply more evidence that you are part of that very establishment. You inadvertently validate his claims that a concerted effort is being made to stop him. You cannot successfully label him an insider because he has redefined what an outsider means. For his base, an outsider is not merely someone who has never held office. It is someone who defiantly rejects the norms, practices, and rhetoric of traditional politicians, regardless of their past positions. his unpolished speaking style, his aggressive denunciations of conventional politics, his willingness to flout decorum, all contribute to this powerful image of a non-politician, a truth-teller who simply won't be assimilated into the hated swamp. Your own measured demeanor, your carefully crafted policy proposals, and your adherence to political conventions only serve to contrast you negatively, making you appear to be the ultimate embodiment of the political class that his base profoundly distrusts and disdains. You are attempting to fit a uniquely shaped peg into a conventional branding hole, a strategy that simply collapses in the face of his unparalleled capacity to continuously weaponize anti-establishment sentiment, transforming any attack into further validation of his rebellious narrative. You are not just running against a former president. You are running against a deeply entrenched perception of an eternal insurgent, forever fighting uphill battles against shadowy forces. Let's now turn our attention to one of the most consistently overlooked yet profoundly effective tools in Donald Trump's political arsenal, his almost instinctual genius for narrative control, and his devastating capacity to define both himself and his opponents in simple, often brutal, and incredibly sticky terms. In modern political campaigning, establishing and maintaining a coherent narrative is paramount. Candidates spend vast sums on messaging experts, focus groups, and advertising campaigns designed to carefully craft their image and strategically frame the election's stakes. But against Trump, this traditional narrative warfare quickly becomes an uneven, almost unwinnable battle for control. Your campaign will invest heavily in establishing your positive narrative. You are a unifier, a policy expert, a compassionate leader, a strong advocate for the middle class. You will diligently work to define yourself on your own terms, showcasing your experience, your vision, and your character strengths. Simultaneously, your opposition research will prepare negative narratives against Trump, painting him as divisive, reckless, or ineffective. But Trump doesn't wait for narratives to be painstakingly built. He creates and imposes them with lightning speed and devastating effectiveness. Firstly, he masters the art of self-definition through relentless repetition of simple, aspirational slogans. "Make America Great Again" isn't just a campaign slogan. It's a foundational narrative of American decline and his singular ability to restore it. "America First" defines his approach to both domestic and foreign policy in a blunt, undeniable way. These phrases are not open to extensive debate. They are declarations that instantly convey a worldview and a promise to his supporters. He crafts an unshakable, often mythic image of himself as a powerful leader, a tireless fighter, a fearless truth-teller battling against overwhelming odds. This internal narrative is reinforced daily through his social media, rallies, and media appearances, creating a powerful brand that resonates deeply. Secondly, and perhaps even more damaging to challengers, he possesses an unparalleled ability to effectively, almost instantly, define his opponents in memorable, often pejorative and incredibly damaging terms. Think of the array of nicknames he has coined. Crooked Hillary, Lion Ted, Sleepy Joe, Crazy Bernie. These aren't just insults. They are potent, surgically precise narrative grenades. Each nickname encapsulates a supposed fatal flaw or caricature that immediately brands the opponent in the public imagination. often before the challenger can even establish their own positive identity. These labels are simple, instantly recognizable, emotionally charged, and crucially, they stick. They short-circuit complex arguments, reducing multifaceted individuals to a single, often unflattering trait. When you, as a challenger, try to launch a detailed policy attack, you're not just fighting against his policies. You're fighting against the deeply embedded negative nickname he has already affixed to your candidacy. You find yourself spending valuable time and resources simply deflecting the negative caricature he's imposed, rather than effectively promoting your own agenda or dismantling his. Every time you address Sleepy Joe's gaffes, you reinforce the label. Every time you defend Crooked Hillary's ethics, you unwittingly activate the negative image. You are forced onto the defensive, expending precious energy countering a narrative that he created almost effortlessly, usually through a simple social media post. This power to control and shape the entire election's narrative landscape, to simplify complex characters into easily digestible and highly damaging archetypes, is an asymmetric weapon. It bypasses reasoned debate and operates directly on the emotional, associative levels of voter psychology, giving him an almost unbeatable head start in the fundamental battle for public perception. Your thoughtful, nuanced narrative is easily overwhelmed by his brutally effective, unforgettable labels. Let us now move from the intangible forces of narrative and perception to the hard, unyielding realities of the electoral map and the demographics that fundamentally shape any modern presidential campaign. Against Donald Trump, a challenger faces a uniquely challenging geographical and demographic puzzle. One where his base is not just loyal, but often strategically concentrated in battleground states that hold the key to the presidency, irrespective of the national popular vote. In a conventional presidential election, strategists meticulously pore over demographic data, polling numbers, and historical turnout rates to construct viable pathways to 270 electoral votes. You, as a challenger, would identify key swing states, target specific demographic groups for persuasion and mobilization, and allocate resources strategically to maximize your chances in the Electoral College. You would build a coalition of voters from various urban, suburban, and rural areas, striving for broad appeal. But Trump has fundamentally reshaped the electoral map and identified a highly potent, albeit regionally concentrated path to victory that exploits the peculiarities of the American system. Firstly, he possesses an unwavering base of support that is deeply concentrated in crucial, historically blue-collar, rural, and exurban areas, particularly in key swing states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and North Carolina. These are areas where economic grievances, cultural conservatism, and anti-establishment sentiment often run deep. While your campaign might make inroads in affluent suburbs or highly educated urban centers, his ability to drive extremely high turnout in these decisive, working-class white communities, often comprising voters who feel left behind or unheard by traditional politics, can entirely negate your gains elsewhere. These voters, even if fewer in number in national polls, can deliver enough electoral votes to secure victory. You might win the popular vote by millions, but lose the Electoral College precisely because his votes are disproportionately impactful in the swing states that matter most. Secondly, his messaging, simplistic, nationalist, culturally conservative and anti-globalist, resonates powerfully with a specific demographic that feels economically threatened by globalization and culturally alienated by progressive social changes. Your nuanced policies, designed to appeal to a broad tent of multicultural urban voters, educated professionals, and diverse communities, might not translate effectively to these crucial rural and exurban blocs. You are effectively forced to campaign for both ends of a dramatically polarized spectrum, attempting to energize distinct and often mutually suspicious demographic groups without alienating either. He, on the other hand, makes an unvarnished, unambiguous appeal to a demographic that consistently delivers votes where they count most. His voters see themselves as a specific, embattled identity group, and he speaks directly to their core concerns and values, even if those messages are dismissed as divisive by your own coalition. Thirdly, he thrives on high polarization. A closely divided electorate, intensely polarized along cultural and ideological lines, is precisely the environment in which his style flourishes. Your calls for unity, civility, or consensus often fall flat in an electorate eager for a decisive, often combative champion who unapologetically fights for their side. His base embraces the binary choice, seeing any attempt at bipartisan outreach as weakness. You are attempting to build bridges in an electoral landscape that he has systematically and strategically divided. Therefore, any challenge to Donald Trump's presidential aspirations is not simply a contest of ideas or character. It's a battle against a strategically potent, geographically defined electoral map, where his unique demographic appeal gives him a profound, inherent advantage in capturing the precise states required to win the Electoral College. You will likely spend valuable time and resources chasing the popular vote while he quietly, effectively consolidates the path to 270. Let's now examine an aspect of Donald Trump's political communication that would confound any traditional opponent: his masterful, seemingly chaotic yet profoundly effective use of messaging. In conventional campaigning, message discipline is drilled into candidates. You are taught to stay on script, repeat approved talking points, and ensure every public utterance reinforces your central theme. Consistency, clarity, and precision are the hallmarks of professional political communication. Against Trump, however, this discipline becomes a self-imposed restraint that fundamentally handicaps any challenger, because he subverts the very definition of what effective messaging entails. Your campaign, as an aspirant for office, would be a bastion of message discipline. Every surrogate would be carefully briefed, every press release meticulously vetted, every candidate statement painstakingly wordsmithed to align with a central strategic narrative. You aim for consistency, for logical coherence, for a smooth and predictable flow of information that builds trust and conveys competence. This is your professional strength. Trump, on the other hand, embraces an entirely different, often bewildering approach. His messaging can appear wildly inconsistent, contradictory from one day to the next, prone to off-the-cuff remarks, sudden policy shifts, and a cavalcade of hyperbole, often laced with ad hominem attacks. To the casual observer or traditional analyst, this might seem like a catastrophic weakness, a clear sign of disorganization and a lack of serious thought. But to his supporters, and strategically, it is transformed into an unexpected strength, an undeniable mark of authenticity and unvarnished honesty. Firstly, his chaotic style is perceived as authentic. While your carefully controlled statements might strike some as rehearsed and inauthentic, his unfiltered stream of consciousness communication reads as genuine, an honest outpouring of his thoughts without the meddling hands of pollsters or speechwriters. He says what he thinks, even if it contradicts a previous statement, and this lack of conventional polish is viewed as a sign of courageous individuality, not a flaw. His supporters trust his gut over any focus-grouped message. You, by sticking to a rigorous script, appear to be a puppet of consultants, part of the very political machine he rails against. Your discipline is his inauthenticity. Secondly, the sheer volume and unpredictable nature of his utterances create a constant media vortex. He launches so many statements, so many rhetorical bombs so quickly that opponents are left constantly chasing, attempting to rebut an ever-shifting target. While you spend precious time meticulously crafting a rebuttal to one statement, he's already made 5 more, forcing you to play a relentless, energy-draining game of whack-a-mole. You are forced to react to his agenda, consuming your time and resources, preventing you from pushing your own coherent narrative. Your message is fractured by the constant need to address his latest pronouncement. Thirdly, his apparent lack of consistency can be interpreted as strategic flexibility or simply speaking from the heart. What seems like a flip-flop to critics is seen by his base as him thinking out loud, adapting to new information, or simply using different language to appeal to different groups without any perceived betrayal of core principles. He operates outside the traditional binds of policy and messaging, turning what would be a vulnerability for any other politician into a distinct, often baffling, political superpower. Therefore, any challenger aiming to defeat Donald Trump will find themselves fighting a losing battle against a master who defines the rules of engagement for communication itself. Your precision is perceived as weakness, your consistency as rigidity, your polish as artifice. He wins by breaking the mold, not by conforming to it, leaving you bound by rules he openly disregards to his strategic advantage, making your every attempt at disciplined messaging feel futile in the face of his spontaneous, infectious communication. Let's be ruthlessly honest about a common pitfall any non-Trump candidate, regardless of their individual merits, would likely confront. Their inherent general weaknesses, often magnified exponentially when pitted against a figure as uniquely defined and media-dominant as Donald Trump. This isn't necessarily a critique of your specific virtues or abilities, but rather an acknowledgement of the structural disadvantages inherent in being a conventional political figure when facing an unconventional one. You, the challenger, are likely to be an accomplished individual, a successful governor, a distinguished senator, a revered public servant, or perhaps even a charismatic entrepreneur with a compelling personal story. You would enter the race with a polished resume, a track record of legislative achievement or executive experience, and a communication style refined through years of public life. Your campaign would highlight your perceived strengths, your gravitas, your intelligence, your empathy, your experience, your capacity for consensus building. These are all commendable qualities, traits traditionally associated with effective leadership. But against Donald Trump, these very strengths can, paradoxically, be spun as weaknesses, rendering you less competitive in the uniquely polarizing electoral environment he thrives within. Firstly, charismatic deficiency. While you might be considered articulate, well-spoken, and even personally engaging, very few politicians in modern history possess the raw, almost indefinable charisma that Trump commands with his base. His appeal is not subtle, it's electrifying, connecting with voters on a deeply visceral, emotional level. He energizes rallies with an intensity that few, if any, can replicate. Your more measured, statesman-like approach, while appealing to a segment of the electorate, can often be perceived as dull, uninspired, or lacking the decisive punch needed to confront his aggressive style. You might inspire respect, but he inspires fervent devotion, a significant difference in a turnout-driven election. Secondly, recognition deficit. Despite your likely accomplished career, unless you possess the rarest levels of universal name recognition akin to a cultural icon, you will always enter a race against Trump at a significant disadvantage in terms of pure visibility. He has been a constant fixture in American popular culture and political discourse for decades, and his public identity is cemented. You will have to spend astronomical sums of money and dedicate relentless effort simply to introduce yourself, build a positive association, and make voters familiar with your story and policy positions. This isn't just a hurdle, it's a constant, expensive, uphill battle against a candidate whose fame transcends politics itself. While you're battling for voters to learn your name, he is a cultural shorthand, recognized instantly across every demographic. Thirdly, the problem of conventionality. You, almost by definition, will be a more conventional political figure. You will adhere to norms, speak in measured tones, express respect for institutions, and advocate for traditional forms of governance. These are noble aspirations. But in a highly polarized environment, and especially when facing Trump's anti-establishment appeals, your conventionality can be weaponized against you. You become, in his narrative, the epitome of the establishment, the swamp, the political class that his base so deeply distrusts. Your efforts to appear measured and presidential might instead make you appear hesitant, cautious, or even inauthentic to those craving a disruptive force. He casts himself as the courageous maverick, and you, by contrast, become the embodiment of the status quo that many voters are desperate to upend. Your careful articulation of policy nuance, your appeals to civility, and your measured responses will often be overwhelmed by his raw, performative aggression and unvarnished pronouncements. In essence, while you bring all the admirable traits of a highly competent traditional leader, you find yourself fighting a war where the battle lines have been redrawn. The rules of engagement are different, and the very attributes that typically signify strength are strategically neutralized or even weaponized by an opponent who simply refuses to play by the expected script, leaving your best qualities undermined by his unique, unconventional approach. Let's isolate a specific, profoundly effective weapon in Donald Trump's political arsenal that any challenger would find nearly impossible to disarm. His unparalleled genius for negative priming and his devastating effectiveness in coining instantly recognizable, sticky, and deeply pejorative nicknames and labels that define his opponents. In conventional political warfare, campaigns meticulously research an opponent's weaknesses, creating carefully worded attack lines and testing them in focus groups. The aim is to generate negative perceptions through reasoned arguments or by highlighting problematic aspects of their record. Trump's approach is far cruder, far more instinctual, and devastatingly efficient, bypassing traditional forms of persuasion and planting a visceral, negative image directly into the public consciousness. Your campaign as a challenger will spend untold hours, considerable resources, and immense intellectual energy trying to craft a nuanced, compelling, and thoroughly positive image of yourself. You will focus on introducing yourself through your policy stances, your qualifications, your personal story, and your unifying message. Simultaneously, you will likely construct careful, evidence-based critiques of Trump, highlighting policy failures, inconsistencies, or controversies delivered with appropriate gravitas. But before you can even properly define yourself, before you can launch your own critique, Trump often seizes control of the narrative by affixing a memorable, negative label onto you and your campaign. Consider his greatest hits. Crooked Hillary, a label that perfectly encapsulated years of right-wing skepticism about Hillary Clinton's ethics and relentlessly reinforced an impression of untrustworthiness, effectively short-circuiting any attempt to discuss her extensive experience. Lion Ted, a simple phrase that undermined Senator Ted Cruz's intellectual credibility and sincerity. Sleepy Joe, a remarkably effective jab that suggested a lack of vigor, competence, and intellectual sharpness in President Biden, appealing to broader concerns about age and stamina long before actual debate. These are not merely ad hominem attacks, they are powerful, narrative-defining psychological devices. Firstly, they operate through negative priming. By constantly repeating a pejorative nickname, Trump plants a specific, damaging stereotype directly into the minds of voters, consciously or subconsciously. This initial, often highly effective, negative frame colors all subsequent information received about that candidate. When you hear Crooked Hillary, any discussion of her policy plans is filtered through that lens of alleged dishonesty. Your carefully prepared defense of your record, or your thoughtful articulation of your vision, must first contend with, and attempt to dismantle, a powerful negative association that has already been seared into the minds of millions, often by a single, simple, endlessly repeated phrase. Secondly, these nicknames are incredibly sticky and memorable. They are easy to recall, easy to repeat, and encapsulate complex grievances or criticisms in a pithy, often humorous way. Your complex policy initiatives are easily forgotten. Crooked Hillary is not. This means that your campaign will inevitably waste precious time, resources, and mental energy fighting against an opponent's brand identity that he, himself, created. You will find yourself compelled to repeatedly respond to or address the caricature, effectively giving it more oxygen and inadvertently amplifying Trump's chosen negative framing. Every time you have to explain why you aren't sleepy or why you aren't crooked, you are not only not advancing your own message, but you are also actively engaging on Trump's terms, within his defined narrative. He makes you play defense against a rhetorical weapon he deployed with seemingly effortless contempt for political correctness, a weapon that conventional campaigns are utterly ill-equipped to counter without sacrificing their own perceived civility and gravitas. This asymmetric advantage allows him to define the field of battle on his terms, brandishing a vocabulary of derision that subtly but powerfully corrodes public perception of his rivals, leaving them constantly struggling to escape the narrative trap he so masterfully sets. You aren't just running against a person, you're battling a skillfully crafted, ubiquitous, and deeply impactful negative brand identity that he's expertly forged for you. Let's now investigate a profoundly effective, yet often misunderstood psychological tactic employed by Donald Trump that consistently disarms challengers. His masterful deployment of the underdog effect, even when, on paper, he possesses all the advantages of a former president and established political force. In traditional politics, the underdog narrative is powerful. A candidate fighting against powerful special interests, against overwhelming odds, inspiring voters through resilience and perceived vulnerability. When you, as a challenger, run against a former president like Trump, you might reasonably assume you embody the underdog narrative. You are the fresh face, perhaps a less resourced campaign, fighting against an entrenched establishment figure with vast resources and a known political machine. Your strategy might include appealing to voters with a message of David versus Goliath, emphasizing your scrappy determination against a powerful, perhaps arrogant adversary. You want to convey that you are the outsider fighting against the odds. However, Trump possesses an unparalleled ability to perpetually, even counterintuitively, cast himself as the ultimate underdog, perpetually under attack, eternally battling a vast, shadowy, and rigged system, a system that, ironically, often includes you, the challenger. This isn't just a political narrative. It's a profound aspect of his brand identity that resonates deeply with his base. For his supporters, he is constantly depicted and constantly self-depicts as a singular, heroic figure bravely confronting a monolithic deep state, a conspiratorial liberal media, the fake news establishment, biased judicial systems, foreign adversaries, and often even his own party's never-Trumpers. Every investigation, every impeachment effort, every negative news cycle, every legal challenge, every single attack leveled by an opponent, like yourself, is meticulously woven into this grand, overarching narrative as undeniable proof of a coordinated, malicious attempt to silence and dismantle him. He isn't just a candidate, he is a martyr in waiting, a symbolic punching bag for the forces his supporters feel are aligned against them. This perceived persecution, far from weakening his support, actively galvanizes it. When his base sees him attacked, they feel they are being attacked, their values, their voice. Their desire to support him becomes a visceral act of loyalty and protection. Therefore, when you, the challenger, highlight his past presidential actions, criticize his policies, or bring up his perceived controversies, you inadvertently feed this underdog narrative. You become one more faceless combatant in the vast malevolent system he is so bravely fighting against. Your criticisms are not heard as valid policy disagreements, but as further evidence of the witch hunt against him. Your campaign, with its well-funded consultants, its traditional party apparatus, and its mainstream media endorsements, even grudging ones, is precisely the establishment foe that his base views him as battling. He wins by framing the entire electoral contest not as a fair fight between two individuals, but as an existential struggle between him, the besieged champion of the people, and them, the forces of corruption, globalism, and political correctness, of which you are just another agent. You are denied the powerful emotional resonance of being the underdog because he perpetually occupies that role in the hearts and minds of his most fervent voters, irrespective of his actual power, wealth, or former office. He redefines vulnerability as strength and external opposition as proof of his righteous cause, leaving you with no clear narrative path to claim the sympathetic mantle of the challenger fighting against the powerful. Your strength is interpreted as his weakness, your campaign, his obstacle. The political landscape is not static, and the challenges presented by Donald Trump often reveal themselves as deeply ingrained characteristics of his relationship with the electorate that endure despite the passage of time. This brings us to a crucial phenomenon that makes defeating him an uphill climb: the stark contrast between public Trump fatigue and the unwavering Trump fascination of his base. For a significant portion of the population, including many political commentators, mainstream media consumers, and non-Trump voters, there is an undeniable, palpable sense of exhaustion with his personality, his controversies, and the ceaseless drama that accompanies his presence in the political arena. They crave a return to normalcy, to quieter politics, to policy debates free from daily uproar. You, as a challenger, would naturally strategize to tap into this fatigue, offering a stark contrast: calm leadership, stable governance, respectful discourse. You would pitch your candidacy as a remedy to the constant tumult, appealing to those worn down by the intensity of his tenure and influence. The premise is sound. Surely, after years of this, people just want a break, a return to the ordinary. This belief fuels many campaigns against him. However, for his most dedicated supporters, what outsiders perceive as fatigue is actually fascination, a captivating, almost addictive engagement with a political figure unlike any other. They are not tired of the drama, they revel in it. They are not weary of the controversies. They see them as signs of his enduring strength and willingness to fight. For them, politic with Trump is thrilling, authentic, and unapologetically entertaining. He is not boring, never predictable, and constantly provides content that validates their worldview and challenges their perceived enemies. His rallies are not just campaign events, they are electrifying spectacles. His social media feeds are not just political pronouncements. They are a constant source of engagement and affirmation. What you offer as a peaceful alternative, a calm presence, they might perceive as boring, weak, or uninspiring, a regression to the very kind of sleepy or unimaginative politics that Trump so effectively ridicules. They are captivated by the spectacle he creates, the battles he wages, and the unflinching defiance he embodies. Your appeals to unity or civility, which resonate with the fatigue cohort, might strike his core supporters as capitulation, a willingness to appease the very forces they believe are corrupt. You attempt to drain the wellspring of political chaos, but for many of his supporters, that chaos is precisely what they crave, viewing it as the necessary struggle of a true champion against a dishonest system. You campaign for the exhausted, hoping their desire for peace outweighs his base's hunger for war. This is a profound mismatch of motivations. While your path to victory lies in mobilizing the fatigued middle, his strength derives from mobilizing the intensely fascinated, the endlessly engaged. The fatigue is real for many, but the fascination of his core base generates a persistent, formidable turnout machine that has proven incredibly resilient. You, the challenger, cannot effectively bridge this chasm between fatigue and fascination because you cannot become Trump. You cannot credibly replicate the same level of captivating spectacle without appearing disingenuous or losing your own appeal to those seeking genuine calm. You are campaigning in a binary choice where your quiet strength is interpreted as boring weakness, and his loud, constant conflict is viewed as engaging strength by those who vote most reliably for him, leaving you caught in a dilemma of contrasting and often mutually exclusive voter desires. And finally, my contemplative companions, we arrive at the overarching conclusion, the inescapable truth that binds together all these intricate strands of analysis. The profound, undeniable reality that any electoral contest against Donald Trump is simply not a normal political race. It is not governed by the familiar rules, the conventional strategies, or the predictable outcomes that have historically shaped presidential elections. Your aspirations for victory, however sincere, would run headlong into a political force so utterly sui generis, so uniquely structured, that traditional political gravity seems to bend and warp in its presence. We've meticulously peeled back the layers tonight, not to promote a viewpoint, but to illustrate a complex truth. We've explored the impermeable psychological fortress of his base, whose loyalty is not just political, but deeply rooted in identity, grievance, and a profound distrust of the very institutions you might implicitly represent. Your well-reasoned critiques and detailed policy proposals bounce off this shield, often serving to only solidify their conviction that he is their besieged champion. We've unmasked his unparalleled mastery of the media and attention economy, revealing how he relentlessly dictates news cycles, drowns out alternative voices, and leverages even negative coverage into a perverse form of validation. Your meticulously planned communication strategy would find itself perpetually reactive, gasping for air in a space entirely dominated by his gravitational pull. We delved into the spectacular failure of the traditional political playbook, where your attempts to attack him often backfire, strengthening his anti-establishment narrative, and your policy focus is simply outmatched by his raw, emotional appeal. This isn't a traditional debate. It's a gladiatorial spectacle he orchestrates. His cultivation of a persistent outsider persona, even after having held the presidency, means you can never credibly brand him as the establishment, as that very attempt confirms his narrative that he's battling the system, of which you, the traditional politician, are inevitably perceived as a part. We unpicked his masterful control of narrative, how he surgically defines both himself and his opponents with unforgettable, often brutal nicknames that effectively short-circuit rational discourse and plant indelible negative primes in the minds of voters, forcing you onto a defensive stance you can never fully escape. And then there's the unyielding reality of the electoral map, where his demographically concentrated base, coupled with its unwavering enthusiasm and remarkable turnout capabilities, offers a specific, proven pathway to the White House that can defy national popular vote trends, rendering your broad national appeal less impactful in the decisive swing states. His unique form of fundraising, particularly his powerful small-dollar base, allows him to fund his campaigns as a grassroots insurgency, while simultaneously casting your traditional big-money fundraising as evidence of corruption. Even the traditional notion of political fatigue that might affect some voters is often counterbalanced or even surpassed by the captivating fascination of his base, whose continuous engagement fuels his enduring relevance. The debate stage becomes his performance arena, and your conventional style a foil for his chaotic dominance. In essence, facing Donald Trump is like entering a poker game where your opponent routinely discards the rule book, claims new rules he just invented, and yet somehow everyone at the table, especially his faithful corner, accepts his new terms, leaving you with meticulously organized but utterly irrelevant chips. You're running in an election where the very concept of objective reality, shared facts, and predictable human psychology is fundamentally upended for a critical segment of the electorate. You cannot defeat him by adhering to the established rules, because he derives his power from unilaterally breaking them. You cannot appeal to a common truth when he has systematically taught his followers to distrust all institutions that might speak it. And you cannot compete on charisma when your carefully honed political gravitas is interpreted as detachment, while his unfiltered candor, however crude, is celebrated as authenticity. Any electoral challenge, therefore, demands an unprecedented political acumen, a radical departure from conventional strategy, and an almost superhuman capacity to reshape an entire political paradigm, tasks so monumentally complex and uniquely demanding that, in the brutal crucible of modern politics, few, if any, possess the precise combination of skills, luck, and timing to accomplish them successfully. You wouldn't just be fighting a candidate, you would be fighting an entirely new, deeply entrenched, and profoundly unique political operating system that he himself largely constructed, and from which he derives unparalleled power. Your blueprint for victory, based on conventional wisdom, simply finds no traction in his distinctly reconfigured reality. The Arctic embrace, when New York became a frozen ghost and your world shrank to a candle-lit room. Welcome, fellow dreamers and historical explorers, to another journey down the annals of forgotten, yet strangely compelling, history on boring history to sleep. Tonight, we're not just unearthing dusty old manuscripts or detailing the mundane lives of long-dead emperors. No, tonight we're delving into a history that, for many, remains firmly in the realm of anxious speculation, yet, for countless others, taps into a profound, almost primal fear. The utterly unimaginable scenario of New York City, the invincible, indefatigable, sleepless megalopolis, suddenly, definitively, freezing. Not just a harsh winter snap, not a momentary inconvenience, but a total, bone-chilling, infrastructural paralysis. An Arctic embrace so profound that it silenced the cacophony, froze the relentless pulse, and transformed the sprawling, vibrant tapestry of 8 million souls into something almost unrecognizable for 3 unending days. The narrative we are often sold about New York is one of unyielding resilience, of indomitable spirit, of a city that, no matter the catastrophe, always finds a way to roar back to life, more vibrant and defiant than ever. But what if that resilience was truly, existentially tested by something as elemental and unfeeling as absolute cold? What if the very fabric of its existence, its intricate subway lines, its vast power grid, its subterranean arteries of water, its teeming avenues, succumbed not to external attack or economic collapse, but to the brutal, unwavering, insidious grip of an unprecedented cold? I imagine the usual mental leaps. Surely the greatest city in the world would just handle it. They'd adapt, they'd prevail, they'd grit their teeth and move on. But tonight, we're peeling back those layers of romanticized invincibility to confront the chilling, mundane, utterly miserable, and ultimately profoundly isolating reality of what it truly means when the unyielding spirit of New York encounters an unyielding force of nature. This isn't just about enduring a few frosty nights. It's about the very systematic unraveling of comfort, communication, safety, and ultimately sanity, as the perceived invincibility of a global titan yields to the merciless elements. Before we embark on this truly in-depth, perhaps even sleep-inducing exploration, I'm genuinely curious. Where in the world are you drifting off with us tonight? And what precise time is illuminating your part of the globe? Drop a comment below and let me know. It's always a little comfort knowing we're all connected by this shared moment of quiet contemplation, even as we envision such a dire scenario. The initial tremor of something profoundly amiss always begins subtly, like a dissonant note in the city's endless symphony, a slight snag in the meticulously synchronized machinery that dictates the rhythms of Gotham. My first intimation came, not from an official alert. Those, typically, are the lagging indicators, the slow governmental catch-ups, but from the quality of the light, the peculiar texture of the air, and an indefinable stillness that gnawed at the edges of my perception on that fateful Monday morning. The news reports had, for days, warned of an unprecedented Arctic front, a polar vortex descending with unusual ferocity. But New Yorkers, myself included, are largely a hardy, dismissive breed when it comes to weather. A mere cold snap usually translates into an extra layer, perhaps a grumbled complaint about frozen pipes in some peripheral neighborhood. This morning, however, felt different. Stepping out onto the frosted concrete of my Brooklyn street, the air hit my face not with a crisp, bracing chill, but with an almost physical blow, a dense, metallic cold that felt like breathing in tiny, sharpened shards of ice. The forecast read -20 degrees Fahrenheit, without even factoring in the wind chill, a number that still felt abstract, theoretical, confined to Siberian steppes or Alaskan tundra, not the bustling thoroughfares of Flatbush Avenue. The subway platforms were already in agony. The usual subterranean warmth, generated by 1,000,000 human bodies and the grinding friction of 100,000 moving parts, was absent. Instead, a biting, moist chill permeated the tiled cavern, carrying with it a faint, unsettling aroma of metal and ozone, intensified by the unprecedented low temperatures. My train, always a chaotic beast of delayed inevitability, arrived not just late, but almost tentatively, its usually deafening rumble subdued, its brakes hissing with an unusual, icy friction. Inside, the usual cacophony of conversations and music bleed was muted. Every breath of warm air expelled by the sardined commuters became a miniature cloud, a collective visual testament to the profound cold that had breached the very bowels of the earth, settling within the metallic arteries of the transit system. I recall feeling the shuddering vibrations of the tracks beneath, no longer the familiar roar, but a tense, almost audible strain, as if the steel itself groaned against the unprecedented frigidity. On my walk to work from Penn Station, a normally brisk head-down affair, I noticed a surreal glint, a peculiar texture to the icy patches on the sidewalk. They were no longer simply slick, but appeared almost crystalline, dangerously brittle, splintering underfoot with a sharp crack that echoed eerily in the sparse morning pedestrian traffic. My cell phone, clutched in a gloved hand, had already lost half its charge, a phenomenon I'd attributed to faulty battery calibration, not the initial subtle whisper of something far more systemic beginning to unravel. By mid-morning, the whispers among colleagues turned to genuine concerns. News channels, which typically featured sensational crimes or celebrity gossip, now exclusively broadcast endless, dire warnings from meteorologists, their graphics glowing red with unprecedented temperature drops. The first reports trickled in. Isolated burst pipes in century-old brownstones. Small sections of the outer borough elevated subway lines grinding to a temporary halt. These were dismissible as anomalies, outliers that always occur in winter. But the aggregate feeling in the chilled air, the tension in the unnaturally quiet offices, began to paint a different, far more unsettling picture. The great heart of New York, usually impervious to the petty grievances of weather, had, for the first time in recent memory, felt a tremor in its pulse. The descent from discomfort to genuine alarm intensified rapidly through day one, a harrowing cascade where each passing hour tightened the icy grip around the city's throat, making every breath visible, every decision crucial, and the ubiquitous urban hum increasingly fractured. As the sun reached its feeble, ineffective zenith, doing little to combat the plummeting temperatures, an unprecedented urgency permeated every shared space, from hushed office cubicles to the increasingly anxious aisles of supermarkets. My own apartment, a supposedly robust pre-war building with formidable heating, began to tell tales of distress. The old radiators, usually hissing with reliable warmth, were struggling, emanating only a faint apologetic warmth, stubbornly insufficient against the plummeting indoor thermometer readings. I shivered involuntarily, wrapped in an extra sweater even indoors, the first profound realization that my sanctuary might not be as invincible as I once believed. Simultaneously, the city's venerable but fragile communication networks began their ominous crackle and falter. Phone calls, even local ones, were now plagued by static and frequent drops, making crucial connections unreliable. Attempts to reach loved ones in other boroughs became exercises in frustration, snippets of hurried warnings or desperate pleas breaking through before silence reigned. Rumors, whispered in the chilling air, replaced verifiable facts of schools sending children home early, only for many to find transit already buckling under the stress, of major traffic accidents freezing solid on icy overpasses, of emergency services, always stretched thin, already reporting overwhelming call volumes for burst pipes, carbon monoxide alarms from desperate heating efforts, and incipient hypothermia cases. The sheer, overwhelming pressure on the public to shelter in place now issued with increasing gravity across whatever few remaining functional news channels existed, collided head-on with an almost primordial instinct: to gather food, to hoard supplies, to secure some fleeting sense of provision against the unknown. Supermarkets, those previously bustling bastions of endless consumer choice, transformed into desperate battlegrounds. Bread shelves were cleared in minutes. Bottled water vanished with astonishing speed. Canned goods became precious commodities. Lines snaked out the doors, patrons huddling against the bitter wind, their faces grim, fear now openly etched onto expressions usually reserved for subway delays or rent increases. Cash registers froze, credit card machines sputtered, and often only exact cash transactions were processed, adding another layer of primitive inefficiency to the mounting panic. Returning home from what felt like a foraging expedition, laden with heavy bags, the sounds of the city had taken on an eerie, attenuated quality. The usually pervasive din of traffic, the constant wail of sirens, the murmur of a million conversations, all were fading, absorbed by the super-cooled, thickened air. Instead, new sounds emerged, the distant, hollow thud of what could only be another massive pipeline fracturing under pressure, the desperate, lonely cries of unseen ambulance sirens growing more sporadic and distant, and, ominously, the sickening pop and gush of water, sometimes followed by panicked shouts from apartments mere floors away. The initial flicker of something wrong had now morphed into a stark, unavoidable, all-consuming realization. The city, my resilient, impervious city, was no longer just inconvenienced. It was seizing, visibly, audibly, tragically, succumbing to the cold. The thought of the looming night, not just chilly but potentially without power or water, now ignited a truly profound and inescapable terror, chilling me far more than the bitter Arctic air itself. The full, profound terror truly began as darkness descended upon day one, transforming the already chilling reality into a desperate fight for mere existence for countless New Yorkers, including myself. The evening, instead of bringing the familiar electric glow of a city that never sleeps, ushered in a preternatural, terrifying gloom, punctuated by the agonizing ping of life support systems sputtering and dying throughout our colossal infrastructure. The primary fear I'd harbored was the electricity grid's potential collapse, a pervasive dread in any prolonged severe weather event. Yet, for many like me, the grim reality became an unholy trifecta. Darkness, an unceasing, creeping cold that radiated from every wall and window, and then, with an almost surreal violence, the loss of running water. My power didn't just flicker out. It died with a sudden, unequivocal snap, plunging my apartment building into an immediate, profound darkness that felt suffocatingly absolute after decades of continuous, unbroken illumination. The refrigerator hum ceased its monotonous drone. The glowing lights of routers, chargers, and television screens winked out of existence, replaced by the profound, deafening silence that is usually reserved for the deepest wilderness, not a crowded city apartment. With the power gone, the struggling radiators in my building quickly surrendered, exhaling their last pathetic wisps of residual warmth before succumbing entirely to the rapidly permeating cold. Within an hour, the internal temperature in my apartment plummeted, a shocking, precipitous drop that made every inhale a sting, every exposed inch of skin ache. I frantically pulled out blankets, piling them onto my bed, a pathetic attempt to insulate against an encroaching, frigid enemy that felt increasingly physical. The absence of electricity wasn't just about light or warmth. It was about the insidious creep of impending spoilage in my refrigerator and freezer, rendering my hoarded provisions a ticking time bomb. But perhaps the most jarring development of that frozen night was the insidious death of the plumbing. After a few tentative trickles, the water pressure rapidly diminished, then ceased altogether. The taps, when turned, now emitted only an apologetic, icy sigh. This was no mere inconvenience. This was a fundamental existential threat. No drinking water, no functioning toilets, no sanitation. The bedrock of urban living crumbling with terrifying speed. The pervasive noise of the city, that unending symphony of humanity, had, by then, largely dissipated, replaced by an unsettling, almost deafening silence. What sounds did break through were horrifying. The guttural groan of pipes bursting in adjacent apartments, often followed by the sudden sickening gush of frigid water that resonated through the building's skeletal structure, occasionally punctuated by panicked, despairing shouts from unseen neighbors grappling with localized floods turning instantly to ice. My trusty cell phone, with its precious remaining slivers of battery life, became a flickering beacon of increasingly desperate attempts to contact anyone. Family outside the city, distant friends, anything. But signals were dying. Towers were struggling. Networks overloaded. The few texts that managed to slip through were terse, fear-filled, echoing my own mounting apprehension. Power out. Cold. Water's going. The psychological impact was immense. That night, sleep was a battle against the bitter cold, the gnawing anxiety about food and water, and the crushing realization that the external world had not simply gone quiet, but had ceased to function in any meaningful way. The perceived invincibility of New York had vanished, replaced by a raw, profound vulnerability, turning my familiar sanctuary into a candlelit icebox, surrounded by an unfamiliar, terrifying darkness. Day 2 dawned not with the gradual awakening of a vibrant metropolis, but with the eerie, chilling realization of waking within a profound, frozen stillness that felt entirely alien to New York. The pervasive sound of the city, its eternal thrum and endless din, had been replaced by an almost total, suffocating silence, a soundlessness so profound that it became, in itself, a chilling entity, resonating in my bones and against the walls of my ice-cold apartment. I awoke to a room utterly steeped in frigid darkness, illuminated only by the faint, diffused, ethereal light filtering through heavily frosted windows, a grayish pallor that spoke not of dawn, but of continued bleakness. The internal temperature of my apartment had plummeted overnight to near outdoor levels, probably hovering around 10 degrees Fahrenheit, making every exposed breath a plume of vapor, every movement an effort against the relentless cold that radiated from every surface. The very air felt dense, heavy with static and an indescribable emptiness. The devastating truth hit me with full force. The power, so essential to warmth and life in this modern concrete jungle, remained resolutely, absolutely out. My last, precious sliver of cell phone battery had mercifully given up the ghost overnight, leaving me entirely cut off from even the sporadic, anxiety-inducing flicker of news or desperate communication attempts. But perhaps the most profound shock of this frozen dawn was the total, unequivocal absence of running water. Not a trickle, not a pathetic sigh from the tap, but absolute crushing stillness. My internal narrative shifted instantly from discomfort to survival. How do I drink? How do I clean? How do I dispose of waste? The urban survival instincts, usually dormant under layers of societal convenience, sprang into stark, terrifying action. I pulled back a curtain, peering out at a transformed New York City. The street below was eerily devoid of life. No traffic, no bustling pedestrians, not even the usual hearty garbage trucks that were the bane of my sleep. The thin layer of overnight snow that had dusted the sidewalks and parked cars was no longer pristine white. It had, through a peculiar thermal alchemy, formed into a treacherous, icy crust, glittering ominously in the muted light, reflecting a silence that was almost pathological for this city. Even the omnipresent skyline, a collection of soaring glass and steel giants that usually sparkled with defiant, perpetual light, stood silhouetted against the leaden sky like a collection of colossal, abandoned tombs. It was a tableau of profound desolation. My initial, desperate attempts to melt some snow for drinking water involved crude methods: a small camping stove I'd never used, a metal pot from the back of the cupboard. The snow, when melted, yielded surprisingly little water. Murky and tasting vaguely metallic, yet undeniably life-sustaining in its most primal form. It was a profound, humbling realization of dependence. The extreme cold, both within and without, was not merely an inconvenience but an existential threat to personal health. Exposed skin quickly reddened, stiffened, a painful reminder of the encroaching hypothermia. Even movements inside my insulated layers of clothing were an act of continuous active thermoregulation, every bit of conserved heat precious. This frozen world, a ghostly, beautiful, yet profoundly terrifying transformation of the familiar, was no longer a stage for my daily life. It was a desperate, silent battleground, with survival as the only victory. The silence was the soundtrack to this new, brutal reality, an echoing testament to a city brought to its knees, humbled, and reduced to its most basic, fragile, individual components, each one shivering against the unrelenting might of an indifferent, frozen planet. The cold grip of Day 2 continued its tightening, ushering in an almost immediate era of profound scarcity and stark danger, shattering any lingering illusions of quick recovery, and replacing them with a primal, gnawing anxiety. As the leaden, frozen hours ticked by, the scale of the emergency escalated from an individual plight to a citywide crisis of potentially devastating proportions, felt most acutely in the increasingly desperate search for provisions and the palpable withdrawal of societal infrastructure. With widespread multi-borough power outages still blanketing the majority of the 5 boroughs, the few grocery stores that still harbored dwindling stock, those often operating on unreliable generators, or, more primitively, with cash-only transactions by flashlight, became immediate, brutal focal points of desperation. Rumors of fresh deliveries whispered through chilled lips in freezing building lobbies would send waves of anxious neighbors on treacherous expeditions across icy sidewalks and unplowed streets. But these expeditions often ended in stark disappointment. Shelves, if not already entirely bare, offered only the most undesirable remnants, the inedible and the unfamiliar. What was a commodity in the modern world was a treasure now. Even something as simple as a fresh loaf of bread or a liter of water felt like winning a minor lottery ticket, often procured at staggering markups from entrepreneurial, albeit morally questionable, individuals who somehow found ways to exploit the desperation. Gas stations, those ubiquitous arteries of urban locomotion, became inert monuments to a bygone era. Pumps, reliant on electricity, stood uselessly. With most vehicles, if they could even start in the brutal cold, requiring precious fuel for heating or the faintest hope of escape, the immobility became complete. Roads, already rendered treacherous by the crystalline ice, became impassable thoroughfares of abandoned vehicles, frozen debris, and scattered desperation. The lack of operational plows, many unable to fuel up or simply stuck, solidified the city's vehicular paralysis, reducing miles of highways and avenues to dangerous, untraversable traps. More alarming was the growing, palpable absence of what constitutes civil society's bedrock: functional emergency services. The few police cruisers and ambulances that could still move were, according to the intermittent, static-filled AM radio reports, from a battery-powered device I had mercifully discovered in my utility drawer, utterly overwhelmed. Their efforts were focused almost exclusively on critical life-or-death situations, rescuing trapped individuals from burst pipe floods, transporting critical hypothermia patients to severely strained hospitals, or attempting to suppress the earliest signs of desperate opportunistic crime. Routine calls, minor medical emergencies, anything less than outright catastrophe, simply went unanswered. The air was occasionally punctuated by the distant, strained, almost mournful wail of a siren, its sound attenuated by the frigid air, sounding less like a promise of help and more like a ghost echoing a distant, failing hope. This scarcity, this burgeoning state of resource deprivation, transformed every outdoor excursion into a dangerous gambit. The risk of falls on invisible black ice, of suffering frostbite within minutes of exposed skin, of succumbing to the creeping lethargy of hypothermia, were not abstract fears but very real, imminent threats. Any simple act, like fetching snow for melting or checking on a vulnerable neighbor in the building, became a meticulously calculated survival maneuver, fraught with potential peril. The pervasive understanding settled in. The external world, the grand stage of New York, was not merely inhospitable. It had become actively, frighteningly dangerous, transforming a momentary crisis into a brutal, elemental fight against an environment that had seized total, unrelenting control. Every dwindling calorie, every scrap of remaining warmth, became a testament to individual perseverance against the silent, suffocating threat of a city brought to its knees by an unforgiving, pervasive cold. As day 2 stretched into its bitter evening, the profound realities of New York's deep freeze settled into an almost oppressive state of profound isolation and forced introspection. The outside world had retreated not merely beyond the reach of my 5 senses, but also from the realms of communication and comforting certainty. My apartment, now essentially an ice-cold cavern, became the entirety of my world, a miniature, solitary fortress against the unrelenting chill. Trapped within these 4 increasingly frigid walls, my perception of time warped. The relentless demands of managing basic survival, melting snow, meticulously rationing canned goods, trying to extract the last wisps of battery life from any forgotten device, interspersed with long, silent periods of simply trying to stay warm, reduced the vast complexity of metropolitan living to a primal, singular focus. The dwindling warmth wasn't merely from my heavy blankets, meticulously layered, or my remaining scraps of clothing, donned in successive layers until I resembled a vaguely human Michelin Man. It emanated, too, from the sheer proximity of human contact. Neighbors, initially wary, had by now coalesced into small, fragile pods of desperate camaraderie. The small gas burner stove I miraculously got working, after nearly blowing myself up with it once already, emitting only minimal heat but enough for a desperate pot of melted snow, transformed my cramped living room into a rare, precious island of warmth in the desolate, freezing building. This encouraged whispered brief visits, sharing canned goods, huddled figures, exchanging rumors and anxieties like priceless currency, their faces dimly illuminated by the flickering, dancing light of increasingly precious candles. The sight of my neighbor, usually reserved and distant, now bundled in multiple scarves, accepting a meager cup of barely warm, melted snow with a tearful gratitude, became a searing memory of humanity stripped to its most vulnerable core. The sheer silence, previously unsettling, had by this point morphed into an almost oppressive force. No distant traffic, no blaring horns, no wail of emergency sirens. Even those had by now almost entirely ceased, painting an unspoken picture of comprehensive emergency service collapse. The city's normally incessant soundtrack, that eternal urban symphony, had died a chilling death. This left an auditory void filled only by the whisper of the wind against my frozen windows, the ominous creak and groan of an old building succumbing to extreme temperatures, and, profoundly, the frantic, almost frantic beat of my own isolated heart. There was no television, no radio beyond intermittent, faint static from the utility drawer device, no internet. This absence of external noise and ubiquitous media cultivated a terrifying sense of abandonment, of being irrevocably cut off from any verifiable information about the outside world. Are others suffering? Are they getting help? Has the cold broken beyond these walls? The answers were lost to the frozen air, replaced only by mounting apprehension and baseless, self-generated rumors from fearful minds. The profound psychological impact of this isolation, this utter severance from information, began its insidious work. Minds, accustomed to constant stimulation and connectivity, started to wander into darker, more anxious territories. The enforced quiet, initially almost serene, morphed into a claustrophobic pressure, pushing one inward into realms of fear and growing despair. Melancholy settled like another layer of ice around my consciousness. It was a bleak tableau, a single candle flickering defiantly against the encroaching dark and pervasive chill, illuminating faces etched with fear and solidarity, huddled together, fragile human beings in an unrecognizably frozen world. This wasn't New York. This was a brutal, existential vacuum where every whisper, every shared morsel, every fleeting glance of camaraderie felt like a desperate act of rebellion against the crushing, overwhelming indifference of a city brought to its silent, frozen knees. My greatest solace, my desperate cling to some vestige of comfort, came from those moments of shared, fragile human connection, however brief, against the pervasive gloom of what was, effectively, a dying city. As Day 3 sluggishly and cruelly emerged from the relentless grip of a second profound, sub-zero night, a new, unsettling quality permeated the frozen air of my increasingly desolate apartment, a creeping edge of raw, primal desperation. The thin veneer of initial resourcefulness and stoic endurance had begun to peel away for countless individuals, revealing the tender, raw vulnerability beneath. All the last, lingering flickers of battery life on any remaining precious devices had definitively given up the ghost overnight. My only functional communication tool, the ancient, sputtering battery-powered AM/FM radio, now yielded little more than fractured static, an unintelligible murmur from a world that seemed to be growing ever more distant, utterly failing to break through the atmospheric interference caused by the profound cold or the inevitable infrastructure collapse. This total communications blackout meant an almost unbearable burden of absolute uncertainty. Not just about our immediate fate, but about the very state of the world beyond our immediate frozen street. Was this just New York? Was the whole country, indeed the whole planet, grappling with this same unprecedented, merciless freeze? The questions echoed unanswered in the silent, frigid air. Food, which on day 1 had been a concern, on day 3 transformed into a central, gnawing, physiological demand. The few precious cans I'd salvaged from my rushed supermarket trip now seemed absurdly, pathetically small, a temporary stay against an inevitable hunger. What fresh produce had been initially edible from the now dead refrigerator had long since perished, either frozen solid into useless blocks or simply spoiled. The remaining options were bleak: cold, hard, unappetizing canned goods, often consumed without heating, another dwindling resource of gas canister for the camping stove. Water remained the paramount concern. Melting snow, painstakingly gathered, now yielded a fraction of the desired amount, and the ceaseless exertion of even basic activities in the cold chipped away at one's finite physical energy stores. Hydration was a desperate battle. Whispers from those few, brave individuals who had dared venture out into the unforgiving white wasteland beyond the apartment building spoke of widespread reports of rampant frozen pipes erupting everywhere, entire buildings flooded and subsequently turning into colossal ice sculptures. More tragically, there were hushed, fearful tales of individuals succumbing to the cold, their plight unnoticed or simply unreached by overwhelmed, non-functional emergency services. The soundscape of day 3 was one of morbid stillness, punctuated only by the occasional distant groan of overworked metal from deep within the city's frozen heart. Perhaps an attempt to restart a major boiler or a far-off industrial plant. A futile, lonely gesture against the crushing, pervasive cold. Looking out from my window onto the city, the once bustling street below remained eerily, profoundly lifeless. No buses, no taxis, no pedestrians. It was a ghost town, draped in an unforgiving white shroud that seemed to absorb all sound and swallow all movement. The grand skyscrapers, usually teeming with corporate life, now pierced the gray leaden sky as colossal, uninhabited monuments to a temporarily dead civilization. The sight, terrifying in its desolation, struck me with an almost visceral longing for any sign of normal human existence, any flickering indicator of recovery. Even a traffic jam, a blaring horn, a hurried passer-by, anything to dispel this profound, alien quiet that screamed of collective paralysis and looming systemic collapse. The mental strain of enduring such isolation, coupled with the grinding reality of minimal food and uncertain water, began to truly weigh on my spirit. Dreams were vivid and terrifying, blending survival anxieties with distorted memories of the world that once was. The desire for relief, for an end to this frozen nightmare, was immense, but tempered by the growing, cold realization that even a thaw would likely usher in a different, perhaps equally daunting, set of crises. This was a day defined by the relentless cold gnawing at both body and spirit, leaving us poised on a precipice of profound despair, staring out at a city held utterly captive by the elements, utterly reliant on fragile, individual efforts to simply endure. As day 3 progressed from the depths of a frozen morning into the desolate, unforgiving afternoon, the brutal reality of sustained societal collapse had stripped away all but the rawest forms of human interaction. The grand, anonymous, sometimes indifferent relationships of metropolitan life had, by now, fractured, giving way to the intimate, fragile, yet fiercely resilient bonds of desperate, shared necessity within apartment buildings and across immediate neighborhoods. For countless New Yorkers, the pervasive sense of abandonment by a non-existent central authority, which, unbeknownst to many, was battling its own impossible demons of frozen infrastructure and defunct communication, forced a spontaneous, almost tribal rediscovery of genuine community. In my building, the initial fear-filled whispers had morphed into a quiet, almost methodical understanding. We were on our own, our immediate survival dependent on pooling resources and information. What one apartment lacked in battery power, another supplied with spare blankets. Precious scraps of food, a handful of crackers, a stray can of tuna, meticulously rationed coffee, for the ritual more than the caffeine, were no longer just personal possessions but community assets, shared with a somber dignity. I saw my neighbor, Mr. Henderson, a man I'd rarely spoken to in years, beyond polite nods in the elevator, share his last bottle of filtered water with a single mother down the hall, whose apartment pipes had completely ruptured on the first night. This small act, so simple, yet so profound in its context of looming scarcity, radiated more warmth than any dead radiator. These acts of nascent kindness, these impromptu coalitions of common plight, served as tiny, flickering embers of hope against the crushing indifference of the external freeze. The usually impersonal apartment complex became a fragile village, bound by the shared goal of survival. However, the weight of this newly formed, self-reliant community also highlighted profound vulnerabilities. The desperate measures undertaken were rarely enough for everyone. The specific challenges for various demographics, invisible in the roar of the usual city, now screamed for attention. The elderly, isolated on upper floors with no elevators and often grappling with dwindling medications, refrigerated meds, for instance, now at risk in a dead fridge or just inaccessible pharmacy, faced an immediate, life-threatening crisis. Many simply didn't possess the physical strength to melt snow, chop wood, if they even had access to a fireplace, a rare luxury in a modern apartment building, or navigate treacherous icy stairs to communal areas. Low-income residents living in inadequately insulated buildings, already battling precarious heating or food insecurity even in normal times, were among the first and hardest hit. Their pre-existing vulnerabilities were cruelly magnified 100-fold, leaving them with practically no reserves against this existential onslaught. We, in our fleeting community, tried to identify and check on these silent, forgotten casualties of the cold, but our limited resources, minimal mobility, and fractured communication made comprehensive help an impossible dream. There were stories, fragments pieced together from fleeting, desperate mobile phone signals, of overwhelmed official shelters already turning people away due to overcrowding, or simply because they themselves had succumbed to heating or water failures. Makeshift warming centers in community centers or schools, operating on unreliable generators, were described as packed, desperate, and often just as cold inside as out, filled with a grim understanding of the city's overwhelming paralysis. The profound empathy for others' suffering, mixed with the chilling awareness of one's own fragile position, formed an emotional crucible. The resilience of the human spirit was undeniable, manifesting in countless small acts of defiance against the overwhelming cold. But the bitter undertone was the brutal knowledge that even the fiercest communal spirit might prove insufficient against an indifferent natural force of this magnitude, leaving behind countless unsung heroes and tragic anonymous losses, testament to the indiscriminate cruelty of a city held hostage by the weather. As day 3 slowly, agonizingly bled into its third brutal evening, the emotional pendulum for many in the frozen silence of New York City swung violently between two extremes. Tantalizing, fragile glimmers of desperate hope, quickly eclipsed by an equally potent, pervasive sense of overwhelming despair. The unrelenting cycle of extreme cold, profound isolation, and gnawing scarcity had profoundly stripped away any residual sense of complacency, leaving raw nerves exposed and spirits stretched to their absolute breaking point. It was a harrowing weight, a collective holding of breath against the encroaching darkness of another potentially fatal night. Rumors, those persistent, fragile seedlings of information that miraculously sprout in a communication vacuum, became both solace and torment. A frantic shout from a neighboring window, muffled by the pervasive ice, claimed that the power had been partially restored in a distant corner of Manhattan. Another, relayed by a brave soul who'd ventured downstairs, swore that distant, rhythmic thud-thud-thud from far downtown was the unmistakable sound of generators at a major power station roaring back to life, perhaps the precursor to citywide restoration. Each fragment ignited a frantic, desperate hope, an intoxicating vision of warmth, light, running water, the restoration of order, an end to this paralyzing siege. My heart would pound with irrational anticipation, every cold floorboard creak a potential signal, every distant flicker of ambient light an imagined halo of returning power. But these glimmers, fragile as ice crystals, were quickly shattered by the bitter reality outside my window. The sky remained devoid of the usual luminous glow from streetlights, apartments, or Times Square's digital brilliance. Only the icy, unforgiving moon, impossibly bright and cold, gazed down upon a city rendered indistinguishable from a forgotten Arctic wilderness. The omnipresent chill in my apartment continued its relentless work, pushing internal temperatures ever lower. My body, exhausted by constant shivering, by the perpetual mental calculations for calorie preservation and minimal movement, ached with an intense, unyielding cold that permeated even my bones. This physical exhaustion intertwined with a profound psychological weariness. The constant gnawing anxiety of what would transpire overnight, of enduring one more freezing, sleepless night, weighed like a physical burden on my chest. How much longer could meager resources hold out? What irreparable damage was this cold wreaking upon our health, our infrastructure, our collective sanity? The crushing realization was that even if power were to return the following morning, the mere flip of a switch would not instantly rectify the damage. The bitter thaw would usher in an entirely new crisis. Widespread flooding from untold millions of burst pipes, contaminated water supplies from damaged mains, structural issues in buildings that had been violently stressed by thermal contraction. The cleanup, the repairs, the astronomical costs. These looming challenges painted a picture not of immediate salvation, but of a prolonged, grueling aftermath. The longing for relief was immense, almost visceral, but it was tempered by the bitter, stark understanding that salvation, even when it arrived, would come at a devastating price, marking a city indelibly scarred by this unprecedented meteorological assault. This third frozen night wasn't just a battle against the elements, it was a psychological endurance test, pushing against the very limits of hope and endurance, leaving us, the silent, shivering inhabitants of a great city, contemplating not just survival, but the very meaning of normalcy in a world where everything we thought was immutable had been definitively, unequivocally, utterly, brutally broken by 3 relentless days of unforgiving, paralyzing cold. The memory of such vulnerability, etched into the very bones of the city and its people, would last generations, a chilling reminder of fragility in the heart of perceived might. One of the most immediate and profound casualties of New York's sudden freeze, second only to the critical systems of power and water, was its vast, intricate, and typically unstoppable transportation network. For a city built on perpetual motion, on the relentless hum of its subways, the endless rush of its buses, and the furious scramble of its taxi fleets, their systematic paralysis quickly plunged millions into an immobilizing stasis, severing vital lifelines and amplifying a chilling sense of entrapment. My usual morning commute, a mundane routine, transformed into a memory of bygone ease. The first sign, even before the power failed entirely, was the faltering of the subway. Those subterranean veins, carrying millions daily, became unreliable. The immense metallic friction generated by continuous train movement usually generated heat, keeping the tunnels above freezing, allowing electric trains to flow. But with the initial drop in temperature and with the ensuing power flickers and then cuts, segments of the third rail began to freeze solid, obstructing electrical current and physically binding switches. Elevated lines, exposed to the biting, brutal winds, quickly seized. Trains stranded mid-tunnel became chilling coffins, sometimes forcing emergency evacuations through dark, frozen conduits onto dangerously icy streets below. A nightmare scenario that became a horrific reality for thousands. Buses, though more flexible in theory, faced equally insurmountable odds. Diesel fuel gels at extreme temperatures, engines, if they could even start, strained and coughed, or died mid-route as crucial fluids froze. Tires, designed for city streets, found no purchase on roads transformed into slick, crystalline sheets of ice layered over treacherous black ice, often obscured by wind-blown snowdrifts that formed instantaneously. The city's vast network of asphalt became an inert canvas for the brutal elements, filled with abandoned vehicles, quickly rendered inoperable by drained batteries that simply couldn't withstand the frigid startup, or hopelessly mired in treacherous conditions. This wasn't merely about personal travel inconvenience. It was a fundamental societal breakdown. Emergency services, already desperately thin, found their critical mobility drastically curtailed. Ambulances couldn't navigate the glacial maze. Fire trucks struggled to maintain traction, and police cruisers, often stalled, became stranded outposts. Supplies, desperately needed food, fuel for hospitals running on generators, vital medications, were almost entirely unable to enter or circulate within the vast frozen heart of the metropolis. Trucks, reliant on fuel and navigable roads, became stranded on iced-over highways connecting the city to its logistical arteries. The notion of leaving the city, for those privileged enough to have a vehicle and the foresight to fuel it, though finding fuel would quickly become impossible, became a tantalizing yet largely unrealizable fantasy, as all exit routes choked. The very infrastructure of bridges and tunnels, icons of New York's enduring strength, now stood as imposing barriers, often closed or severely restricted due to unsafe driving conditions, freezing road surfaces, and structural integrity concerns caused by thermal stress. The relentless passage of ferry boats and tugboats, usually breaking the river ice, would become intermittent or cease altogether as thicker, unforgiving sheets of ice formed, capable of damaging even reinforced hulls. This entire, usually fluid and relentless ecosystem, this circulatory system of human and commercial transit, seized, turning what was once a source of kinetic energy and constant movement into a monumental monument of frozen stagnation. The great pulsing heart of New York, synonymous with its unceasing movement, had ceased its beat, reducing its millions of inhabitants to immobile, isolated units. For me, observing the frozen street below from my window, the silence of no traffic was not serene. It was a haunting, stark reminder of this absolute paralysis, transforming a world once accessible within minutes into a distant, unreachable mirage, leaving a lingering, profound psychological imprint of utter helplessness. The very veins of the city, once throbbing with life, were frozen solid, locking down everyone within. The loss of heating and electricity in the face of an Arctic blast would undoubtedly plummet New York into an immediate crisis. But perhaps even more foundational and insidiously impactful was the swift, widespread, and devastating collapse of the city's complex water system. For a populace accustomed to turning a tap for limitless potable water, the cessation of this most basic utility transformed daily life into a brutal, often unsanitary, struggle for fundamental hygiene and survival, impacting every single facet of existence with chilling finality. The problems began almost immediately on day one, with isolated burst pipes, older buildings, vulnerable street mains, the inevitable freeze-thaw cycles that wreak havoc on decades-old infrastructure. But as temperatures plummeted, these isolated incidents became an epidemic. Main water lines, often running shallow beneath increasingly frozen streets, succumbed to thermal contraction, cracking open with powerful booms that resonated through the frozen earth, sending torrents of water cascading through underground tunnels before freezing into solid, immobile blocks, severing critical supply to entire neighborhoods. Pressure stations, dependent on consistent temperatures and constant flow, ground to a halt as components froze solid, effectively turning off vast swathes of the municipal supply. My experience, like many others, started with diminishing pressure, then an agonizing trickle, and finally a profound, disheartening silence from the faucets. The profound terror of no water became deeply visceral. This wasn't just about drinking. It was about sanitation. Toilets, those mundane modern conveniences, became immediately useless, backing up without flow, forcing improvisation that quickly bred unsanitary conditions within tightly packed apartment buildings. The health implications for millions without basic hygiene or sewage disposal for days were staggering. A slow-motion public health crisis ticking away in every frozen building. Washing, even a quick rinse of hands, became an extravagant, guilt-ridden luxury, reliant on minuscule amounts of carefully melted snow. Showers were impossible, cleanliness a quickly vanishing memory, replaced by a pervasive sense of grime and unease that frayed already strained nerves. And then there was the unimaginable horror of fire. What if a major fire broke out, fueled by desperate attempts at alternative heating, faulty generators, or panicked human error? The very fire hydrants that dot every street corner, the first line of defense against urban infernos, would be rendered utterly useless, frozen solid, their internal mechanisms seized by ice. Firefighters, if they could even navigate the impassable streets, a huge if, would face an impossible task. Battling blazes in a city without water. The prospect was truly terrifying. Of buildings once proud and sturdy, reduced to ashes because the very element designed to fight such devastation was an ice sculpture. Emergency water delivery, usually a core component of disaster response, was non-existent. Without functioning roads, without ample, accessible fuel, without a vast, unfrozen supply, tankers could not move, let alone reach a city trapped in a deep freeze. Bottled water, a panic buy on day one, quickly became depleted, the demand far outstripping the shattered supply chain. Melting snow, that crude, laborious solution, yielded frustratingly little, often with questionable purity, forcing a harrowing decision between hydration and purity in a desperate gamble for survival. The mental shift was stark, from passively expecting flowing water to meticulously rationing every drop, to endlessly considering the desperate mechanics of melting dirty snow, or worse, collecting runoff. This critical infrastructure collapse permeated every minute of those 3 frozen days, stripping away the foundational expectation of cleanliness and hydration that define modern urban life. My parched throat, the grim reality of unhygienic conditions in the building's common areas, and the constant nagging anxiety about potable water etched a profound understanding. New York's might was profoundly ephemeral when its basic hidden arteries froze. The silence from the taps became a constant, terrifying reminder that even for millions of dollars, the one thing you desperately needed to live, quite simply, was gone. Perhaps one of the most terrifying, disorienting, and ultimately psychologically debilitating aspects of New York's deep freeze would be the immediate and comprehensive communication blackout that blanketed the city, isolating millions of individuals within their physical confines and severing almost every link to the outside world, to information, and to vital reassurances. In an age of pervasive connectivity, the sudden cessation of all normal forms of communication would not just be an inconvenience, it would be a profound existential crisis, fostering unprecedented levels of fear, rumor, and profound loneliness. The first domino to fall was, as expected, cellular service. With widespread power outages across countless neighborhoods and backup generators designed for limited temporary use, struggling or failing in the extreme cold, cell towers, those towering digital lifelines, began winking out of existence one by one. My own mobile phone, which in a normal emergency is a source of infinite reassurance, became nothing more than a lifeless, expensive brick once its precious internal battery reserves finally dwindled to zero on the eve of day 2. Even before its ultimate demise, service was patchy, sporadic, utterly unreliable. Frantic texts would fail to send for hours. Voice calls would connect only to sputter and drop within seconds, making genuine information transfer a frantic, desperate gamble against technological breakdown. This wasn't just a lost luxury. For many, It meant the terrifying inability to check on elderly parents, children in distant parts of the city, or friends in precarious situations. It meant emergency services. Even those functional would have no central dispatch, no reliable means to coordinate or communicate outside a localized radio network. But the silence didn't stop at cell phones. Traditional landlines, though some still functional on limited power grids for local calls, also faltered as local switching stations lost power or sustained physical damage from freezing. Entire apartment buildings went dead, physically severing the final vestiges of telephonic connection. The Internet, that boundless ocean of information and distraction, died with the electricity. Routers, modems, servers, all offline. No news websites, no social media, no emails, no satellite connections beyond potentially a handful of critical government outposts running on secure lines that wouldn't service the general public. This left a complete void where endless information once flowed, fueling speculation and raw, unverified rumor that spread like wildfire among isolated building communities, compounding anxieties with every desperate whisper. Radio and television, traditionally the stalwart bearers of crucial emergency information, also suffered a crippling demise. Local stations, unless powered by robust multi-fuel generators that somehow miraculously withstood days of sub-zero temperatures, an extreme rarity, also went dark. Those few battery-powered radios, like my ancient device from a dusty utility drawer, often received nothing but a furious cacophony of static, the sheer density and frigidity of the air disrupting even powerful signals. When an intelligible voice did occasionally crackle through, it was often short, ominous bursts from distant NOAA weather radio broadcasts, painting a grim picture of wider regional devastation, with little local, actionable intelligence. The profound psychological impact of this universal communications blackout cannot be overstated. Accustomed to constant stimulation, endless information, and the comforting umbilical cord of global connectivity, millions were suddenly plunged into an archaic void of profound isolation. This isn't the intentional disconnection of a relaxing digital detox. It's a terrifying, involuntary severance that fosters debilitating anxiety, paralyzing uncertainty, and an intense, overwhelming sense of being truly abandoned to fate. Every distant noise becomes an imagined message, every rustle an unconfirmed event. Without shared, verified facts, suspicion festers, fear multiplies. The normal social cohesion of a city breaks down not just through lack of resources, but through a terrifying absence of shared understanding or even basic acknowledgement of others' existence beyond their immediate, freezing walls. My deepest fear during those hours of silence wasn't just the cold, but the absolute crushing isolation, the terrifying reality of being utterly alone in a once vibrant city, completely unable to communicate or be communicated with, listening only to the frantic pounding of my own isolated heart as the terrifying stillness of a city without a voice encompassed me. The fragility of modern urban life, a towering edifice built on intricate global supply chains and hyper-efficient logistical networks, would be brutally exposed when New York froze for 3 days, revealing a fundamental truth about food and supply chains. They are far more vulnerable to elemental forces than we typically imagine. What began as a mild inconvenience of scarcity on day 1 quickly spiraled into a harrowing struggle for basic provisions by day 2 and 3, plunging countless New Yorkers into a profound existential food crisis. The illusion of endlessly stocked grocery shelves, perpetually replenished, was one of the first psychological comforts to be violently shattered. As soon as word of the unprecedented cold spread, even before widespread outages, an initial instinctual surge of panic buying emptied the freshest, most appealing produce from store aisles. By the time my power gave out and temperatures plummeted, turning refrigerators into inert boxes, food spoilage became an immediate, critical concern. Dairy, meat, fresh vegetables, anything that required consistent refrigeration instantly became a ticking time bomb, destined for an undignified, rapid decay. Even without the power, if you still had your groceries on day one evening, you couldn't eat it the morning after. For millions, their remaining sustenance would quickly be reduced to the unappetizing, nutrient-limited domain of canned goods and dry pasta, often consumed cold, unheated, simply to conserve precious remaining energy sources for other critical needs. The true problem, however, extended far beyond the depleted stock within existing city limits. New York City, by its very nature, is an immense consumption engine, wholly dependent on a continuous, uninterrupted inflow of supplies from vast distances, food from across the continent, fuel from global markets, vital medications from distant factories. When the city's transportation arteries seized, highways impassable with ice and snow, fuel lines frozen, ports unable to function amidst massive ice flows on the Hudson and East Rivers, cargo trains hopelessly stuck on frozen rails. This continuous circulatory system for supplies instantly suffered a catastrophic embolism. Trucks, the lifeblood of urban resupply, simply couldn't reach the city. Drivers, even if they could overcome extreme weather in outer areas, would hit a wall of impassable, frozen infrastructure at the city's perimeter. This wasn't a mere disruption. It was an absolute cessation of replenishment. Stores, even those still limping along on partial power or generator power, had nothing new coming in. Their already decimated shelves quickly became entirely bare, forlorn monuments to absent abundance. The lack of operational gas stations meant that even local, small-scale resupply efforts were impossible. There was no fuel for delivery vans, no means to operate smaller refrigerated vehicles. The implications for different segments of the population were profound. For low-income neighborhoods and food deserts, already grappling with limited access to fresh, healthy provisions, the situation became critical almost instantaneously. Vulnerable communities were cut off from even their meager local supply points, leading to rapid and acute hunger. For others, basic survival tactics came to the fore. Families, often huddled around small camping stoves, using precious, dwindling canisters of gas, resorted to minimalist cooking. Melting snow for boiling canned soup, if a soup existed, cold instant noodles, dry cereal eaten with water instead of milk. Each calorie became precious, each meal a testament to careful rationing. The concept of dining out, a core part of the New York experience, became an obscene, distant memory. Restaurants without power, water, or fresh ingredients would shutter almost immediately, their gourmet kitchens transformed into freezing, inert mausoleums of gastronomic dreams. The pervasive scarcity, the constant gnawing hunger that subtly eroded one's concentration and physical strength, the fear of impending famine, all contributed to a profound sense of anxiety. the memory of perfectly stacked grocery aisles, brimming with choice, would haunt every hungry New Yorker, a stark contrast to the barren reality, transforming what was once infinite choice into desperate deprivation, proving that the modern city's greatest strength, its abundant consumerism, was also its Achilles heel in the face of nature's raw power. The very infrastructure of care and emergency response in New York, a formidable network designed for crisis management under even the most dire circumstances, would be profoundly and perhaps irrevocably overwhelmed by a 3-day deep freeze, pushing the valiant professionals within to the absolute brink of human endurance and moral compromise. Hospitals, typically sanctuaries of healing and resilience, would transform into desperately overstrained triage centers, battling an invisible enemy of escalating casualties and diminishing resources. My mind reeled at the reports, overheard on a fleeting AM radio crackle, that emergency rooms were operating on a skeleton staff, often entirely reliant on sputtering generators. These generators, not built for days of continuous extreme cold weather operation, began to falter, their fuel reserves dwindling, their mechanical components stressed by constant running at sub-zero temperatures. The pervasive lack of consistent power would compromise critical medical equipment. Respirators, diagnostic imaging machines, essential warming blankets, entire operating theaters, reducing state-of-the-art facilities to dangerously basic levels of care, reminiscent of a battlefield MASH unit rather than a modern hospital. But the challenges were far more fundamental. Without running water, critical sterilization processes became impossible, jeopardizing patient safety and promoting infection. Toilets in every hospital would cease to function, creating immense biohazard risks in environments already dealing with critical biological waste. Without functioning heating systems, maintaining stable, therapeutic temperatures for patients, many already critically ill or susceptible to hypothermia, became an agonizing battle, further stressing patients already in profound distress. Emergency medical personnel, even the most dedicated, faced insurmountable hurdles. Ambulances, those indispensable harbingers of hope, often couldn't navigate the impassable, ice-bound streets, their engines seizing, their fuel gelling, their sirens fading into silence. Patients suffering from acute hypothermia, from those trapped in freezing homes or stranded outdoors, carbon monoxide poisoning, from desperate attempts at alternative heating, burst pipe injuries, or simply a collapse of existing medical conditions without access to heating or regular care, would be brought to overwhelmed emergency rooms or simply remain unreached entirely. The decision-making would turn starkly ethical. Triage, always a brutal necessity in mass casualty events, would be enforced with an uncompromising severity rarely seen. Who gets the last functioning ventilator? Who gets the last available warming bed? Who is deemed savable and who, tragically, must be left to a desperate comfort care in a freezing hallway? If that, the immense moral burden on doctors, nurses, and first responders, forcing them to make these impossible choices with ever-dwindling resources and profound fatigue, would be devastating, leaving deep, lasting psychological scars on even the most hardened professionals. The heroes of such a freeze would be largely silent, operating beyond the reach of media reports, battling overwhelming odds with courage and often with despair. Their immense struggle to transport critically ill patients, to reach homes where vulnerable citizens lay helpless, to maintain rudimentary medical functionality in compromised hospitals, often battling severe personal frostbite or their own physical exhaustion, would represent a profoundly grim yet undeniably heroic effort. These are the unsung combatants against an indifferent, unfeeling elemental force that systematically attacked every foundational component of their ability to provide care. My own anxieties, shivering in my darkened apartment, were frequently interrupted by terrifying thoughts of these selfless individuals caught in an impossible, ultimately unwinnable struggle to sustain life in a city where every system designed to support them had fundamentally betrayed them. The very definition of emergency itself became tragically warped. When everything is an emergency and every responder is either stuck, struggling, or simply out of fuel and resources, then the very concept of timely aid vanishes, replaced by a desperate, lonely battle against insurmountable odds, rendering even a bustling, hyper-modern hospital little more than a fortress of desperation, trying to ward off the unrelenting advance of death in a frozen city. For those residing on the absolute margins of society, the 3-day deep freeze of New York would morph from a profound crisis into an immediate, irreversible, existential catastrophe, delivering a particularly cruel and swift hammer blow to the city's vast homeless population and countless vulnerable groups. This segment of society, perpetually unseen and often ignored in the ceaseless dynamism of a normal New York, would suddenly be thrust into the chilling forefront of the freeze's merciless casualties, their desperate struggles almost entirely subsumed by the overwhelming collapse of systemic care and information. Consider first the sheer vulnerability of the homeless population. For tens of thousands, their only home is a park bench, a cardboard box under a bridge, an alleyway doorway, or a grimy subway grate, seeking tenuous warmth from perpetually leaking steam. Their attire, typically meager and unsuited for anything beyond ordinary urban winters, would offer absolutely no protection against sustained temperatures of -20 degrees Fahrenheit and crushing wind chills. Within hours, frostbite would begin its insidious, irreversible work, seizing exposed extremities. Within a full day, hypothermia, the silent, pervasive killer, would likely claim countless lives. There would be no escape, no warmth. Emergency shelters, already perpetually underfunded, understaffed, and routinely overflowing even during moderate winter storms, would be rendered utterly inadequate, paralyzed, and perhaps inoperable by the deep freeze. Their heating systems would likely fail, their water lines would certainly rupture, and their skeleton crews, unable to commute, would be unable to provide the most rudimentary care. The overwhelming influx of new emergency cases, people whose pipes had burst and were desperate for any indoor refuge, would completely saturate the already critically strained shelter system, forcing agonizing decisions about who to turn away into the brutal, unforgiving cold. Those who managed to squeeze into a rudimentary shelter would find it to be barely warmer than outside. A chilling parody of safety, its floors likely packed with frozen, huddled figures, the air thick with despair and human desperation. But the hidden casualties of such an extreme weather event would extend far beyond the immediately visible homeless population. There are millions of elderly individuals, often living alone, on fixed incomes, in inadequately insulated or poorly heated buildings, some grappling with debilitating health conditions requiring consistent warmth and refrigeration for their medications. The collapse of heating systems in their buildings, the failure of electricity to power their medical devices, or the cessation of access to running water would put their lives in immediate grave peril. Without functioning communication lines, the ability for social services to check on these vulnerable residents, to coordinate their evacuation, even if an evacuation were possible, or to deliver emergency supplies, would be entirely eliminated. Countless other vulnerable groups, those with severe disabilities, single-parent households without adequate resources, low-income families whose children were suddenly trapped in freezing, darkened homes, unable to access food, would find their fragile existences shattered. Each of these groups, traditionally shielded, however imperfectly, by a social safety net, would suddenly fall through the yawning, icy chasm of a non-functional city. This tragedy wouldn't make the headlines of the future in a detailed, census-like fashion. Their suffering would be largely silent, unseen, uncounted in the general pandemonium. These would be the hidden, anonymous losses, the forgotten names swept away by the brutal efficiency of a natural force against a society unprepared to truly protect its weakest links when its very foundational systems shattered. My shivering nights were frequently haunted by the image of a freezing individual on a park bench, by the imagined struggle of an elderly neighbor unable to walk the icy stairs, by the unspoken despair of a family with hungry children in a dark apartment. This collective suffering, this grim realization of the systematic failure of even the most basic human empathy, was the ultimate, bitter, heart-wrenching legacy of those 3 brutal, frozen days. New York's vulnerability, so often projected onto its powerful facade, would be cruelly manifested in the anonymous, quiet suffering of its most defenseless citizens, testament to a collective breakdown of care. The sheer aesthetic transformation of New York during the deep freeze, usually bustling with vibrant energy, deafening noise, and relentless activity, into a monochromatic, eerily silent, frozen tableau would be a haunting spectacle. The city's iconic landmarks, those towering symbols of human achievement and metropolitan permanence, would themselves take on an unfamiliar, unsettling majesty in their icy embrace, stripping away their context and rendering them alien landscapes. Times Square, usually a retina-searing explosion of neon, LEDs, and frenetic digital billboards, ceaselessly projecting images and advertisements, would be plunged into an unearthly, absolute darkness. The gigantic screens, now cold black glass, would stand as silent, dead monuments to an absent consumerism, their vibrant messages extinguished, leaving only the grim, gray skeletons of their scaffolding under the muted light of a leaden sky. The silence in what is typically the loudest corner of the world would be profound, almost blasphemous. Imagine walking across a deserted Broadway, the very stage for theatrical spectacle, now choked with snowdrifts and sheets of ice, the iconic theaters darkened, their marquees proclaiming phantom plays. The freezing air, no longer a backdrop for conversation but a heavy presence, would amplify every faint creak of frozen metal, every distant, unidentifiable groan, transforming the world's most bustling crossroads into a haunting, frozen graveyard of light. Central Park, usually a living, breathing lung of the city, bustling with joggers, dog walkers, and the sounds of laughter and play would be transformed into an expanse of breathtaking, terrifying beauty. Its expansive meadows would become sheets of unblemished, crystalline white, reflecting the frigid, dull light. The bare branches of its ancient trees, usually vibrant green or fiery red, would be coated in thick rime ice, sparkling like countless fragile diamonds under the meager light, creating an otherworldly, skeletal forest. The lakes and ponds, typically teeming with wildlife and often navigated by rowboats, would be utterly, impenetrably frozen, transformed into colossal sheets of dark, opaque ice, a chilling reflection of the leaden sky. Even the ubiquitous Central Park rocks, those geological outcrops usually covered with human life and graffiti, would be stark, forbidding structures, themselves sheathed in a pristine, glistening layer of frozen moisture. The air, crisp to the point of pain, would carry an uncharacteristic purity, devoid of urban pollution, replaced by a metallic tang of profound cold that seemed to amplify every sparse, crunching step. It would be a stark, silent wilderness in the heart of the once bustling city, and the iconic structures. The Statue of Liberty, typically a verdant green sentinel, would stand against the icy, leaden waters of the harbor, a monumental silhouette of dark copper, possibly encrusted with wind-blown ice and snow. Her flame, the enduring symbol of hope, would be unlit, a stark and profound testament to a temporarily extinguished beacon. The colossal suspension bridges, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, the George Washington Bridge, usually vibrating with endless traffic and thronged by pedestrians, would be ghostly, empty, frozen arteries, their intricate cable structures appearing as giant spectral harp strings, eerily shimmering under an icy glaze, spanning frigid, partially frozen rivers where shipping had ceased. Their grand scale, normally dwarfing human life, would now be contrasted against the profound stillness, the complete absence of human activity. The stark, desolate majesty of a city seized by absolute zero, its every monument hushed, inert, and yet eerily beautiful, would etch an indelible, somber memory onto the consciousness of any who witnessed it. A potent reminder that even the grandest creations of humanity can be humbled into desolate, frozen landscapes by the sheer, unfeeling indifference of nature's brutal power. As the protracted grip of the deep freeze maintained its suffocating hold on New York, an extraordinary transformation would occur in the very sensory fabric of the city, its soundscape and atmosphere. What defines New York for most of its inhabitants is an unceasing, pervasive, inescapable symphony of noise, a chaotic, often abrasive, but profoundly invigorating cacophony that acts as a constant backdrop to existence. But in a city silenced by absolute cold and infrastructural collapse, that symphony would die, replaced by a haunting, pathological silence and a peculiar, unsettling odor that spoke volumes of systemic breakdown. The initial cessation of traffic, the dying hum of the subway, the absence of construction din, these would gradually give way to an almost total vacuum of sound. Imagine standing on a formerly bustling avenue like Fifth Avenue or Broadway, shrouded in heavy winter gear, and hearing nothing but the muffled thump-thump of your own heartbeat, amplified by the pervasive stillness. This isn't the tranquil quiet of a snowy countryside. It's the unsettling, deafening silence of millions of machines gone dead, of millions of human voices hushed by the struggle for survival. The only sounds to break this profound emptiness would be the elemental ones. The mournful whistle of wind whipping between the now silent skyscrapers, making the steel giants creak and groan with unnerving regularity, as if the very bones of the city were straining under thermal contraction. The sharp, crystalline crunch of a single footstep on hardened, treacherous snow, the eerie pop of unseen frozen branches, or the unnerving whoosh of an enormous, unseen piece of ice falling from a skyscraper, crashing into the frozen streets below, echoing for what felt like miles. Beyond the auditory void, the very air, stripped of its usual warmth and vitality, would begin to carry a new, disturbing bouquet, an olfactory testament to the city's profound suffering. In a fully functioning New York, sanitation services operate with relentless efficiency, their growling trucks a familiar part of the daily grind, hauling away tons of refuse. With a 3-day deep freeze, garbage collection would cease immediately. Without operational vehicles, fuel, or personnel able to commute, vast amounts of accumulated waste would simply sit, frozen in place, in black bags and overflowing dumpsters on sidewalks and back alleys. While the intense cold would initially prevent putrefaction and mask the stench, an unsettling underlying scent, a metallic sharpness mixed with the faint, stagnant odor of frozen decay and general immobility, would subtly permeate the air. Further compounding this grim olfactory landscape would be the chilling reality of non-functional sewer systems. While not immediately apparent to those confined to their freezing apartments, since pipes would rupture and block the outflow rather than directly overflow into homes for the first couple of days, depending on internal damage, the overall network of human waste disposal would be fatally compromised. This would inevitably lead to raw sewage accumulating in unheated, freezing pipes and eventually backing up into the subterranean depths of the city, potentially leaching into the groundwater once thawing began, posing an unprecedented public health crisis down the line. But even in the midst of the freeze, the subtle, cloying scent of stasis, of biological and mechanical processes halted, would contribute to a profound, unsettling atmosphere. The cold itself would carry a particular metallic scent, distinct from any ordinary winter, a dry, almost painful aroma that seemed to crystallize in one's nostrils. This unsettling stillness, coupled with the faint, grim odor of a city in suspended animation, would paint a bleak psychological portrait. My most enduring memory from those days, beyond the pervasive cold, is that deafening silence, a quiet so profound, so absolute, that it felt heavier than any noise. It stripped away the familiar, replacing it with an unnerving sense of utter emptiness and profound isolation. This transformed urban decay wasn't just physical. It permeated the very sensory experience, subtly yet powerfully underscoring the chilling fragility of a metropolis silenced by nature's merciless grip. New York, stripped bare of its sensory dynamism, would reveal its desolate, frozen soul, a stark reminder of its tenuous connection to the delicate balance of the natural world. The deep freeze, beyond its immediate physical destruction and widespread logistical collapse, would unleash a potent, pervasive wave of psychological aftershocks across New York City, leaving an indelible imprint on the minds and hearts of its survivors. For millions, the experience would be profoundly traumatic, irrevocably altering their sense of security, their trust in institutional resilience, and even their most fundamental interpersonal relationships, echoing the long-term impact of other major urban disasters. Initially, during the 3-day ordeal, the overriding emotion was visceral fear, fear of the cold, of hunger, of sickness, of absolute isolation, of death. But after the immediate thaw, once the physical danger had passed, these raw survival instincts would recede, giving way to a complex tapestry of lingering anxiety and deeply rooted mistrust. There would be a pervasive sense of insecurity. The myth of New York's invincibility, its ceaseless heartbeat, its indefatigable spirit, would be shattered for countless individuals. Where was the all-powerful city during those 3 frozen nights? Why did the infrastructure fail so completely? Why were help and communication utterly non-existent? These questions, born of vulnerability, would breed a profound mistrust in governmental and municipal authorities, leading to cynicism about their capacity to protect citizens in future crises, potentially undermining social cohesion and collective action. People would question the very promises of urban living, leading to a lingering collective trauma. The sheer sight of miles of ruptured pipes, flooded homes, structural damage, and the visible aftermath of desperation would be a daily, haunting reminder of systemic fragility. Moreover, the forced intimacy and brutal exigencies of survival within apartment buildings would produce complex social dynamics, forging unbreakable bonds of solidarity for some, while fracturing existing relationships and fostering suspicion for others. Acts of selfless heroism, of shared resources and desperate mutual aid would create profound community ties that lasted a lifetime, uniting neighbors who were once strangers through a crucible of shared suffering. These spontaneous horizontal networks of aid, born of necessity, would fundamentally alter many New Yorkers' perception of their immediate surroundings, making their building or block feel more like a village than an anonymous collection of dwellings. However, for every tale of generosity, there would inevitably be dark narratives of selfish hoarding, desperate opportunism, and acts of regrettable desperation or outright malice that strained neighborly relations to their breaking point. The pervasive sense of every man for himself that subtly simmered during peak desperation would leave a bitter residue, creating enduring resentments and a heightened sense of vigilance against future scarcity. Neighbors might never forget who refused to share a spare battery, or who attempted to profit from the suffering. These fractured bonds, these deep-seated interpersonal suspicions, would be invisible scars across the social fabric of the city, affecting relationships for years to come, a silent price paid for shared adversity. Beyond these specific social and institutional impacts, there would be a more general, insidious erosion of inner peace. The comforting assumption of readily available power, clean water, warm homes, and instantaneous communication, the very bedrock of modern, convenient existence, would be forever undermined. Future weather warnings, typically met with a shrug, would now evoke disproportionate anxiety. The subtle sound of wind outside, or the creak of an old building, might trigger flashbacks to the terror of the freeze. This heightened sensitivity, this low-grade, perpetual sense of vulnerability, would diminish the general psychological well-being of the city's survivors. Sleep itself might become troubled, haunted by the memory of frigid, isolated nights. The mental space once occupied by career ambitions, cultural events, or daily worries would now be intermittently invaded by nagging concerns about emergency preparedness, the security of basic utilities, and the profound realization that the veneer of modern convenience is terrifyingly thin. The experience of New York frozen for 3 days would be far more than a weather event. It would be a collective trauma, permanently etching itself into the city's consciousness, leaving an indelible legacy of profound vulnerability, complex social dynamics, and a lasting reevaluation of the preciousness of basic human comforts in the face of nature's relentless, unforgiving might. The very soul of the city, once thought unbreakable, would be profoundly, and perhaps forever, altered by the terrifying fragility it witnessed in those few short, brutal, frozen days. The agonizingly slow, grinding return to a semblance of normalcy after New York's 3-day freeze would be less a glorious triumph and more a painful, arduous, often heartbreaking testament to the true cost of infrastructural collapse and the tenacious but ultimately messy work of repair and recovery. Power would, eventually, trickle back, not with a citywide bang, but with a series of localized, tentative flickers, neighborhood by neighborhood, often leaving adjacent blocks still shrouded in chilling darkness, creating immediate inequities in suffering and relief. For those of us enduring those harrowing days, the first faint glow of a streetlight or the timid hum of a refrigerator finally restarting would be met with an almost dizzying blend of exhausted relief and cautious trepidation. The initial rush of warmth and light would be intoxicating, a visceral reaffirmation of civilization's return. But this fragile relief would quickly give way to the overwhelming, pervasive reality of widespread physical devastation. The moment the mercury rose and the city began its painful thaw, the true scale of the catastrophe that lay hidden within its frozen veins would erupt into stark, chaotic visibility. Burst pipes. Millions, possibly tens of millions of pipes in ancient brownstones, modern high-rises, subterranean subway tunnels, vital utility lines, and forgotten commercial basements would have ruptured under the brutal thermal stress. The thawing water would turn into massive, citywide floods, cascading through buildings, over streets, and into the deep infrastructure, overwhelming drains, sewerage systems, and potentially causing widespread contamination. Entire buildings would face immediate condemnation, their interior structures soaked, warped, and covered in ice, requiring unimaginable efforts of drying, demolition, and repair. The financial toll of this aftermath would be astronomical, unprecedented in modern urban history. Insurance companies, inundated with millions of claims for water damage, burst pipes, and property loss, would buckle under the sheer volume. Contractors, plumbers, electricians, and heating engineers, already in high demand even in normal times, would become an almost mythical, inaccessible resource, commanding exorbitant fees as desperate property owners faced catastrophic structural and utility failures. The repair bills, from replacing entire plumbing systems to restoring basic heating and electrical grids across thousands of buildings, would bankrupt individuals, devastate businesses, and utterly overwhelm city and state coffers, impacting the city's economy for years, if not decades. Beyond the financial and physical, the societal fabric, once thought unbreakable, would forever carry the indelible scars of those brutal 3 days. A subtle yet persistent trauma would linger, manifesting as heightened anxiety whenever weather warnings loomed. A deep-seated suspicion towards public infrastructure and an acute awareness of the fragility of modern life, even in the heart of what was considered an indomitable city. The sounds of emergency sirens, once a comforting reassurance of order, might now evoke a subtle dread, recalling the days when they faded to silence. The memory of perfectly stocked grocery aisles, once taken for granted, would be replaced by the haunting image of empty shelves, fostering an unconscious tendency towards hoarding and a pervasive mistrust in the consistency of supply chains. The invaluable bonds of desperate community formed during the freeze, those moments of spontaneous human kindness, would certainly leave their own lasting positive legacy, knitting together neighborhoods in new, profound ways, creating a deep-seated empathy and understanding for shared adversity. Yet those indelible memories of selfish opportunism and profound abandonment would also persist, fostering lingering resentments and suspicion between those who pulled together and those who exploited, between those who gave aid and those who felt ignored. The iconic skyline, the bustling streets, the vibrant pulse of New York City would undoubtedly return. But beneath the surface for millions, the world would have irrevocably shifted. The swaggering confidence, the unshakable certainty of infinite possibility that so defines New York, would forever be tempered by the chilling, unforgotten memory of absolute vulnerability. That the very foundations of the city's perceived might, its ceaseless heartbeat and electric glow, could be so utterly, decisively, and terrifyingly stopped by 3 relentless days of pure, indifferent cold, would be a truth burned into the collective consciousness of its survivors. The frozen nightmare would end, yes, but New York, and all who survived it, would forever bear the profound, humbling, and utterly chilling scars of the Arctic embrace. A chilling reminder that even the mightiest can fall, silent and still, when nature truly decides to. The sun didn't rise in Alaska, and humanity embraced the unseen. Welcome, intrepid adventurers of the past and solace seekers in the present, to another expansive, perhaps even mind-numbingly detailed journey on boring history to sleep. Tonight, we plunge into an abyss both literal and metaphorical, confronting a reality that, for most, lives only in the realm of nightmarish fiction. We are leaving the familiar contours of global cities and individual fortunes, venturing to the farthest reaches of a land both beautiful and brutal, Alaska. Our story is not one of a sudden catastrophe, a cataclysmic freeze, or an economic collapse. No, tonight we embark upon a prolonged, profound alteration of reality, a gradual immersion into perpetual night that lasted not days, but 65 seemingly endless rotations of the Earth. We ask, what was it like when the sun simply didn't rise in Alaska for 65 days, and life, in its indomitable, stubborn, perplexing way, went on? This isn't the dramatic, sudden darkness of a power outage or a total eclipse. This is a planetary phenomenon, the slow tilt of an entire world away from its fiery star, plunging a remote, rugged land into a prolonged, utterly natural, yet deeply unsettling cosmic night. My mind, and perhaps yours, recoils at the thought. Imagine waking, eating, working, loving, striving, dying, all beneath an unchanging, omnipresent cloak of impenetrable, yet often ethereal gloom. How does the human spirit adapt to such a fundamental rewriting of its most basic rhythm? How does a community, remote and vulnerable, find light and life when the ultimate source of both has retreated below the horizon, not for hours, but for more than 2 agonizing months. Tonight, we're peeling back the layers of our sun-drenched assumptions, digging into the very fabric of existence where day and night blur into a singular, unending twilight, to discover how a hardy people endured, adapted, and fundamentally redefined what it meant to live when the world outside stood cloaked in an endless shadow. It is a story of resilience, introspection, communal strength, and the peculiar beauty found in absolute darkness. Before we drift deeper into this extensive, perhaps even sleep-inducing exploration, I'm truly curious. From what corner of this often sunlit, often darkened globe are you currently listening? And what particular hour is holding court in your part of the world right now? Drop a comment below. It offers a profound, unifying comfort to know that even across such vast distances and differing temporal experiences, we are connected by this shared, quiet contemplation. The moment the sun finally dipped below the horizon for the very last time, marking the commencement of 65 days of unending night, wasn't a sudden, violent lurch into blackness. Rather, it was a protracted, agonizingly slow descent into a permanent, deepening twilight that began to subtly, yet inexorably permeate every aspect of existence. A gentle darkening that belied its profound, almost apocalyptic implications. For days leading up to what was known as the final sunset in our small, resilient community nestled at the edge of the Arctic Circle, the daylight had been dwindling, shaving minutes off our waking hours, shrinking from the brilliant clarity of autumn to the wan, pale luminescence of a perpetually overcast late November sky. This gradual contraction was less of an event and more of a protracted exhalation, a slow surrender of the world to an encroaching planetary shadow. My own recollection from those days, I was but a young adult, still possessing that youthful resilience often mistaken for invincibility, is marked less by specific events and more by a creeping atmospheric change. The sky, which had only weeks prior painted itself with vibrant hues of azure and cloud white, now possessed a pervasive, immutable grayness, a perpetual monochrome that flattened the world and rendered every landscape muted, indistinct, and vaguely sorrowful. Objects lost their sharp edges, colors muted into subtle variations of muted ochre, steel gray, and dull white. The sun, even on its brief daily appearances in the lead-up, was a tired, exhausted disk, skimming the southern horizon like a hesitant swimmer, unwilling to plunge into icy waters, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched to impossible lengths, twisting familiar objects into grotesque, elongated caricatures. Its light, no longer robust and invigorating, became anemic, lacking all power, shedding only a frigid, unconvincing illumination, like a dying ember offering the last gasp of its fiery essence before being extinguished entirely. The warmth it usually promised had long since vanished, replaced by a cutting wind that hinted at the brutal cold to come. Then came the day. There was a palpable sense of occasion, a communal breath held taut with anticipation, and, for many of the elders, a deep, knowing resignation that bordered on ancestral understanding. It was early afternoon when we gathered at the edge of the village, a small collective of hardy souls, our breaths pluming in frosty clouds, our faces etched with a mixture of solemnity and forced joviality, waiting for the celestial curtain call. The air was already impossibly cold, the kind of cold that pinched at exposed nostrils and stung the lungs with each inhalation, the sort that seemed to leach away warmth directly from the bone. The wind, ever present, gnawed at exposed skin. Overhead, the sky, a vast unbroken expanse of a peculiar, luminous violet gray, stretched infinitely, utterly indifferent to our mortal ceremony. The sun, finally, a low-slung, deeply exhausted sliver of incandescent orange, grazed the distant, unwavering curve of the southern horizon. It hovered there, seemingly reluctant, as if pausing to take a final, longing look at the world it was about to abandon. Its light, already weak and diffuse, bled out across the vast, frozen tundra, painting the distant snowfields in hues of faded apricot and bruised plum, creating a surreal, painterly masterpiece of natural resignation. Then, with an almost imperceptible shift, as if pulled by an invisible, slow-motion planetary string, it slipped, deliberately, completely, decisively, beneath the frozen rim of the earth. The transition wasn't immediate blackness. It was a lingering, drawn-out twilight that deepened incrementally, imperceptibly. For what felt like an hour, the sky held on to faint echoes of that vanished light, a delicate spectrum of pale lavender and faint rose fading into deeper and deeper shades of indigo. It was a silent, profound moment, a celestial turning point, an undeniable acknowledgement that an essential pillar of our reality had been gently, yet definitively withdrawn. A hushed reverence fell over our small assembly, punctuated only by the crisp crunch of our boots on the compacted snow, the gentle sigh of the wind, and the shared exhalations of deeply felt communal understanding. Then an elder woman, her face a roadmap of ancient wisdom and endurance, simply pulled her fur hood tighter, nodded once, and softly said, in a voice like rustling leaves, "There, it is done." In her tone, there was no fear, no despair, only the profound weight of ancient acceptance, of a knowledge passed down through countless generations that had endured this cyclical cosmic abandonment before, and would, by necessity, endure it again. With her quiet pronouncement, the small group turned, our boots scuffing a solemn rhythm against the ice, our gazes directed not at the now empty horizon, but inward, towards the warm, flickering lights of the village. The final vestige of external daylight retreated, dissolving into a deepening violet, then a rich, velvety indigo, before settling into the pervasive, permanent, preternatural gloom that would soon define our lives for the next 65 bewildering, endlessly shadowed days. It wasn't the darkness of a deep cellar or a moonless forest night. It was an ethereal, all-encompassing shadow, sometimes softened by the distant pale shimmer of the aurora, or intensified by the thick blanket of Arctic cloud. This initial departure was simply the prelude, the opening of a vast, terrifying, yet ultimately mesmerizing chapter in our shared history, one that would redefine the very essence of light and life in its chilling, unyielding embrace. My internal clock, calibrated since birth to the sun's rhythm, immediately felt its subtle dissonance begin, a quiet alarm bell ringing in the absence of cosmic direction. The sheer vastness of the darkness, stretching out for unknown days, settled heavy in the pit of my stomach, a cold anchor to a profound, altered reality. As the sun officially surrendered to the perpetual night, a chilling psychological and physiological shift began to subtly, yet profoundly, grip our community. This was far more insidious than simply losing daylight. It was a fundamental decoupling from the Earth's most primal timer, leaving bodies and minds adrift in an unceasing sensory void. The phenomenon known as seasonal affective disorder SAID, a generalized mood disorder intrinsically linked to the reduction of natural light, quickly permeated the very emotional fabric of the village, settling like another layer of ice around our collective consciousness. Initially, there was an almost defiant, collective sense of resolve. People would make jokes about it, scheduling elaborate indoor gatherings, consciously amplifying the warmth and light of their homes. But as the days bled into weeks and the sun remained an abstract, unremembered concept, the sheer, relentless oppression of the darkness began its quiet, debilitating work. My own sleep patterns became immediately, wildly disrupted. The body, without the bright blue light wavelengths of morning to suppress melatonin, remained in a perpetual state of evening. I'd often wake feeling utterly unrested, a pervasive sense of leaden fatigue clinging to my limbs, as if my very existence was being pulled back into the dense embrace of slumber. Falling asleep became a desperate battle against an overactive mind struggling to reconcile the eternal night outside with the body's innate desire for nocturnal rest. I'd often stare into the profound blackness, counted minutes that felt like hours, only to drift off into fragmented, disturbing dreams, vivid yet ephemeral, offering no real escape. The effect on general mood was undeniable, even among the most stoic and seasoned of Arctic dwellers. A pervasive, low-grade melancholia, a subtle despondency, settled over individuals like a fine dust. Conversations grew quieter, laughter a little less spontaneous, smiles a little more forced. There was a constant internal struggle to muster energy, to maintain enthusiasm for tasks that, under normal daylight, would feel mundane. Daily routines, once dictated by the external world's brightness, now had to be meticulously self-imposed, rigidly enforced, lest one surrender entirely to the pervasive languor of the polar night. Many of my neighbors, men and women usually known for their boundless energy and robust humor, retreated deeper into their homes, their public appearances less frequent, their interactions brief and subdued. Some reported an inexplicable craving for sugar and carbohydrates, a subconscious physiological attempt to find fleeting sources of energy or comfort in the relentless gloom. Arguments, fueled by a shorter fuse and amplified irritability, became more common in homes, though usually contained by the profound necessity of communal peace. Even cognitive function seemed subtly impaired. Tasks requiring concentration felt harder, focus more elusive. The world became duller, flatter, not just visually, but experientially. There was an overwhelming sense that time itself had somehow slowed or simply ceased its normal progression, suspended in an unceasing moment of profound, timeless darkness. For those already susceptible to mental health struggles, the polar night could be profoundly devastating. It amplified pre-existing conditions, pushing individuals closer to isolation and severe depression. The community's few informal support networks, reliant on observant neighbors and the proactive kindness of elders, strained under the collective weight of shared gloom. Even for the seemingly resilient, a pervasive question loomed: how much longer? Each passing day without sun wasn't just another 24 hours. It was a testament to the endurance of this unsettling, fundamental disconnection. The very concept of light, of day, became an abstract memory, its sensory details slowly fading, replaced by the profound, ubiquitous reality of an unending twilight. Our circadian rhythms, honed by millennia of planetary cycles, fought a losing battle against the unyielding celestial truth, leaving our bodies and minds in a state of subtle yet pervasive biological disorientation, turning existence into a constant, low-level internal struggle against a profoundly unnatural yet inescapable reality. As the pervasive darkness became our new, immutable reality, a profound reorganization of communal life was not just desirable, but absolutely essential for the survival and psychological well-being of our remote Arctic community. This wasn't simply a matter of enduring personal discomfort. It was a critical societal imperative, as the very rhythm of human existence pivoted from a reliance on the absent sun to an almost fervent dependence on mutual support and deliberately engineered pockets of shared light and warmth. Our village, a scattered collection of sturdy, insulated homes connected by unpaved, often ice-crusted paths, took on a distinct nocturnal cadence. Its external world rendered a muted monochrome under the constant leaden sky. Days became hours of a generalized morning or afternoon in our minds, dictated not by celestial bodies but by the hands on the clock and the ebb and flow of essential activity. Early efforts were consciously channeled towards communal maintenance. Paths had to be cleared, often by shovel in the ceaseless gloom, aided by headlamps. Limited supplies managed, generators fueled and serviced with an almost religious devotion, for they were the new sun. One of the most remarkable transformations occurred in the realm of social interaction. The inherent isolation that came with the profound darkness and cold demanded a compensating increase in internal cohesion. What had once been individual struggles quickly became collective responsibilities. Families drew closer, often retreating into the intimate, shared warmth of their living spaces. Doors, once largely closed, now became conduits for tentative inquiries. Are you well? Do you need anything? Have you seen Martha today? Neighbors, previously perhaps cordial but largely self-sufficient, now found themselves in a continuous dance of mutual support, a practical, unspoken agreement to watch over each other. My own sense of independence, often cherished in my youth, gave way to a profound, unsettling awareness of utter dependence on the resilience and vigilance of my community. Formal and informal gatherings, already a cornerstone of Arctic life, took on a heightened significance, transforming into essential communal rituals. These weren't just for socializing. They were deliberate acts of collective defiance against the darkness. People would gather in the few homes with larger communal spaces, or in the brightly lit, by generator of course, community hall, drawn by the twin magnets of shared warmth and manufactured light. Potluck dinners became celebrations. Stories were told with amplified drama against the intimate glow of kerosene lamps. Card games became fierce. Laughter rang out with a defiant edge, and music, often melancholic but powerfully resonant, filled the air, dispelling the quiet that often threatened to creep into our thoughts. These gatherings were crucial conduits for maintaining mental and emotional fortitude. In a world stripped of visual cues and external stimulation, the simple act of communal presence, the shared sound of human voices, the comfort of knowing others endured the same struggle, provided an indispensable anchor. Gossip, typically a harmless diversion, often served a vital social function, relaying bits of information, monitoring the well-being of the elderly or the isolated, collectively identifying potential concerns that needed addressing. The role of the elders, those repositories of ancient knowledge and proven resilience, became particularly pronounced. They spoke of cycles, of patience, of traditional methods for managing the darkness that predated modern technology. Their calm assurances a powerful balm against mounting anxiety. They taught by example, reminding us of the cyclical nature of even this extreme event, subtly embedding the promise of eventual return, that the sun, though gone, was not lost forever. Their stories, often recounting triumphs over impossible odds in previous polar nights, wove a narrative of endurance, subtly instructing the younger generations in the art of mental and spiritual resilience. Our small Arctic community, pushed to its existential limits, paradoxically discovered a deeper, more profound sense of interconnectedness, its members bound by the common struggle against an unrelenting, pervasive darkness. Life, indeed, went on, but it did so by retreating inward, consolidating, and drawing strength from the flickering, defiant light of shared humanity. Beyond the intimate huddle of human warmth and shared emotional labor, the profound and unrelenting darkness necessitated a complete reimagining of the economic and logistical lifeblood of our remote Arctic community. This wasn't simply a matter of shifting hours. It was an existential challenge to the very systems that kept us fed, fueled, and functioning. Our small, isolated village existed in a delicate balance with nature, but also relied on critical external supplies that were now at the mercy of unprecedented conditions. Firstly, consider the profound impact on traditional subsistence activities, the age-old practices of hunting, fishing, and trapping that formed a crucial bedrock of our diet and culture. Fishing through ice holes continued, but with immensely amplified difficulty. The ceaseless darkness meant navigating vast, indistinguishable expanses of frozen ocean, not by sight, but by memory, by the subtle shift of currents felt underfoot, and by the faint glow of powerful headlamps, their beams piercing only a finite sphere of swirling frost. Ice thickened dramatically without the warming hint of sunlight, demanding heavier, more dangerous equipment to maintain fishing holes. Trapping, too, became an endeavor of amplified risk. Laying and checking traps in the perpetual gloom, in extreme cold, exposed trappers to greater risks of frostbite, disorientation, and accidental falls in terrain rendered alien by the absence of visual cues. The cold itself created new challenges, hardening both the earth and the prey, making retrieval arduous and the very act of butchering, a vital preservation step, an immediate battle against frozen meat. Any minor injury could become life-threatening in the darkness and cold, far from medical assistance. The external supply chain, however, represented the more pervasive and arguably more anxiety-inducing challenge. Our community, like many in the Alaskan Arctic, relied heavily on sporadic air transport for crucial goods. Fresh produce, which, even when it arrived, often barely survived the transit in edible condition. Vital machine parts for snowmobiles and generators, medicine, construction materials, and non-local foodstuffs. As the perpetual darkness and extreme cold settled in, flying conditions became exceptionally treacherous. Runways, often mere compacted ice and snow, were harder to light adequately for safe landing. Fuel, expensive at the best of times, was even more precious when planes had to idle longer or navigate complex flight paths in absolute darkness, contending with unseen hazards. Weather delays became not just frustrating, but often days-long ordeals, further delaying critical resupplies. There was no next-day delivery. It was a hopeful, tenuous gamble against the elements. Pilots, hardy and experienced as they were, pushed their limits, knowing the entire village's well-being literally rested on their shoulders. When a supply plane was due, a palpable buzz of anticipation would fill the community center, our makeshift air traffic control listening to crackling radio reports, only to deflate with a communal sigh if the landing was scrubbed due to visibility or worsening winds. This unreliable supply created a constant, pervasive underlying anxiety about resource management. Every item that came in was precious. Every bit of food was carefully rationed. Every spare part for a generator became an object of almost sacred reverence, knowing that its replacement might be weeks away. This immense strain on external logistics led to increased local energy consumption as well, a vicious cycle that drained resources further. More artificial lighting was needed, and not just in homes. Workplaces, the school, the store, the community hall, roads, where critical markers now glowed faintly with battery-powered lights, and any essential outdoor tasks, like fueling the municipal generators themselves, all demanded power. This meant an astronomical increase in demand for kerosene for lamps, generator fuel, and replacement batteries for essential flashlights and lanterns. Local fuel storage dwindled at an accelerated rate, fueling renewed fears about what would happen if the winter persisted and a vital resupply was canceled. It became a profound, existential battle against the logistics of basic life support in an environment actively, aggressively hostile to human endeavors. Your perceived quality of life, which in other climates often rests on convenience and abundance, here came down to sheer resilience and the precarious, delicate balance of fuel, spare parts, and the infrequent drone of a distant cargo plane breaking through the pervasive, suffocating darkness. A reminder that despite our endurance, we were fundamentally tethered to an unpredictable, increasingly strained world beyond the confines of our immediate, perpetually dark community. The physical landscape, already unforgiving under normal winter conditions, transformed into something far more dangerous and utterly alien under the ceaseless, smothering blanket of polar night. Navigating this altered world demanded a constant, heightened state of vigilance, where every step was a calculated risk, and the invisible hazards lurking in the profound gloom became potential killers. This wasn't just a chilly walk in the park. It was an active negotiation with an environment fundamentally recalibrated by the absence of light and the brutal reality of sustained, extreme cold. The air, perpetually in the negative Fahrenheit, gained a distinct, almost tactile density. It felt heavy, filled with unseen particles of supercooled moisture, and stung at exposed skin with an almost physical pain, instantly making fingers ache and forcing immediate retreat if they weren't thickly gloved. The wind, relentless and unforgiving, compounded this agony, carving intricate patterns of suffering across any uncovered skin and finding purchase in even the thickest layers of clothing, leaching away body heat with ruthless efficiency. Frostbite, always a concern in Arctic winters, now became a pervasive, insidious threat, striking silently and swiftly. It wasn't just a concern for those foolish enough to be outside without proper gear. It was a danger during even brief excursions, a chilling, rapid numbing that could permanently alter a digit within minutes. Checking on traps or visiting a neighbor meant wrapping oneself in layer upon layer of traditional caribou or modern synthetic materials, obscuring vision and sound, but providing the only reliable defense against a truly lethal cold. The pervasive darkness created a disorienting topography that defied easy understanding. Even familiar paths, well trodden and ingrained in muscle memory, became treacherous obstacle courses. Drifting snow, constantly shifted by unseen currents of wind, obscured icy patches beneath, transforming solid ground into perilous camouflage traps. The snow itself developed a crystalline hardness, turning sidewalks into gleaming sheets of concrete-like ice, requiring specialized footwear and a slow, methodical shuffle to prevent crippling falls. Injuries from slips and tumbles, broken wrists, sprained ankles, concussions, skyrocketed during these months, turning mundane journeys into life-threatening gambles in a medical system already strained by the cold. Our traditional understanding of visual depth perception, normally so innate and reliable, was rendered utterly useless. The world became a flat monochromatic canvas, details dissolving into shades of gray. A slight dip in the snow could be a major ditch, a subtle rise in the ground an icy, steep incline. Even with powerful headlamps, their beams pierced only a finite, tunneling sphere of the immediate surroundings, leaving the periphery in deep, unfathomable blackness, fostering a profound sense of claustrophobia despite the vastness of the tundra around us. The omnipresent deep darkness had another more unsettling implication for physical safety: the emboldening of certain wildlife. Without the inhibitory effect of even short daylight hours, some predatory animals, notably polar bears and wolves, could wander closer to the fringes of the village, their presence a silent, unseen threat magnified by the low visibility. Trappers returning from their lines, or families making brief outdoor trips between houses, were now advised to carry firearms, their ears strained for any sound that betrayed a looming presence, their limited sight constantly searching for unmoving shapes against the endless gray. The danger wasn't just physical exposure to the cold, it was the psychological burden of navigating a world where unseen threats, both environmental and biological, were amplified by the cloak of eternal night. Maintaining physical health and hygiene under these extreme conditions became a demanding, multifaceted daily struggle. Water, precious and often acquired by melting snow, was rigorously rationed, limiting personal hygiene to essential sponge baths and conserving precious supplies for drinking and rudimentary cooking. Clean clothes, often scarce, were constantly battling against the accumulation of grime and moisture, fostering a pervasive, subtle unease. Access to fresh produce, already limited by supply chain disruptions, virtually vanished, pushing our diets towards calorically dense but nutrient-poor canned goods, dried meats, and preserved foods. This dietary shift, lacking essential vitamins and minerals, contributed to general lethargy and compromised immune systems, making people more susceptible to illness at a time when medical resources were critically stretched. Our very physical endurance, tested by the unrelenting cold and constant vigilance, became the metric of survival, transforming ordinary living into a sustained, arduous battle against the harsh, unforgiving realities of an endless Arctic night. The social fabric of our remote Alaskan village, typically hardy and accustomed to the seasonal extremes, underwent a remarkable and deeply complex metamorphosis when the sun finally withdrew for 65 days. This wasn't a period of societal stagnation. Rather, it was a dynamic, almost constant process of redefinition, as daily life pivoted profoundly inward, simultaneously fostering immense psychological fortitude and occasionally straining the very bonds it sought to strengthen. The blurring of day and night, the relentless absence of celestial cues, meant that time, as a linear, universally understood progression, began to lose its traditional meaning. Calendars and clocks became external constructs, arbitrary divisions against an unvarying canvas of gray-black. For individuals, this often manifested in a subtle disorientation, a feeling of floating unmoored from the universal rhythm. But for the community, it demanded a new, consciously crafted adherence to a rigid schedule, self-imposed with almost religious fervor. Designated hours for morning activities, breakfast, chores, light work, for a midday gathering, for evening meals, and, crucially, for rest, irrespective of the external gloom. Without these internal anchors, the collective sense of purpose, of continued existence beyond mere survival, would quickly dissolve into an oppressive, unceasing languor. The dominant mode of life transitioned profoundly from external engagement to intense, intimate domesticity. Homes, once serving as mere sleeping and eating hubs during long, bright Alaskan summer days spent outdoors, now became primary centers of activity, warmth, light, and interaction. They transformed into cherished, multifunctional havens, veritable cocoons against the relentless darkness and brutal cold outside. People spent exponentially more time indoors, creating a double-edged sword of emotional experience. For families, this enforced proximity often led to a heightened sense of intimacy, strengthening familial bonds through shared adversity and continuous coexistence. Children learned new board games, storytelling flourished, traditional crafts were dusted off and revived, and communal meals took on a new, almost ritualistic significance, extending far beyond mere sustenance to become cherished acts of connection. The sounds of hushed conversations, the crackle of a wood-burning stove, where available and safely used, the quiet murmuring of tales and songs. These formed a new domestic soundscape, warm and comforting amidst the pervasive silence. However, this same intense proximity could also be a source of significant strain. Minor disagreements, petty annoyances, and simmering resentments usually dissipated by outdoor activity or external distractions, became magnified and inescapable within the confined spaces. The very intimacy could feel suffocating, a psychological burden that frayed nerves already stretched taut by the profound darkness and general anxiety. Patience, always a virtue, became an essential survival skill. Children, often surprisingly adaptable, exhibited their own unique coping mechanisms. Play migrated entirely indoors, becoming more imaginative, focused on intricate, constructed worlds rather than expansive outdoor exploration. Their inherent curiosity for light often led them to gravitate towards the brightest corners of homes or the illuminated communal spaces, their laughter a precious, defiant antidote to the encompassing gloom. Education, already a challenge in remote areas, faced further hurdles as transportation became treacherous and power intermittent. Yet, the dedicated teachers and parents adapted, converting homes into makeshift classrooms, embracing more experiential, story-based learning that leaned into the cultural heritage of the community. For me, witnessing this profound societal shift, this deliberate inward turn, brought a mixture of awe and melancholy. Awe at the sheer resilience, the collective human ingenuity to reinvent joy and purpose in such stark conditions, and melancholy for the sheer scale of adaptation, for the quiet sacrifice of individual autonomy to the overwhelming imperative of collective survival and psychological stability. Life went on, yes, but it did so by reshaping its very contours, embracing a more intimate, intense, and profoundly shared existence within the radiant, artificial glow of strategically conserved warmth and light, turning the claustrophobic into the communal. The perpetual darkness, coupled with the profound and relentless cold, revealed a stark truth about human beings when divorced from their primary celestial guide. The delicate reliance of our biological clocks, our circadian rhythms, on the presence of natural light, and the subsequent psychological and physical struggles to recalibrate. My own body, for instance, immediately rebelled against this cosmic incongruity, manifesting a symphony of subtle, yet pervasive, biological disturbances that gnawed at my sense of well-being. Sleep became less a restful embrace and more a fragmented, confusing battle against a perpetually alert nervous system. Without the daily cue of a rising sun to trigger the cessation of melatonin production and initiate cortisol release, the natural wake-up hormone, my brain seemed to remain in an unending twilight mode. I would frequently drift off for a few hours, only to awaken with a jolt, uncertain of the actual time, convinced that some invisible cosmic event had changed. These nocturnal awakenings were disorienting. In the utter external blackness, determining if it was 2 a.m. or 10 a.m. became a mere guesswork, leading to a pervasive, low-level anxiety that colored my subsequent attempts at rest. The sleep I did manage to achieve often felt shallow, unrefreshing, a restless skirmish against a perpetually murky subconscious. This profound sleep disturbance rapidly translated into a palpable sense of leaden fatigue that clung to me throughout my waking hours. Even after what I perceived as adequate rest, my limbs felt heavy, my mind sluggish, operating as if permanently encased in a thick, insulating layer of mental cotton. Tasks that required focused attention, quick problem-solving, or even creative thought became inexplicably harder, taking longer and requiring greater deliberate effort. This wasn't merely tiredness, it was a deeper, more systemic exhaustion, as if my body was struggling against a profound internal dissonance, a constant biological conflict between its ancient programming and the new, unnatural external reality. Beyond sleep and cognitive function, there were subtle yet pervasive shifts in overall mood and emotional regulation. A general melancholia, a subtle despondency, settled over individuals like an invisible shroud. This wasn't necessarily clinical depression for all, but a pervasive dimming of emotional vitality, a decreased capacity for spontaneous joy, and a heightened irritability that made small frustrations loom larger. Light therapy, now a well-established treatment for SAD, was, in that era, a rudimentary and relatively unknown concept. Those few bright, full-spectrum incandescent bulbs, or nascent fluorescent fixtures we managed to keep powered, were purely for illumination, not for therapeutic effect, though their sheer brilliance undoubtedly provided some, however unconscious, psychological uplift. The instinctual desire for light any light was profound, drawing us towards windows during moments of noon, straining for a glimmer that would never arrive, or towards any brightly lit communal space. Even appetite and basic metabolic functions seemed subtly altered. Many reported an increased craving for sugary, calorically dense, carbohydrate-heavy foods, a primal attempt to fuel bodies and minds struggling against both external cold and internal sluggishness. This often led to an insidious weight gain that compounded feelings of lethargy. Without the robust natural rhythm, our entire internal ecosystems felt subtly, yet persistently, out of balance. It was an enduring, deeply personal battle against a profound cosmic shift. My strongest coping mechanism became an almost fanatical adherence to the mechanical clock and the rigid schedule it imposed. Breakfast at 8 a.m. despite the blackness. Work duties precisely on time. Dinner at 6 p.m. Storytelling and communal engagement after. It was an imposed order, an artificial rhythm, desperately needed to combat the profound, disorienting chaos that the absence of the sun brought to my own body and mind. It taught me, with a humbling, unforgettable lesson, the extent to which our most basic sense of well-being is intricately, existentially tied to the steady, unyielding presence of the simple, reassuring, and utterly fundamental light of the sun, making its profound absence a deeply unsettling, ceaseless inner struggle. The unforgiving reality of living through 65 days of polar night profoundly magnified every aspect of physical well-being, stripping away the cushioning luxuries of temperate climates and revealing the raw, elemental struggle for health and comfort. For our remote Alaskan community, already attuned to seasonal rigors, this extended period of darkness and extreme cold presented a multi-layered gauntlet of physical challenges that demanded relentless vigilance and strategic adaptation, making simple survival itself an act of quiet triumph. Firstly, and perhaps most immediately, was the relentless, invasive cold itself, reaching and often surpassing temperatures of -40 degrees Fahrenheit, with wind chills that made it feel exponentially colder. This wasn't just a factor of discomfort, it was a pervasive, existential threat to the integrity of the human body. Frostbite became an insidious enemy, capable of seizing exposed skin in mere minutes, particularly in the constant low light that made discerning early warning signs difficult. Any time spent outdoors, even for vital chores like checking trap lines, collecting firewood, or servicing external generators, was a calculated risk, necessitating elaborate layering of traditional fur, wool, and modern synthetics, leaving one bulky, cumbersome, and often prone to accidents from restricted movement. Injuries, even minor ones like falls on unseen black ice, a persistent menace in the perpetual twilight, became far more serious propositions, compounded by slower response times from overstretched emergency services and the increased risk of hypothermia for anyone immobilized or exposed for too long. A simple, twisted ankle could turn into a life-threatening situation, forcing communal ingenuity to manage pain and provide basic care, for a trip to the nearest distant fully functional hospital might be days, if not weeks, away. Beyond immediate injury, maintaining fundamental hygiene proved to be an incessant, energy-draining battle against dwindling resources and logistical hurdles. Water, which became an increasingly precious commodity, often sourced from meticulously melted snow or carefully thawed ice, a laborious process itself demanding fuel and time, was rigorously rationed. This severely limited access to essential personal, bathing, hand-washing, and overall cleanliness, contributing to a pervasive sense of grime that affected both morale and heightened the risk of minor infections spreading throughout the community. Laundry, an ongoing necessity, became an epic endeavor, often necessitating primitive hand-washing techniques in rapidly cooling water, and then attempting to dry clothing indoors, a challenge that exacerbated moisture issues, or risking frozen stiff garments outdoors. This perpetual fight against dirt and discomfort added another layer of daily exhaustion to already stretched reserves. Then came the profound challenge of nutrition. The delicate modern reliance on fresh produce, vegetables, fruits, dairy, completely vanished. Supply chains were so severely disrupted that even when a cargo plane could land, fresh items often did not survive the transit or were astronomically priced beyond reach. Our diets consequently reverted to the calorically dense but nutrient-poor staples of dried goods, preserved meats, root vegetables, where possible, canned foods, and heavily processed shelf-stable items, while adequate calories were generally found to ward off immediate hunger. This pervasive lack of essential vitamins, minerals, and fresh fiber contributed significantly to generalized lethargy, suppressed immune systems, and digestive complaints. People became more susceptible to the common cold, respiratory infections, and a general lowering of physical vitality, all at a time when medical resources were stretched to their absolute breaking point, and basic antibiotics or common cold remedies might be critically scarce. The persistent physical demands of existing in constant extreme cold, the body expending significantly more energy just to maintain core temperature, the strain on the cardiovascular system, the pervasive dryness of the artificially heated, often stale, indoor air, leading to skin irritation and respiratory issues, combined with disrupted sleep, nutritional deficits, and amplified anxiety, resulted in a pervasive, low-level physical breakdown. This state of constant physiological stress required immense, concerted effort just to maintain basic health. People visibly aged over the 2 months. Faces were drawn, eyes tired, movements often slow and deliberate. For those already struggling with chronic health conditions, the polar night was a severe, often terminal exacerbation. Even those who appeared robust outwardly often harbored silent internal struggles, their bodies protesting against the profoundly unnatural demands placed upon them by the unyielding darkness and cold. My own body, a sturdy vessel accustomed to Arctic resilience, groaned under the continuous strain. Every ache became amplified, every shiver a reminder of the insidious internal war waged to maintain warmth, transforming the mundane act of physical endurance into a defining, silent, moment-to-moment triumph over nature's cruel indifference, forcing an unprecedented level of respect for our own finite biological limits against the sheer, overwhelming, uncompromising might of an endless winter. In the stark embrace of the enduring polar night, where familiar markers of time and progress dissolved into a ceaseless twilight, the absence of natural daylight triggered not just physical adaptation, but also a profound re-evaluation of social and ethical norms within our remote Arctic community. Life indeed went on, but it did so in a deeply altered societal landscape, where concepts of community support and vigilant observation became both a necessity and a delicate tightrope walk over profound personal vulnerability. Crime, often perceived as an inevitable byproduct of darkness and isolation in urban settings, took on a nuanced, complex character in our small village. One might expect a surge in opportunistic crime under the cloak of unending night. However, what we witnessed was often a paradoxical blend of heightened solidarity, reinforced by mutual dependency, subtly interspersed with instances of desperate improvisation, and occasionally petty opportunism that rarely escalated to outright malice. Major, violent crime was remarkably low. The very nature of our remote, interconnected community acted as an invisible deterrent. Anonymity, a hallmark of urban transgression, simply did not exist. Everyone knew everyone. Reputations were paramount, forged over generations, and the shame associated with blatant criminality within such a close-knit group was a powerful inhibitor. Furthermore, the sheer, unrelenting, cold, and pervasive darkness made large-scale criminal enterprises virtually impossible. What would one steal, and where would one go? Mobility was curtailed, escape routes non-existent, and hiding was a desperate, energy-draining endeavor. However, localized minor transgressions, a borrowed can of fuel from an unattended shed, a suspiciously missing food item from a less secure communal storage, did occur, fueled not by greed, but by genuine, terrifying desperation as individual supplies dwindled. These were usually met with swift, often community-driven forms of accountability, a shame-based social justice system where public disapproval could be a far harsher punishment than any formal legal process. Children, those small resilient barometers of adaptation, coped with the ceaseless darkness with a blend of youthful flexibility and palpable confusion. For them, the polar night was their extended normal winter, but with an intensity no summer-born adult could truly recall. The usual external stimulation of playing outdoors, running freely in the bright light, chasing, exploring, digging, were utterly absent. Their entire world constricted to the warmer, brighter, artificial confines of homes, the community center and the school. Their boundless energy, instead of being dissipated by external play, now had to be channeled indoors. Games became intricate, imaginary, whispered narratives, enacted in lamplit rooms. Storytelling, often amplified by the elders' cultural tradition, flourished, captivating young minds and transporting them beyond the literal darkness outside their window. These tales of heroism, of legendary hunts in an earlier, brighter world, or of enduring great trials, subtly imparted the resilience and wisdom of their ancestors. But even their youthful spirits contended with challenges. Sleep routines for children, dependent as much on external light as adults, became irregular, leading to increased crankiness and difficulty in concentrating. Teachers, deeply empathetic to these unique burdens, adjusted curricula, shortening outdoor physical education, if any existed, now a bundled, supervised march, and prioritizing mental well-being, reading, and culturally significant art and crafts. Schools became brightly lit bastions of warmth and normalcy, a cherished haven offering a semblance of structured routine that became a vital psychological anchor for children. My own memories include witnessing children, usually boisterous and prone to outdoor adventures, becoming strangely subdued during the middle day hours, then inexplicably energetic as the artificial evening light faded and bedtime loomed, their bodies hopelessly confused by the unchanging external gloom. The social gatherings that defined adult communal life intensified exponentially during the deepest stretches of the night. Community dances, potluck dinners, card game tournaments, and storytelling sessions took on a vital, almost ritualistic significance. These weren't merely entertainments. They were profound acts of collective psychological resilience, communal celebrations of shared existence in defiance of the omnipresent darkness. The constant background drone of the generator, the flickering gas lamps, the shared warmth, and the cacophony of human voices all served as powerful psychological bulwarks against the isolating, often melancholic grip of the eternal night outside. The focus shifted from material achievements to the profound value of human connection, of empathy, of listening. Conversations deepened, anecdotes stretched longer, and laughter, though sometimes tinged with an underlying weariness, rang out with an almost defiant spirit. The inherent vulnerability that comes with a shared, sustained struggle for existence created an unexpected level of intimacy and trust, fostering bonds that often far outlasted the returning sun. The darkness didn't just blanket the physical world, it reshaped the very fabric of our social contracts, revealing the raw, elemental human need for connection, purpose, and mutual reassurance in a world rendered profoundly strange and utterly relentless. Life in the dark went on not as a testament to individual triumph, but as a monument to collective adaptation, driven by shared warmth, collective wisdom, and a profound, defiant commitment to keep the flame of community alive, even when the greatest flame in the sky had entirely vanished. One of the defining contrasts between a typical, daylight-driven existence and the protracted gloom of polar night lay in the fundamental relationship we developed with artificial light. This wasn't merely a technological adaptation. It was an emotional, almost reverential connection to every flickering bulb, every precious generator, as they became our defiant, ephemeral suns in a world swallowed by darkness. Our reliance on technology, while basic by today's standards, was absolutely paramount and fraught with its own set of relentless anxieties. Electricity, that lifeblood of warmth and light, came almost entirely from diesel-fueled generators. These machines, often old, prone to mechanical fatigue, and struggling against the brutal cold that thickened lubricants and strained components, required meticulous, constant maintenance and an almost fanatical devotion to fuel rationing. Every tank of diesel brought into the village by plane or sporadic ice road delivery was measured, tracked, and planned for with agonizing precision. A single breakdown, a missed delivery, a crucial component failure meant an immediate and profound return to absolute darkness and brutal cold for sections of the village, turning any remaining heat source into a highly rationed lifeline. The drone of these generators, typically an annoyance, transformed into a constant, strangely comforting symphony. The steady hum was the very sound of survival, a mechanical heartbeat defying the Arctic gloom. A sudden sputter or shift in pitch would send shivers of anxiety down one's spine, prompting immediate inspection and urgent calls to the village mechanics, those unsung heroes whose hands, perpetually stained with grease and perpetually chilled, literally kept our light and warmth alive. Individual homes relied on a patchwork of light sources, each with its own advantages and desperate limitations. Battery-powered flashlights, precious and consuming finite energy cells, became indispensable tools for navigation, checking on children, or small chores. their beams cutting sharp, ephemeral tunnels through the pervasive gloom. Their use was rigorously disciplined, ensuring crucial reserves for emergencies. Kerosene lamps, with their warm, yellow, flickering glow, offered a more ambient, consistent, but less powerful illumination. The scent of kerosene, typically pungent and cloying, transformed into a comforting aroma, the smell of warmth, of extended reading, of familial gathering. Their gentle light softened the harshness of the darkness, lending a peculiar, sepia-toned intimacy to our homes, but also bringing the constant, nagging concern of fire risk, a devastating prospect in such cold isolation. Headlamps, strapped to foreheads, freed hands for chores, for hunting, for navigating the treacherous outdoors, their single beam cutting a defiant path through the utter blackness of the tundra. Each flickering lumen, each precious kilowatt, each burning drop of fuel was not just a utility. It was a conscious, guarded victory against the overwhelming might of the polar night, managed with a meticulousness that permeated every waking hour. Communication, outside of face-to-face contact, was primitive and often tenuous. Hand-crank radios, if we were fortunate enough to possess them, or larger battery-powered shortwave radios, provided intermittent, static-filled connections to distant regional news, occasional weather updates, always grim, or emergency alerts from far-off government stations. These brief, fleeting glimpses into an external world operating under a different sun provided both essential information and profound anxiety. What if the nearest city was also grappling with unheard-of challenges? Was anyone coordinating relief? Was a thaw truly on its way? The ambiguity and the inherent limitations of these fragile communication lines only reinforced our sense of isolation, further embedding us into the self-reliance of our local community. In a fundamental way, the technology we possessed wasn't a source of overwhelming liberation, but a constant, low-level anxiety. It didn't solve the core problems of the dark and cold. It merely, and preciously, kept the flickering flames of human life and social cohesion alive against an aggressive, relentless existential assault. Each hum, each glow, each signal became a profoundly charged symbol, reminding us hourly that survival was an active, deliberate, technologically precarious choice, a daily victory earned through the grinding efforts of mechanics, fuel haulers, and the simple, persistent flipping of a switch. The relentless pressure of perpetual darkness, coupled with extreme cold and isolation, profoundly affected the human spirit in our Alaskan village. Yet it also revealed a remarkable resilience nurtured through deep cultural and spiritual practices that predate written history. Life didn't merely go on in the dark. It delved deeper into itself, finding light and meaning in ancestral wisdom and collective introspection. For indigenous communities of the Arctic, polar night is not a surprise or an anomaly. It is a profound, cyclical reality, woven into the very fabric of their oral histories, spiritual beliefs, and enduring cultural practices. The absence of the sun is a part of their worldview, not an alien invasion, granting a unique framework for psychological and spiritual endurance that outsiders often lacked. The elders, those living repositories of collective memory and profound practical wisdom, assumed a heightened significance during these months. They didn't just share survival tips. They narrated endless, intricate stories by the flickering glow of kerosene lamps, weaving tales of mythological heroes traversing boundless darkness, of resilient ancestors triumphing over starvation and unimaginable cold, of clever animals outwitting unseen dangers. These stories, far from being mere entertainment, served as vital psychological anchors. They were coded lessons in patience, in perseverance, in communal responsibility, in understanding the deep cyclical nature of time, reminding us that even the darkest nights give way to dawn. They subtly yet powerfully conveyed the profound reassurance that we have been here before, and we will emerge again, granting a vital historical perspective against mounting personal anxiety. Ceremonies and rituals, often practiced year-round, took on an amplified potency during the polar night, transforming into communal affirmations of shared identity and spiritual strength. Gatherings for drumming and singing, usually vibrant and energetic, became deeply soulful, their rhythmic pulse a defiant beat against the encompassing quiet, a call for connection beyond the tangible. The sounds filled the often claustrophobic indoor spaces, uniting participants in a collective experience that transcended the immediate physical hardship. Feasting, always a communal celebration, took on a deeper meaning. Even with meticulously rationed food, small feasts of dried meat, preserved berries, and traditional preparations became acts of thanksgiving, defiant expressions of gratitude for communal resilience and continued existence, fostering immense psychological warmth that radiated from within. There was a heightened reverence for the aurora borealis when it graced our star-pierced skies. The spectral dancing lights, a glorious palette of shimmering green, ethereal violet, and faint wispy pink, cutting across the infinite blackness above, became not just a beautiful natural phenomenon, but a profound, almost spiritual beacon. For some, it was a reminder of the universe's deeper rhythms, a promise of hidden beauty even in profound darkness, a sign that celestial forces beyond human comprehension still danced above, unseen by day but vibrant in the eternal night. This awe, this visceral connection to the cosmos, served as a powerful antidote to the creeping despair and psychological confinement. The long nights also fostered an innate introspection, a deepening of personal and communal reflection. Without the relentless visual stimulation and external distractions of a sunlit world, minds were encouraged to turn inward, to contemplate deeper questions, to engage in extended periods of contemplation and internal dialogue. For me, this meant grappling with anxieties, certainly, but also experiencing unexpected moments of clarity, of a deeper appreciation for simple acts, the warmth of a fire, the shared glance with a neighbor, the sound of a loved one's breathing in the dark. It taught me that light, true and enduring, could indeed be found within, that the human spirit possesses an internal luminescence capable of defying even the most absolute, protracted external darkness. The Arctic silence, initially a source of dread, transformed into a peculiar, almost sacred canvas, against which the subtle, resilient tapestry of cultural practice, ancestral wisdom, and spiritual fortitude played out, reminding us that life's profoundest meaning often lies not in what we gain from the outside world, but what we cultivate, share, and preserve from within, even when the world's greatest lamp has turned away. As the ceaseless days of polar night inexorably bled into weeks, stretching towards the promised horizon of the sun's eventual return, an almost electric current of subtle anticipation began to charge the air within our remote Alaskan community. This wasn't a sudden eruption of frantic hope, but a gradual, slow, deeply ingrained awakening, as the cumulative wisdom of countless generations whispered that the universe's clock, though slow, was also inexorable. The darkest point, the longest shadow, always had a counterpoint in the slow, gradual return of the light. For a full 2 months we had existed beneath the unyielding canvas of a perpetually darkened sky, punctuated only by the distant stars, the ethereal shimmer of the aurora, or the persistent glow of our defiant artificial lights. The sensory deprivation had been profound. Our bodies and minds had, out of necessity, recalibrated to the rhythm of mechanical clocks and internal fortitude. Yet, as the calendar days, faithfully tracked by a collective hand in the community hall, edged closer to the predetermined date of the official sunrise, a distinct, almost tangible psychological shift began to take root. People started moving with a little less resignation. Conversations gained a subtle spark, and a shared, knowing glint began to reappear in the tired eyes of neighbors. It was the first delicate stirring of an ancient hope, a fundamental reawakening of an instinct long dormant in the pervasive gloom. The elders, those steadfast anchors in our sea of darkness, who had quietly reiterated the cyclical nature of life during the bleakest weeks, now began to speak with a more pronounced, almost celebratory certainty about the approaching great day. Their traditional stories, which had previously emphasized survival and resilience in the darkness, now subtly pivoted, shifting focus towards the themes of renewal, of awakening, of the triumphant reemergence of life and light. These narratives, passed down through millennia, spoke not just of physical sunlight, but of the metaphorical dawn of spirits, of communal rebirth. They recounted the joy of their ancestors greeting the first hesitant glimmers, teaching us how to prepare not just our homes, but our hearts and minds for the dramatic transition from shadow to radiance. This buildup of anticipation was less about a concrete, observable change outside our windows, which remained shrouded in perpetual night for many days before the actual sunrise, and more about an internal, emotional, and spiritual recalibration. It was a conscious effort to shake off the inertia of sustained darkness, to shed the accumulated psychological weight of the gloom, and to actively reorient our senses towards the profound stimulus that was about to overwhelm them. Even the smallest details took on new significance. Preparations, both practical and ceremonial, began. Extra fuel was carefully allocated for generators, ensuring ample light for the festivities surrounding the sun's return. Special clothing, long put away, might be dusted off, in preparation for the collective emergence from the long hibernation. Homes, meticulously maintained as our private fortresses, would be readied for visitors, cleaned with a renewed sense of purpose. What we began to discern, subtle yet profound, were the false dawns, the pre-sunrise atmospheric phenomena that subtly hinted at the sun's ascent long before it truly appeared. These would often manifest as fleeting, elusive flashes of an unidentifiable hue, a hint of peach, a streak of pale lavender, blushing briefly against the darkest parts of the southern sky, low on the horizon, only to retreat as swiftly as they appeared, subsumed by the overarching gloom. These were not the actual sun, not even a direct beam, but merely the diffuse high-altitude scattering of light reflecting from an unseen sun still lingering just below the Earth's curve, teasing us with fleeting glimpses of its immense power. For someone unaccustomed to polar extremes, these fleeting light whispers would likely be dismissed or disbelieved. But for us, attuned by 60-odd days of absolute darkness, these false dawns became powerful, almost visceral confirmations of the sun's inevitable return. Each whisper of pale light was celebrated, discussed, and analyzed with an intense collective awe. It was a profound emotional anchor, transforming abstract anticipation into a palpable, almost tactile certainty that the endless dark was indeed finite. These fleeting spectral hues, painting a subtle tapestry on the distant horizon, were a daily affirmation that the light so long missed was drawing near, prompting an internal preparation for the moment when our true celestial anchor would finally, irrevocably, claim its rightful place above the frozen rim of the Earth, fundamentally altering our collective reality once more, bringing with it a tide of unimaginable relief. The anticipation of the first sunrise after 65 days of profound darkness was a unique emotional alchemy, a heady concoction of relief, awe, almost childlike wonder, and a profound, wordless sense of reawakening that permeated every soul in our remote Arctic community. This wasn't merely the turning of a day, it was the recalibration of our entire world, a cosmic realignment that marked the end of an endurance test and the beginning of a joyous rebirth. As the precisely calculated date and time drew near, a hushed excitement, palpable as the cold air, settled over the village. The schedule had been communicated widely, gathering points at the edge of town, at the highest vantage points possible, overlooking the precise section of the southern horizon where the celestial event was predicted to unfold. There was no bustling traffic to fight, no elaborate ceremonies to distract. It was a pure, unadorned vigil, a communal act of patient waiting for the return of an elemental force. Despite the relentless cold, people bundled themselves in their warmest layers, parkas, caribou mitts, thick fur hoods, their faces uplifted, breath pluming in frosty clouds, their eyes strained against the horizon, waiting with an intensity that verged on the spiritual. It felt less like simply observing a natural phenomenon and more like welcoming a long-lost, cherished friend back from an impossibly long journey. And then it began. Not with a sudden, fiery burst, not a dramatic explosion of golden light, but with a deliberate, ethereal grace that stole my breath and stirred something deep within my ancient human memory. First, an impossibly faint, almost invisible sliver of luminescence began to stain the deepest black blue of the southern horizon. It was a hue beyond description, a nascent whisper of rose and apricot, so subtle it felt more imagined than seen, teasing the edges of the deepest indigo. This was not the direct sun itself, but the diffuse filtered refracted light reaching us from its distant, rising, unseen edge, a prelude of incredible beauty. As minutes bled into what felt like an eternity, this faint glow intensified, growing wider, gaining color and vibrancy, gradually stretching into a profound, luminous band across the sky. A magnificent arc of purples, violets, deep crimsons, and soft peaches, chasing the deeper darkness higher into the atmosphere. The clouds, which had for so long been a blanket of monotonous gray, now caught these nascent rays, transforming their undersides into soft, glowing embers, painting an ever-changing tapestry of profound celestial beauty above the frozen, indifferent tundra. Our collective gasp was barely audible, swallowed by the vast, open silence of the Arctic. My eyes, so long accustomed to the muted shades of artificial light and pervasive gloom, watered involuntarily, stinging from the unexpected assault of genuine brilliance, yet paradoxically unable to look away, utterly captivated by this nascent spectacle. The sheer depth of color, the infinite variations in hue, felt like an awakening not just for the landscape, but for my very soul. Finally, with a slow, deliberate majesty that defied the very concept of hurried time, the very tip of the sun's disk, a tiny blazing shard of molten gold, tentatively breached the furthest southern horizon. It didn't shoot up. It seemed to pull itself upward, agonizingly slowly, as if with immense effort, refusing to rush the moment of its grand reappearance. It was merely a sliver, a pinpoint of impossible fire, yet its direct, radiant brilliance pierced the prolonged gloom with an intensity that was almost overwhelming, stinging my pupils and filling my eyes with profound, almost painful tears. A collective sigh, deeply emotional, rose from our small, gathered community, a sound not of triumph, but of deep, communal, shared relief, a profound release of 65 days of unspoken tension and whispered fears. The light was palpable, tangible, almost a physical warmth spreading across my chilled face, even though the air remained bitingly cold. It wasn't about the temperature. It was about the feeling of light, its fundamental validation. The darkness was truly, unequivocally, finally broken. Cheers erupted, raw and emotional. Children whooped with a primal joy, and hardened adults openly wiped tears from their weather-beaten faces. Hugs were exchanged, hands clasped, tears of pure, unadulterated relief freely flowed, their saltiness momentarily stinging against chilled cheeks. The simple act of witnessing that returning orb, of feeling its nascent presence, was a profound, almost spiritual affirmation of life itself, a cosmic promise fulfilled. It shattered the psychological confinement of the long night, breaking the chains of gloom, and reminding us with an unforgettable intensity that the universe, however brutal and indifferent, adheres to its ancient rhythms, always offering a path from darkness to light, leaving an indelible memory of pure, unadulterated, triumphant, life-affirming light. The enduring influence of living through the unbroken span of 65 days of polar night extended far beyond the physiological adjustments to the absence of light or the psychological burden of perpetual darkness. For those of us who endured it in our remote Alaskan community, the experience permanently altered our relationship with time, with the elements, and with each other, reshaping our perspectives in ways both subtle and profound, affecting how we perceived the normal rhythm of the world even after the sun gloriously returned. We found ourselves forever recalibrated by the immense temporal distortion of the deep darkness. The rigid, universally accepted progression of clocks and calendars had, for over 2 months, been merely an abstract guide, supplanted by the ceaseless, undifferentiated gray. Even after the sun reclaimed its position, and true day and night returned, my internal clock, and that of many others, never quite reverted to its previous, unquestioning adherence. There was a lingering awareness of the sun as a presence, a force to be cherished and acutely noted, rather than a given backdrop. Its strength, its height in the sky, its mere visibility, became matters of conscious observation, no longer taken for granted. There was a heightened sensitivity to light, a noticeable aversion to excessively bright artificial environments, like those outside in cities, which now seemed offensively glaring, and a profound appreciation for the soft, gentle transitions of true dawn and dusk. The fleeting magic of a clear, bright summer day in Alaska, once a cherished, anticipated season, was now imbued with an almost sacred quality, a period of hyper-awareness and gratitude for every precious moment of light. Beyond this internal, almost biological recalibration, the collective memory of shared hardship created an indelible bond within the community. The acts of mutual aid, the spontaneous generosity, the quiet resilience displayed in the face of existential adversity wove a robust new tapestry of trust and interconnectedness. This was not a temporary alliance. It was a profound reaffirmation of communal identity. Years later, a shared glance with a fellow survivor during a cold winter day, a casual comment about a long, dark night, would be instantly understood, invoking a common, profound history of endurance that outsiders could never truly grasp. This bond extended to a heightened, intuitive sense of responsibility for one another. The vulnerability exposed during the polar night taught us that individual strength was amplified and truly tested by collective compassion and vigilant mutual support. It created a subtle, unspoken agreement to forever look out for those on the margins, those more vulnerable, those whose needs were magnified by hardship, a permanent commitment etched into the fabric of the community. The experience also left a distinct, deep-seated impact on our relationship with the concept of resource scarcity and preparedness. We became, almost universally, more prudent, more forward-thinking, more intensely practical. Our mental larder of preparedness for the next potential crisis was no longer merely a metaphorical concept, but a vivid, visceral, non-negotiable imperative. Every spare generator part, every extra can of food, every full tank of fuel for the snowmobiles, these were no longer just items. They were precious bulwarks against the potential return of extreme, prolonged, unexpected vulnerability. This prudence extended beyond mere material preparedness, transforming into an almost intuitive foresight, an ingrained habit of proactive planning against unseen future adversities. There was an increased appreciation for the knowledge and experience of the elders, their stories no longer just interesting tales, but profound blueprints for resilience and enduring wisdom in the face of nature's relentless unpredictability. They were the living guides, the repositories of wisdom that had carried generations through such darkness. The collective narrative shifted from one of mere survival to one of proud, stoic endurance, a deeply shared identity, defining an unspoken fortitude for those who had lived through the dark. My own character was fundamentally reshaped by it. I emerged from those 65 days with a deepened humility, an enhanced appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of the sun, and a profound, unshakable conviction in the power of human connection against even the most overwhelming, indifferent forces of nature. The polar night was a brutal teacher, yes, but its lessons were indelible, transforming our very understanding of life, light, community, and what it truly meant to carry on when the world outside was perpetually shrouded in an unbreakable, cosmic gloom. The darkness eventually receded, but its teachings remained, eternally illuminating our future. The Billion-Dollar Mirage, Why Even Owning? 2012. Bitcoin wouldn't make you the richest you imagine. Welcome, fellow dreamers and historical explorers, to another deep dive on boring history to sleep. Tonight, we're not just unearthing forgotten emperors or dusty societal norms. No, tonight we embark on a journey that feels both impossibly recent and strangely ancient. A narrative tinged with the intoxicating perfume of what-ifs, the bitter tang of regret, and the omnipresent, dazzling allure of unimaginable wealth. We are talking about Bitcoin. Not the polished, institutionalized Bitcoin of today, a financial behemoth quoted on major exchanges and whispered about in corporate boardrooms, but the primordial, almost mythical Bitcoin of 2012. Picture it with me for a moment. Truly try to conjure the scene in your mind's eye. A nascent, almost fringe digital curiosity, dismissed by every reputable financial institution, trading for literal pocket change. Often, a single coin was worth less than $5, frequently hovering around $1, and for stretches in its earliest days that year, sometimes even below 50 cents. It was a digital ghost, a whisper in obscure online forums, a quirky obsession for a few tech-savvy outsiders, seemingly inconsequential, yet pregnant with unforeseen potential. The thought must have crossed millions of minds as Bitcoin later rocketed into the stratosphere. What if I had bought just a little? What if I had been brave enough to truly invest everything I could spare? The narrative we are relentlessly fed by media and hindsight evangelists is a glittering, simplistic fable. One of instant, boundless riches, reserved for those impossibly prescient few who recognized its genius. But what if I told you that the reality for nearly every single human being on this planet would have been vastly, vastly different? What if that golden ticket you missed was actually laced with unexpected pitfalls, booby traps of psychological warfare, and practical impossibilities so formidable that they would have left you far, far from the lavish, worry-free billionaire lifestyle you constantly fantasize about? Tonight, my friends, we are peeling back layer after layer of this mesmerizing financial fantasy, dissecting it with the cold, hard logic of reality to uncover precisely why, even if you had miraculously bought Bitcoin back in 2012, you almost certainly wouldn't be as rich as you think. This isn't just about price charts. It's about the relentless march of time, the fickle nature of human psychology, and the brutal grind of everyday existence. Before we embark on this truly in-depth, perhaps even cerebrally numbing exploration, I'm genuinely curious and eager to connect. Where in this vast spinning globe are you drifting off with us tonight? And what precise second is ticking by in your corner of the world right now? Drop a comment below. It brings me an unexpected comfort knowing we're all tethered, however briefly, by this shared moment of quiet, intellectual contemplation. The siren song of What If is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful and psychologically seductive forces known to the human mind. It weaves intricate tapestries of alternate realities, tantalizing us with images of fortunes amassed and lives lived free from want or worry. This force is amplified tenfold when applied to Bitcoin's historical price trajectory. Picture that pivotal moment once more. It's 2012. Bitcoin, this quirky digital currency, a conceptual child born of cryptic white papers and shadowy online communities, is exchanging hands for what most rational people considered laughably insignificant sums. Sometimes just a few dollars, sometimes less than one, occasionally even pennies for a single unit. The sensational headlines of today constantly blare the narratives of early adopters, the legends of those who transformed a mere few $100s into staggering sums of millions, or even the almost unimaginable echelons of billions. Our minds effortlessly, almost automatically, leap to the most thrilling conclusion. If only I had possessed the insight, the courage, the sheer audacity to buy then, I would now be lounging on a pristine beach in the Maldives, served by white-gloved attendants, arriving everywhere in a bespoke private jet, or perhaps finally realizing that lifelong dream of funding my most whimsical passion project without so much as a fleeting glance at the associated cost. This particular fantasy is so utterly vivid, so irresistibly alluring, because it directly preys upon and masterfully amplifies our most fundamental and deeply ingrained human desires: the craving for financial freedom, for an emancipation from the daily grind of earning and spending, and for the powerful, intoxicating validation that accompanies truly monumental financial success. We ravenously consume the distilled, heroic sagas of those mythical figures who supposedly got rich with Bitcoin, yet we conveniently and consistently, perhaps even willfully, forget the innumerable legions who bravely attempted, spectacularly failed, or simply could not, under any conceivable circumstances, endure the decade-long ordeal required to truly hold on. This dangerously simplified narrative, so often manufactured and endlessly propagated by sensationalist media reports and relentlessly cherry-picked examples, painstakingly cultivates an idealized, almost utopian vision of early Bitcoin wealth. A vision that is, to put it mildly, profoundly incomplete. It deliberately, or perhaps ignorantly, ignores the brutal, unforgiving reality of what it truly meant to navigate the treacherous, utterly uncharted, and overwhelmingly hostile waters of nascent cryptocurrency. It paints a deceptively smooth picture of an inevitable, predestined ascent, when in fact the actual journey was an agonizing tightrope walk over a bottomless chasm of potential financial ruin, a path relentlessly strewn with terrifying, sudden plunges, an overwhelming chorus of derisive skepticism from every corner, and an almost complete absence of any meaningful financial infrastructure or even basic understanding from the wider world. The very act of merely acquiring Bitcoin back then wasn't akin to today's seamless digital transactions. A few clicks on a sleek, intuitively designed exchange app. It was an adventurous foray into the wild, untamed digital wilderness, a process that frequently demanded significant technical acumen, an almost naive willingness to engage with fledgling and often profoundly precarious online platforms, and a hefty, audacious dose of almost childlike optimism commingled with daring, even reckless conviction. Furthermore, the very concept of being rich is itself a notoriously nebulous, highly subjective, and perpetually shifting target. For some, it might signify nothing more than the sweet serenity of complete financial independence, a quiet assurance of solvency. For others, however, it invariably implies the dizzying, truly stratospheric wealth that positions one alongside legendary tech moguls and oil barons. The imagined fortune derived from a perfectly timed 2012 Bitcoin purchase almost invariably aligns with the latter, sketching a portrait of limitless abundance and absolute impunity. Yet, the winding pathway from a humble, insignificant 2012 investment to that kind of unfathomable wealth was not just extraordinarily long and excruciatingly arduous, It was a grueling gauntlet, a constant navigation through a minefield of psychological traps and practical impossibilities, each exquisitely designed to make you stumble, to falter, to utterly lose your grip on your conviction, and ultimately to divest yourself from what appeared to be an increasingly futile gamble. It is paramount that we dispassionately separate the tantalizing fiction from the far more sobering, humbling, and utterly inconvenient facts, to fundamentally grasp that even the best, most honorable intentions and the earliest, most astute entries into this embryonic market very often culminated in scenarios dramatically divergent from the lavish, sun-drenched yacht fantasies that so vigorously fuel our waking dreams. It was, frankly, an anomaly to truly succeed, not a guaranteed, predetermined outcome. It was a profoundly chaotic, brutally unforgiving landscape, where only a minuscule, uniquely gifted fraction of humanity truly possessed the preternatural combination of rare technical prowess, almost pathological psychological resilience, a truly cosmic degree of luck, and a providential freedom from immediate, pressing financial needs, not merely to buy the coins, but to actually hold them steadfastly through the ensuing digital dark ages, to somehow emerge triumphantly on the other side, and crucially to then actually translate that abstract theoretical wealth into real-world, tangible purchasing power without succumbing to any of the myriad temptations or tribulations. Even if you, against all prevailing logic and common sense, managed to persuade your deepest self to allocate precious resources to this peculiar digital experiment in 2012, the monumental act of actually acquiring Bitcoin was an unforeseen and Herculean challenge, an almost impenetrable barrier to entry that effectively pruned untold numbers of potential future millionaires from the burgeoning tree before their aspirational leaves could even begin to unfurl. Completely erase from your modern mind the sleek, intuitively designed, lightning-fast user interfaces, the meticulously vetted platforms backed by major financial institutions, and the effortless, near-instantaneous fiat on-ramps we consider standard today. In 2012, the financial landscape where Bitcoin existed was a primitive, undeveloped, and perilously uncertain terrain. It was sparsely populated with hastily assembled, often glitchy online forums, fledgling exchanges with questionably competent technical teams, and an unsettling, pervasive requirement for a level of unverified trust that, more often than not, was catastrophically misplaced. You couldn't simply connect your meticulously linked bank account, or fluidly swipe your widely accepted credit card to purchase this strange new asset. The prevalent methods for converting your hard-earned traditional fiat currency into Bitcoin were cumbersome beyond belief, painstakingly slow, frequently riddled with friction, and inherently, frighteningly fraught with risk. More often than not, you'd find yourself deep within the shadowy recesses of peer-to-peer trades, meticulously arranged on obscure online bulletin boards like the legendary Bitcoin Talk forum, where you were literally wiring a substantial sum of your money, often thousands of dollars, to an individual whose real name, location, and true intentions remained utterly anonymous. Your transaction was built entirely on a foundation of desperate hope that they would, in a truly commendable act of digital integrity, actually reciprocate by sending you the promised coins. The now universally recognized regulatory concepts of Know Your Customer, KYC, or robust anti-money laundering, AML, mandates were either conspicuously absent, rudimentary to the point of ineffectiveness, or simply non-existent at best. This gaping regulatory void meant, critically, a complete and total lack of recourse, absolutely no avenue for restitution, should you fall victim to a scam, a distressingly common, heartbreakingly prevalent occurrence in those Wild West days of nascent crypto. Furthermore, the few primitive exchanges that dared to exist, such as the now infamous Mt. Gox, were clunky, unreliable digital beasts plagued by maddeningly frequent downtime, possessing perilously thin liquidity for anything beyond microtransactions, and functioning as magnetic honeypots for cunning, relentless hackers. Imagine the sheer, teeth-grinding frustration of attempting to purchase a genuinely significant quantity of Bitcoin, let's say several $1,000s worth, which in those heady days could have easily netted you hundreds or even thousands of individual coins. The spread, or the significant difference between the bid and ask prices, could be gargantuan, effectively draining your capital before you even fully acquired your position. The digital order books, rather than being robust and vibrant, were perilously thin, often displaying only a few dozen outstanding orders at any given time. Successfully completing such a transaction, without significant slippage or unexpected fees, could easily stretch from several infuriating days to many soul-crushing weeks of protracted, often infuriating back-and-forth correspondence and endless digital fiddling. Traditional banks, viewing this digital phenomenon with extreme suspicion and a palpable air of disdain, consistently complicated the lives of early crypto enthusiasts. Deposits to and withdrawals from these fledgling crypto operations were notoriously difficult to execute, frequently resulting in arbitrary frozen accounts, aggressive questioning by bewildered branch managers, or even outright emphatic rejections of any transaction that remotely alluded to virtual currencies. This wasn't a sleek, user-friendly, gratification-on-demand world. It was an exhaustive, mentally taxing trial by fire, a stringent test of one's patience, fundamental technical competence, and an iron stomach for extraordinary levels of financial risk. Qualities that the vast majority of mainstream investors, or even merely curious individuals, simply did not possess. The mental friction, the profound investment of time and relentless effort required to even perform the most rudimentary steps, such as setting up a secure wallet, grappling with the abstract concepts of private and public keys, and ensuring secure digital storage, was, in itself, a profoundly daunting undertaking. Without the benefit of established user-friendly tutorials, readily available guides, or robust, empathetic customer support, users were largely abandoned to their own devices, frequently fumbling their way through cryptic command-line interfaces, or nervously experimenting with early, often buggy and error-prone, software versions. The sheer technical overhead, the labyrinthine procedures, and the opaque jargon alone proved sufficient to scare off all but the most truly dedicated, the unequivocally tech-savvy, and perhaps the slightly eccentric individual who possessed a peculiar appetite for digital exploration. This demanding gauntlet ruthlessly filtered out legions of would-be investors, significantly reducing the pool of potential early adopters who could legitimately claim to have established a substantial, truly meaningful position. The insurmountable technical barrier effectively relegated Bitcoin to a curious niche obsession, far from its destined role as a burgeoning, legitimate asset class. This unforgiving entry process fundamentally ensured that the mythical average person merely acquiring a significant amount of Bitcoin in 2012 was not only extraordinarily unlikely, but for most, practically an insurmountable impossibility given the bewildering array of self-imposed and externally enforced obstacles that relentlessly stood squarely in their way. It was less about financial acumen and more about raw, unyielding digital persistence. Navigating the tempestuous financial seas after your initial 2012 Bitcoin purchase, however minor, was emphatically not a leisurely, sun-drenched cruise. Rather, it was a brutal, protracted odyssey through a perpetual storm, especially during the soul-crushing, punishingly long, and profoundly demoralizing bear markets that inevitably followed Bitcoin's early, exhilarating pumps. Even if, by some truly miraculous convergence of sheer determination, luck, and unwavering foresight, you had managed to acquire a substantial digital bag of Bitcoin during its infancy, clinging to it steadfastly through the incessant, chaotic, and relentlessly capricious market cycles that defined its nascent years was an excruciating test of willpower. A test so extreme that precious few could ever genuinely endure it. In those early wild days, the market wasn't a mature, relatively predictable ecosystem driven by institutional players and established macroeconomic indicators. It was a frenetic, almost primordial soup, hyper-speculative to its core, insanely volatile, and often violently driven by the fleeting whims of obscure internet personalities, unsubstantiated rumors, and outright technological experimentation rather than solid, definable fundamentals. Imagine, if you can truly viscerally feel it, buying your first tranche of Bitcoin, perhaps triumphantly securing a coin or two around $5 apiece in late 2012 or early 2013, basking in the glow of feeling like an undeniable pioneer, a visionary in a world of skeptics. Then, almost immediately, witness it with your own two disbelieving eyes as it catapults to $20, then majestically breaches $50, even bursting past the unimaginable psychological barrier of $200 in a thrilling, heart-stopping surge in April 2013. The rush would have been indescribable, the sense of validation immense. But then, as abruptly as a digital cliff, watch in horrified paralysis as your burgeoning theoretical fortune plummets with brutal efficiency, shedding over 80% of its value, cascading back down to a humbling figure under $50, all within a terrifyingly compressed span of mere days. This wasn't an isolated anomalous blip. This was, chillingly, merely a prelude, a harbinger of the ensuing years of such relentless, extreme, and psychologically damaging price action. We, the hindsight historians, tend to selectively remember and hero worship only the exhilarating, intoxicating highs. But the crushing psychological toll of witnessing a significant, hard-won chunk of your nascent fortune simply evaporate into the digital ether overnight, or over a single trading week, is an insidious form of torture that is genuinely immense and enduring. Then, after the brief and thrilling pump and dump of early 2013, came the truly brutal, soul-devouring long winter. After peaking again with the stunning rally in late 2013, surging heroically around $200 per coin, Bitcoin embarked on a relentless, agonizing, almost nihilistic descent that would endure for what felt like an eternity, stretching out over many agonizing years. By early 2015, the initial hopeful bloom had withered. It had comprehensively crashed, plummeting over 80% from its historic peak, dipping ominously below $200 and stubbornly languishing there for an extended, excruciating period, often even hovering despondently below $100 for months on end. For any rational individual who had dared to invest their hard-earned savings, perhaps a substantial portion, or even money borrowed against their better judgment, seeing their once promising theoretical hundreds of thousands, or even millions, dwindle back down to mere tens of thousands, or perhaps even less than their original principal, would have been an absolutely excruciating, spirit-breaking ordeal. This wasn't merely a fleeting paper loss. This was profoundly real money, tangible capital, currency that you had poured into this audacious, seemingly foolish venture, perhaps against the stern advice and outright mockery of exasperated friends, deeply concerned family members, and every prevailing financial pundit. The ever-skeptical financial media, who had been gleefully prognosticating its demise from day one, would have ravenously pounced on this protracted downturn, eagerly publishing Bitcoin's innumerable, dramatic obituaries, fueling a pervasive, choking atmosphere of overwhelming fear, uncertainty, and doubt, known universally by its chilling acronym FUD. Your erstwhile skeptical friends, having now found their self-righteous vindication, would have openly, unapologetically mocked you with a mixture of pity and smugness. Your family, previously concerned, would have now openly expressed their profound disappointment or exasperated concern that bordered on thinly veiled criticism for your apparent folly. Every single human instinct, every rational, self-preserving impulse within your being would have screamed in your ears, "Get out! Extract yourself! Cut your losses before this digital pipe dream utterly implodes and truly goes to zero. Salvage whatever paltry remnants you can before it's too late." The esoteric concept of patiently holding onto an incredibly volatile, poorly understood asset for a seemingly eternal decade, or even merely half a decade, through such relentless, brutally protracted downturns, without any visible, guiding light at the end of the proverbial tunnel, without even an iota of mainstream validation, without even the glimmer of regulatory clarity, and often amidst an endemic landscape of rampant scams and frequent hacks, is, frankly, practically alien, utterly anathema to fundamental human psychology. The vast majority of people, myself included, would have unequivocally sold long before the subsequent glorious rebound, desperately seeking to salvage something, anything at all, from what, at the time, appeared with devastating clarity to be a comprehensively sinking digital ship. They would have capitulated and sold their once promising assets at a pathetic fraction of their peak theoretical valuation, firmly convinced, through bitter experience, that the audacious digital experiment had definitively failed. This sustained, agonizing period of immense, gut-wrenching paper loss and merciless public ridicule wasn't just a minor inconvenience or a passing storm. It was, undeniably, a psychologically engineered gauntlet designed with ruthless efficiency to systematically shatter resolve, to break the strongest spirits, leaving behind only an infinitesimally tiny fraction of those pioneering early adopters who truly possessed the elusive, almost pathological trait of diamond hands, that unyielding, almost superhuman capacity to steadfastly weather such a devastating, prolonged, and truly existential storm without breaking. It's effortless, even comfortable, to gaze back through the perfectly clarifying lens of 2020 hindsight. But the visceral, lived experience of surviving and enduring those grinding, desolate years of doubt and despair demanded a type of psychological fortitude that transcends mere typical investment strategies and borders on the truly, clinically, pathological. It separated the myth from the truly exceptional few. As if the inherent mind-bending market volatility wasn't a sufficiently potent psychological battering ram. The early days of Bitcoin were, from its very inception, inextricably, and, some would argue, damningly linked with prevalent narratives of illicit activity. This dark, indelible stain, magnified and endlessly replayed by an eager moralistic media, relentlessly colored public perception, and heaped an immense, often unbearable burden of social and legal pressure upon the shoulders of anyone brave or foolish enough to actively hold the fledgling digital asset. We are, of course, talking about the notorious rise and cataclysmic fall of the Silk Road. In the pivotal years of 2012 and 2013, for the overwhelming majority of people existent beyond the confines of deeply insular tech communities, academic cryptography circles, and libertarian online forums, Bitcoin wasn't just an obscure, perplexing digital oddity. It was primarily, if not exclusively, known as the shadowy, preferred currency of the dark web. It was universally framed, often with salacious undertones, as the medium of exchange for illicit goods and clandestine services flourishing on anonymous online marketplaces, with the Silk Road serving as its poster child for digital vice. The mainstream media, sensing a tantalizing cocktail of nascent technology, illegal activities, and moral panic, ravenously pounced on this captivating narrative, gleefully demonizing Bitcoin and deliberately portraying it as an intrinsically evil tool, primarily for unrepentant criminals, sophisticated money launderers, insidious drug traffickers, and illicit arms dealers. Sensationalist, fear-mongering headlines, often featuring lurid imagery and alarming statistics, blared across countless newspapers, dominated cable news segments, and echoed relentlessly through online portals, meticulously detailing every bust, every federal indictment, and consistently, inextricably associating the strange, new digital currency with a burgeoning ecosystem of clandestine, profoundly illegal operations. For anyone who held even a single Bitcoin during this period, this relentlessly negative, almost propagandistic media onslaught created an intensely uncomfortable, profoundly disquieting, and often outright terrifying existential situation. You weren't simply an early adopter, an adventurous investor venturing into unknown technological territory. You were, in the suspicious eyes of an anxious public, potentially federal agents, bewildered banking officials, and genuinely concerned family members, either directly a criminal yourself, or, at the very least, implicitly, undeniably complicit in facilitating nefarious criminal activities. This pervasive, overwhelmingly negative public perception wasn't some abstract, ephemeral philosophical problem. It led directly to very real, tangible, and often deeply alarming consequences. Banks, already deeply wary of anything non-traditional, became exponentially more hesitant and overtly suspicious of anything remotely crypto-related. They significantly increased their vigilance, frequently closing down long-standing personal and business accounts, aggressively interrogating account holders, or unilaterally blocking transaction after transaction with even a hint of virtual currency. This mounting otherness extended to law enforcement agencies, which began taking an uncomfortably keen and growing interest in anything connected to Bitcoin, sparking widespread fears of imminent, draconian regulatory crackdowns, arbitrary asset seizures, or even, most terrifyingly, personal legal ramifications for merely possessing what increasingly appeared to be a shady, illicit, or criminal asset. The uncertainty emanating from these converging forces was paralyzing, psychologically debilitating. Could your carefully acquired digital coins somehow be deemed tainted? Could your innocuous Bitcoin wallet address suddenly be flagged as suspicious by government agencies, triggering an audit or investigation? These were not merely idle, paranoid musings born of an overactive imagination. They were frighteningly genuine possibilities, very real threats that loomed large, a suffocating sword of Damocles suspended over your theoretical fortune. The sheer, overwhelming pressure to divest, to rapidly sell off your holdings, to vehemently dissociate yourself from this toxic, growing infamy was immense, an almost irresistible siren call for self-preservation. Imagine the agonizing struggle of attempting to rationalize your curious investment choice to a cadre of deeply worried, disapproving family members, or a stern, suspicious financial advisor, when every single news report on television, in print, and online unequivocally linked Bitcoin, almost without exception, to infamous drug lords, illicit arms trafficking, and shadowy criminal enterprises. The unbearable weight of this pervasive stigma, this digital scarlet letter, undoubtedly became too heavy, too psychologically corrosive, for untold numbers of early adopters to bear. The burning desire to simply cash out, to escape, even if it meant realizing only a modest profit, or tragically, even an outright loss, purely to sever all ties with the rapidly proliferating narrative of infamy, morphed into an overwhelmingly powerful, self-preservational motivator. The esoteric notion of holding a purely speculative asset when it also concurrently carried such profound and ever-escalating social and legal baggage was simply unpalatable, psychologically toxic, and utterly unsustainable for the vast majority of everyday individuals. This made sustained, long-term conviction an incredibly rare, deeply arduous, and almost superhuman path to successfully tread. The significant reputational risk, compounded exponentially by growing, increasingly vocal calls for outright governmental prohibition from powerful figures, forged a constant, insidious, gnawing anxiety that slowly but surely chipped away at the fragile resolve and wavering conviction of countless early Bitcoin holders. And then, as if fate itself conspired to thin the ranks of the already dwindling pool of resolute Bitcoin believers, came an event of such seismic, catastrophic proportions that, for an innumerable legion of individuals, it became the undisputed final nail in the coffin for their nascent Bitcoin aspirations. The spectacular, ignominious implosion and subsequent complete annihilation of Mt. Gox. If you were one of the exceptionally brave, perhaps blissfully naive, or simply profoundly audacious souls who had ventured into the precarious world of Bitcoin investment by 2013, the cold, hard, unshakable truth is that your diligently acquired funds, or at the very least, a critically significant portion of them, were, in all probability, perilously residing on this particular exchange. Mt. Gox was, for a relatively fleeting yet undeniably impactful period, the utterly dominant behemoth Bitcoin exchange on the global stage, processing and meticulously handling an astonishing, almost unbelievable 70% of all global Bitcoin transactions at its peak, an unfathomable concentration of market power. It wasn't just an exchange, it was the quintessential, indispensable central hub, the perceived nexus for acquiring, exchanging, and liquidating Bitcoin worldwide. So, when this gargantuan exchange, after what had been months of increasingly troubling withdrawal issues, a maddening litany of cryptic error messages, opaque public statements, and frustrating delays, suddenly and without immediate explanation halted all trading activity, dramatically shuttered its digital doors, and ultimately, inevitably, declared itself officially bankrupt in the chillingly bleak early months of 2014, it unleashed shockwaves of unimaginable magnitude. These reverberations tore through the already fragile, deeply distrusting, nascent cryptocurrency community with such ferocity that their lingering tremors are, undeniably, still palpably felt and remembered today by anyone who lived through that dark period. The sheer, horrifying scale of the losses was truly staggering, almost beyond comprehension. An estimated minimum of 850,000 bitcoins, an almost mythical hoard then valued at approximately $450 million, a figure that barely scratches the surface of the human cost, were declared unequivocally lost or systematically stolen, evaporating into the cold, indifferent digital ether. Just try to grasp that number. 850,000 bitcoins. To frame that in today's breathtaking valuations, that figure would be many tens, possibly hundreds, of billions of dollars. Imagine the crushing despair, the profound, gut-wrenching betrayal. You had invested cautiously, perhaps even audaciously, in 2012, weathering all the preceding storms, only to witness your initial, relatively modest investment heroically balloon to a truly significant sum, possibly even life-changing by late 2013 during Bitcoin's epic run. And then, in a devastatingly cruel twist of digital fate, to have that entire hard-won, carefully cultivated theoretical fortune brutally, comprehensively wiped out, instantly rendered non-existent in a horrifying, irreversible flash. For hundreds of thousands of pioneering, hopeful, yet ultimately betrayed early investors spanning every continent, their entire life's Bitcoin holdings, their diligently nurtured, deeply cherished theoretical fortunes, simply and irrevocably vanished overnight. Not due to a typical market correction or a momentary downturn that could be patiently weathered, but because the very platform, the singular digital vault, they had unequivocally entrusted with their invaluable digital assets proved to be fundamentally, spectacularly, and tragically unreliable. This wasn't merely a question of poor investment timing or market misjudgment. It was a brutal, scarring, unforgiving lesson in the profound perils of custodial risk, the terrifying fragility of misplaced trust, and the profound existential immaturity of the early, utterly untested crypto infrastructure. The raw, enduring trauma of the Mt. Gox implosion triggered widespread disillusionment that ran deep and, critically, fostered a profound, almost irretrievable, loss of fundamental trust in the entire nascent ecosystem of cryptocurrency. Untold multitudes of people, after having their life savings, or critically significant portions of it, systematically stolen, irredeemably locked away, or simply vanishing without a trace, justly swore off engaging with cryptocurrency forever, forever scarred by the experience. Who, in their right mind, could genuinely blame them for this profound disavowal? The adage of, "not your keys, not your coins," which would eventually become the sacred mantra and ultimate battle cry for self-custody advocates, only truly gained its profound resonance and wide recognition after the traumatic Gox failure. But for those who weren't sufficiently technically savvy, or who simply possessed neither the technical knowledge nor the terrifying foresight to adequately self-custody their assets, or, crucially, simply didn't foresee such a monumental, cataclysmic, unprecedented institutional failure on that scale, the Gox collapse unequivocally signified game over. It wasn't a minor setback or a temporary inconvenience. It was a genuinely epical, calamitous event, so catastrophic and deeply demoralizing that it mercilessly plunged the entire Bitcoin market into a prolonged, multi-year bear cycle, permanently convinced legions of countless potential future investors that crypto was inherently nothing more than a criminal scam or a dangerous pipe dream, and irrevocably, fundamentally altered the lives and financial trajectories of untold thousands who had dared, in their naive optimism, to dream of securing early, effortless wealth through this strange new digital asset. Even for that tiny, resilient fraction of individuals who, against incredible odds, somehow managed to hold on to a portion of their coins off of the treacherous Gox exchange, the sheer terror and universal impact of the event undoubtedly intensified already existing fears about the fundamental security, existential legitimacy, and inherent fragility of Bitcoin as a whole, fueling an immense, overwhelming, almost irresistible psychological pressure to simply sell what little remained and frantically disengage from the overwhelming chaos before a similar, inevitable catastrophe could claim what they had salvaged. Even if you, with extraordinary acumen or inexplicable luck, somehow managed to deftly sidestep the catastrophic, faith-shattering failure of Mt. Gox, the sheer, crushing burden of custodial risk itself represented a stealthy, relentless gauntlet, a silent, psychological crucible that, without a doubt, would have severely thinned the ranks of resolute early Bitcoin holders, stripping away untold numbers of theoretical future fortunes. In the primordial crypto era of 2012, and extending perilously through even 2015, the landscape of options for truly secure, self-custodied storage of your invaluable digital assets was, to put it mildly, laughably underdeveloped and dangerously immature. There existed no sleek, user-friendly, meticulously designed hardware wallets from revered manufacturers like Ledger or Trezor, at least not in any widely accessible, mass-market form that was readily understood or easily procurable by the average consumer. Your fundamental choices for safeguarding your burgeoning, highly volatile, yet immensely valuable digital fortune were frighteningly limited, often boiling down to dangerously insecure software wallets running on your frequently virus-prone home computer, incredibly inconvenient and potentially fragile paper wallets, or, in an act of almost desperate hope, the ill-fated gamble that a third-party online exchange wouldn't abruptly vanish, succumb to a massive hack, or simply abscond with your meticulously acquired funds. Each of these options presented its own labyrinthine maze of confounding technical hurdles, complex configurations, and manifold potential points of catastrophic failure that, for the statistically average person, without specialized training or deep technical expertise, would have proven utterly insurmountable. a recipe for inevitable loss over an extended period. Imagine, truly envision, the gnawing, constant, corrosive stress. You are now the reluctant custodian of a new, purely digital asset that, while admittedly prone to wild, terrifying fluctuations, possesses the staggering, mind-boggling potential for truly enormous, life-altering gains. Suddenly, without warning, the profound, weighty burden of essentially becoming your own personal bank, the sole, ultimate guarantor of your financial destiny, descends entirely upon your shoulders, leaving you feeling terrifyingly isolated and responsible. A rudimentary software wallet haphazardly installed on your average desktop computer, while initially appearing deceptively convenient and accessible, was, in stark reality, a veritable paradise for sophisticated hackers and cunning cybercriminals. One solitary, careless click on an expertly crafted phishing email, one unwitting download of malicious, stealthy software, or one neglected, unpatched operating system vulnerability was all it took for your meticulously guarded private keys, the single, irreplaceable access point to your entire theoretical fortune, to be irrevocably compromised, seized, and spirited away forever. We, in our modern, cybersecurity-aware era, often forget the pervasive, widespread era of devastating computer viruses, insidious Trojans, and relentless malware attacks that ran rampant then, predating the widespread adoption of sophisticated, intuitive antivirus solutions and robust, automatically updating operating system safeguards that have since become standard. Back then, individuals routinely lost critical data, suffered catastrophic hard drive failures, or endured the utter corruption of their entire operating systems due to various digital plagues. Now, desperately imagine that crucial, irreplaceable data being the sole, unbacked up key to your literally millions or tens of millions of dollars in hard-won Bitcoin. If, by some stroke of advanced technical knowledge or extreme paranoia, you opted for the technically safer, yet incredibly impractical option of a traditional paper wallet, which involved meticulously printing out your critically important public and private keys onto a single vulnerable piece of paper, you were then immediately confronted with a daunting, equally formidable set of analog challenges concerning physical security. How, exactly, do you propose to safely and securely store such an inherently fragile, yet immensely valuable, physical document for an entire decade or more? Do you trust a home safe? Do you meticulously bury it in some secret, anonymous location in your backyard, hoping your memory doesn't fade with age? What unfathomable consequence would occur if it were tragically damaged by an unforeseen flood, incinerated in a house fire, or simply irrevocably misplaced, lost amidst the chaotic flotsam and jetsam of life over a relentless decade? What if the printer ink gradually fades into illegibility over time? This seemingly simplistic solution of a paper wallet introduces a whole host of formidable physical security challenges that, for most people, prove just as intractable, just as dangerous as the purely digital ones. Undeniably, many individuals, with the best of intentions, would have tragically misplaced, irretrievably lost, or inadvertently destroyed their utterly critical private keys or irreplaceable seed phrases over the course of these long, demanding years. We are talking about minute, delicate bits of digital information that are infinitely more critical, more irreplaceable, than any bank account password or online login credential. Yet people, with frightening regularity, routinely forget passwords for even the most trivial online services. Expecting an ordinary human being to meticulously and perfectly safeguard a string of 12 or 24 random words, their seed phrase, for an entire decade, maintaining an acute understanding of its profound, absolute significance, and never once making an irreversible mistake or forgetting its location, is asking for an almost superhuman, entirely unrealistic level of organizational discipline, unparalleled foresight, and unwavering mental vigilance that most ordinary people, myself included, simply do not possess. This gargantuan task isn't just about raw technical skill or digital acumen. It's about the overwhelming, crushing psychological burden of being the sole, ultimate guarantor of your own monumental wealth. The pervasive, relentless fear of making one single, irreversible mistake that could lead to instantaneous financial ruin, and the complete, terrifying absence of any safety net, any human customer support, or any accessible recovery mechanism to fall back on if, or more accurately, when, something inevitably went wrong. These compounding, multifaceted pressures alone would have proven more than sufficient to persuade countless early holders to frantically transfer their diligently acquired coins back onto an online exchange at the very first opportunity for perceived safety, a misguided move that would inevitably lead them, often ironically, directly into the clutches of the next major hacking event or calamitous exchange collapse. The now hallowed adage, "Your keys, not your coins," while undeniably a foundational piece of wisdom, represented an immense and constant psychological and technical challenge that, in hindsight, undoubtedly drastically reduced the number of genuinely rich, truly successful early Bitcoin investors, filtering out all but the most meticulously cautious and technically proficient. The most insidious, quietly effective robber of early Bitcoin wealth, an unseen adversary often far more powerful and pervasive than the cunningest hackers or the most spectacularly failing exchanges, was often an enemy closer to home, far more prosaic yet undeniably effective. The relentless, grinding demands of the individual's own daily life and its inevitable, unending series of financial needs. We, with the detached luxury of retrospective imagination, can effortlessly construct an idyllic fantasy where a hypothetical, you bought 1,000 bitcoins for a mere few dollars each in 2012 and simply, effortlessly, held them with steely resolve for an entire decade, completely unburdened by the relentless drumbeat of impending bill payments, the sudden, urgent crises of unexpected financial emergencies, or the ordinary, ceaseless desires that fuel human consumption. But the harsh, inconvenient truth of reality, as it so often does, rarely aligns with such perfectly convenient, neatly packaged narratives. Very, very few individuals in 2012, and this point is absolutely critical to understanding the profound statistical improbability of retaining massive wealth, particularly those inclined to gamble on a fringe digital currency like Bitcoin, possessed the kind of lavish surplus income, the readily available liquid capital, or the pre-existing robust wealth that would enable them to confidently invest in something so wildly speculative and then, crucially, to simply placidly forget about it for an entire decade. More often than not, for those pioneering adventurous souls, the initial investment was itself a calculated stretch, an audacious gamble taken on a whim, or perhaps a cautiously earmarked small portion of genuinely discretionary savings that, over the ensuing tumultuous years, would paradoxically become increasingly, critically significant as Bitcoin's value began its dizzying ascent. Imagine the gut-wrenching, everyday reality. You are a perfectly ordinary person, juggling the omnipresent burden of a substantial mortgage payment that looms large every month, navigating the seemingly eternal weight of student loan repayments, bracing yourself for the inevitable, recurring car repairs, grappling with unforeseen, terrifying medical emergencies, or simply harboring the profoundly human, utterly understandable desire to finally take a much-needed family vacation or upgrade your outdated laptop for work or entertainment. As Bitcoin began its first dramatic, thrilling ascent in early 2013, perhaps rocketing almost inexplicably from a humble $10 to a truly impressive $100, then surging past an unimaginable $1,000 mark by the end of that tumultuous year. Those initial pocket change investments that seemed so trivial at the outset would, almost overnight, metamorphose into genuinely substantial, profoundly real sums of money. What had begun, perhaps, as a cautiously invested $500, a sum that might have seemed adventurous yet manageable when Bitcoin languished at $5 per coin, thereby securing you 100 precious BTC, would now be worth, with a simple glance at a volatile digital ticker, $5,000. Then, incredibly, $10,000. Then, for many, the truly astounding, life-altering figure of $100,000. For the vast, overwhelming majority of human beings on this planet, $10,000, let alone $100,000, is far from play money. It's not a mere theoretical placeholder in a speculative fantasy. It represents unequivocally a crucial down payment on a modest home, the foundational cornerstone for a child's looming college education fund, the vital capital for a desperate family medical emergency, or an utterly life-changing sum capable of altering the trajectory of one's future. The temptation, the siren's irresistible call to take profits, even what would to later prove to be laughably modest ones in the grand, sweeping scheme of Bitcoin's future potential, would become absolutely, terrifyingly overwhelming. Your rational brain, programmed for self-preservation and immediate problem-solving, would likely whisper, "I'll just sell a small percentage, perhaps 10%, enough to finally cover that unexpected, urgent car repair that's been nagging at me." Or, perhaps with the self-justifying rationalization, "I'll cash out just enough for a decent, much-needed family vacation. After all, I've still got a solid 90% of my original holding left to ride the supposedly endless wave." Each and every single time you succumb to this utterly human, immensely relatable temptation, and sold a portion of your diligently acquired Bitcoin, no matter how ostensibly small, it meticulously and incrementally chipped away at your ultimate, theoretically maximized potential wealth. And truthfully, who in good conscience could genuinely blame you for these decisions? When the unforgiving due date for your monthly rent payment stares menacingly from your bank statement, or a beloved family member faces an unforeseen medical crisis that demands immediate financial assistance, or an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime life opportunity abruptly materializes, such as a chance to launch a promising new business, embark on a unique, soul-enriching travel experience, or provide a vital leg up to a loved one, turning down access to tens of thousands of dollars, or even hundreds of thousands, extracted from an admittedly volatile, profoundly, poorly understood asset, would have been an act of almost inhuman, utterly incomprehensible psychological denial. Most individuals, driven by instinct, empathy, and necessity, would unequivocally prioritize immediate, tangible, and profoundly pressing needs, opting for the comfort and relief of instant gratification over the hazy, uncertain, incredibly distant promise of potentially astronomical, abstract wealth. These seemingly insignificant, seemingly harmless, small withdrawals for the prosaic exigencies of daily life, accumulated inexorably over a period of many years, would have translated into an absolutely monumental drain on one's potential, optimized portfolio. The vibrant mental image you hold of eventually selling just enough Bitcoin to afford a gleaming Lamborghini today might, in the cold light of historical reality, actually have manifested as selling disparate, painful bits and pieces of your holdings over countless years, just to settle your actual pressing electricity bill, repair that persistently leaky roof, or keep food on the table. This profound opportunity cost of early selling, driven by very real, undeniable liquidity needs and the relentless demands of survival, is, without question, one of the most underappreciated yet utterly decisive aspects of why tragically few early adopters genuinely manage to maximize the full, intoxicating potential of their theoretical 2012 Bitcoin fortunes, inadvertently stopping far, far short of the imagined summit. Even if, by some truly astounding feat of discipline, unfathomable luck, and immaculate self-preservation, you had miraculously managed to cling onto a substantial, truly meaningful amount of Bitcoin until it finally began its triumphant ascent, gracefully approaching genuinely life-altering valuations. The act of extracting that wealth, converting it into usable, tangible fiat currency, presented an entirely new, incredibly intricate, and often prohibitively costly set of unforeseen challenges. This wasn't a serene world of effortless, one-click sales smoothly deposited directly into your familiar bank account. The arduous process of methodically converting hundreds, thousands, or even, in the most ambitious fantasies, tens of thousands of your digital bitcoins into tangible fiat currency involved meticulously navigating a bewildering, treacherous web of complex fees, imposing regulatory hurdles, baffling legal ambiguities, and intricate market mechanics, all of which could, and almost certainly would, have significantly diminished your final, eagerly anticipated net worth. Firstly, let's revisit the operational landscape of the exchanges. While they were undeniably slowly evolving and gradually maturing beyond their initial, primitive stages, they still stubbornly presented immense, frustrating issues with liquidity, especially for large orders. If you found yourself metaphorically sitting on thousands of bitcoins and attempted, in a singular, dramatic swoop, to sell them all at once, particularly within markets far less developed and significantly thinner than today's vibrant digital arenas, you would invariably and disastrously encounter slippage. This insidious market phenomenon essentially means that your singular, massive sell order would inevitably, inexorably, drive the price down against itself. It would fulfill smaller, immediate orders at increasingly lower, progressively less favorable prices until your entire position was painfully liquidated, thereby effectively forcing you to sell a significant portion, potentially a huge percentage, of your holdings for far less than the initially advertised, perceived market price. It's a bit like trying to gracefully exit a massively packed concert hall through a single, narrow fire escape door during a panicked evacuation. you'll inevitably be jostled, pushed, and ruthlessly squeezed, losing precious bits of your mental and financial comfort along the way. Secondly, let's address the persistent, draining reality of fees. While the very earliest, rudimentary exchanges might, on occasion, have offered slightly lower introductory trading fees than the more sophisticated platforms of today, these fees undeniably existed and continuously chipped away at your profits. More significantly, the monumental act of transferring truly large, life-changing sums of fiat money from a crypto exchange back into a traditional, established bank account often involved hefty, unavoidable wire transfer fees, and, crucially, would trigger extensive, often intrusive, and profoundly uncomfortable scrutiny from your long-standing, utterly bewildered bank. Traditional banks, by their very conservative nature, were, and sometimes bafflingly still are, inherently deeply suspicious of colossal inbound transfers emanating from obscure, unregulated, or crypt-related entities. This innate suspicion almost invariably led to agonizing, protracted delays, aggressive, demanding interrogations regarding the legitimate source of funds, or even, in the worst and most infuriating scenarios, an outright emphatic refusal to accept the entire transfer, citing ambiguous risk or compliance concerns. This profound, challenging exit ramp dilemma could effectively compel you to either laboriously sell your holdings in painstakingly smaller increments stretched out over a frustratingly long period, thereby exposing your capital to continued unpredictable market volatility for an extended duration, or force you to reluctantly absorb prohibitively higher fees just to expediently move larger lump sums. Thirdly, and perhaps most crushingly significant, are the immutable, ever-present forces of taxation. The precise moment you consciously convert cryptocurrency into fiat currency in most recognized jurisdictions, you unilaterally trigger a taxable event, specifically capital gains tax. While your initial 2012 investment might have been negligible, a mere blip on the financial radar, the subsequent capital gain realized from an investment made a decade ago would, for anyone who managed to truly hold, be unequivocally astronomical. Governments, being inherently slow and cautious entities, weren't particularly adept or clear on crypto taxation protocols in the nascent early 2010s. However, a lack of clarity certainly didn't and doesn't mean it wasn't rigorously taxable. By the time it came to meticulously convert your accumulated vast holdings into truly usable, spendable cash, the associated tax liability could easily amount to a staggering 15%, 20%, 30%, or even a truly eye-watering 40% or more, entirely contingent on your specific jurisdiction's tax laws, your overall income bracket, and the length of your holding period. What often appeared, in your enthusiastic calculations, to be a solid $1 million, $10 million, or $100 million profit on digital paper could, and certainly would, easily shrink by hundreds of thousands or millions once the omnipresent Internal Revenue Service, IRS, in the United States, or its formidable equivalents in other nations, inevitably came knocking, often with a demanding retroactive posture. Many truly pioneering early adopters, either due to a genuine lack of comprehensive understanding, the deliberate absence of clear governmental guidance, or perhaps even a willful ignorance driven by exuberance, tragically neglected to adequately account for this massive, often unforeseen tax burden. This oversight often led to monumental financial headaches, protracted legal battles, and, in many heartbreaking instances, forced liquidations of a portion of their remaining holdings years later, purely to belatedly cover the utterly unavoidable, often unexpected, and crushing costs. The sheer complexity, the unavoidable friction, and the significant financial expense embedded within the process of transforming abstract, theoretical digital wealth into truly tangible, spendable fiat riches fundamentally meant that the final net sum you could genuinely access and utilize would, by definition, be considerably, demonstrably less than the exhilarating peak valuation your mind had so readily, and perhaps naively, calculated in its wildest flights of fancy. The final exit, far from being a smooth, victorious parade, was often just as treacherous, if not significantly more perilous than the initial, daunting entry. Acquiring a significant fortune, even when that wealth exists purely in the abstract realm of theoretical valuations, is a deeply transformative experience that subtly yet profoundly reshapes one's entire existence in ways most ordinary people, caught in the everyday grind, never truly anticipate or comprehend. And when that burgeoning, increasingly substantial fortune is entirely denominated in a wildly volatile, historically misunderstood, and until recently relatively untraceable digital asset like early Bitcoin, the profound burden of that wealth takes on a sinister, multifaceted new dimension, all-consuming security and privacy concerns that could very easily become a relentless, corrosive force, robbing you of peace and joy. Once your initial, modest handful of bitcoins, cautiously acquired in 2012, meticulously nurtured and miraculously retained, metastasized into what, on paper, appeared to be millions of dollars in theoretical value, you instantaneously ceased to be an ordinary, anonymous person. You morphed, whether you embraced it or despised it, into an irresistible prime target. You became a living, breathing honeypot for every opportunistic scammer, every predatory criminal, and every covetous individual who could sniff out even a faint whiff of your burgeoning riches. In the prosaic physical realm, sudden, unexplained wealth often acts like a powerful magnet, inexorably drawing an unwelcome, often suffocating deluge of attention from overtly opportunistic individuals, subtly manipulative and disingenuous friends, both old and newly materialized, relentless gold diggers, and even outright dangerous criminals. Your sacred privacy is mercilessly eroded as hushed whispers, distorted rumors, and outright fabrications about your newfound good fortune spread with alarming speed through your social circles and beyond. But in the ephemeral, profoundly less forgiving digital realm, with Bitcoin specifically, these pre-existing threats of the physical world become exponentially more terrifying, more omnipresent, and potentially more destructive. Because of the inherent pseudonymity of Bitcoin's revolutionary blockchain, where every single transaction is meticulously and publicly recorded for eternity, but the true identity of the address's owners is not intrinsically linked to real-world identities, unless painstakingly forensically unmasked. Individuals who held large, early sums often inadvertently, perhaps unwittingly, revealed the precise extent of their massive holdings over time through various, often innocuous means. Perhaps they succumbed to a moment of weakness and bragged anonymously, or not so anonymously, on an obscure internet forum. Perhaps they became susceptible to identification through the uniquely detectable, almost fingerprint-like patterns of their early on-chain activity, if they, out of inexperience or necessity, moved their coins frequently across different wallets or exchanges. This undeniable exposure, this subtle yet catastrophic loss of true anonymity, fundamentally transformed them into prime, irresistible targets for increasingly sophisticated and relentlessly persistent cyber attacks. Imagine, for a moment, the debilitating, omnipresent fear of a catastrophic hack. You'd live in constant, gnawing trepidation, visualizing yourself waking up one morning to find your entire digital fortune simply gone. The daily onslaught of relentless phishing attempts meticulously crafted and deployed to specifically target your primary email account, your social media profiles, or even, more insidiously, your physical mobile phone number, each fiendishly designed to subtly trick you into inadvertently revealing your sacrosanct private keys or precious seed phrase. The terrifying proliferation of specialized malware explicitly engineered to diligently scan your personal computer for encrypted wallet files or vulnerable login credentials. The nightmarish reality of SIM swap attacks, a truly chilling tactic where unscrupulous criminals either bribe or socially engineer telecom employees to illicitly transfer your mobile phone number, your digital identity, to a device they control, thereby granting them unhindered access to intercept crucial two-factor authentication codes and systematically drain all of your interconnected accounts. The resulting pervasive paranoia would be an immersive, suffocating, almost tangible presence, an unbearable weight on your soul. You would exist in a perpetual state of vigilance, a constant fear of irrevocably losing everything you had worked and persevered for, instantly snatched away by an anonymous hacker who could be located anywhere on the planet, operating with impunity and, crucially, without any recourse whatsoever. This terrifying scenario was fundamentally different from a traditional bank robbery, where your deposits are federally insured. Once your Bitcoin private keys are definitively compromised, your Bitcoin, and thus your fortune, is utterly and permanently gone, vanished into the ether, absolutely unrecoverable, leaving you financially destitute. Beyond the relentless digital threats, chilling stories, often shared in hushed, nervous tones within the tightly knit early crypto circles, though often remaining anecdotal and unverified, circulated with disturbing frequency. Tales of individuals known to possess substantial early Bitcoin holdings being physically coerced into revealing their private keys under duress, or even of brutal home invasions explicitly targeting identified or rumored early adopters. Protecting your precious privacy, not just your financial data but your very personal anonymity, would have necessarily evolved into a draining, emotionally exhausting, and overwhelmingly stressful full-time occupation. For many, the sheer crushing mental burden of constantly, diligently securing such a vast, tempting, and entirely self-custodied fortune without any safety net would have eventually proven psychologically unbearable. It's undeniably easy, with the luxurious detachment of hindsight, to romantically idealize the notion of quietly sitting on a mountain of digital millions, sipping lattes and observing your wealth grow. But the sobering grind in reality for many true early Bitcoin millionaires was far removed from such carefree fantasies. It was frequently one of quiet, pervasive, and profoundly isolating anxiety, a relentless fear of exposure, and a personal lifestyle meticulously dictated more by stringent, rigid security protocols and constant threat assessments than by spontaneous, luxurious indulgence or genuine freedom. The immense privacy costs, the security overhead, and the pervasive psychological drain associated with diligently holding truly substantial amounts of early Bitcoin often silently, invisibly eroded the very joy, the profound sense of liberation, and indeed the ultimate essence of the wealth itself. The freedom wealth supposedly buys would often be paradoxically constrained by the necessity of constant vigilance. The unwavering conviction known as diamond hands, the almost mythological, superhuman commitment to relentlessly hold on to an asset, come hell or high water, no matter how turbulent, how frightening, how despair-inducing the market conditions, is now enthusiastically celebrated in cryptocurrency folklore. It's romanticized, almost fetishized, as the ultimate hallmark of a true crypto titan. However, this triumphant narrative, for all its inspirational appeal, largely exists in a comfortable retrospect, meticulously polished by time and self-serving bravado. It almost always, by design, fails to fully and honestly capture the immense, soul-crushing psychological fortitude that was an absolute prerequisite to actually live through it, day after agonizing day, year after torturous year, particularly during the profoundly chaotic, dangerously unpredictable, and overwhelmingly uncertain early days of Bitcoin. Human psychology, it must be acknowledged, is notoriously, almost pathologically, ill-equipped at consistently performing perfectly rational, financially optimal actions, especially when placed under truly extreme, prolonged duress and existential pressure. Imagine, after somehow miraculously navigating all the aforementioned harrowing hurdles, the tortuous process of acquiring Bitcoin in its primitive state, the constant anxiety of securely storing it without robust infrastructure, surviving the morally staining stigma of the Silk Road's pervasive negativity, enduring the stomach-turning dread of the catastrophic Mt. Gox implosion, you then, astonishingly, find yourself staring directly at truly staggering, almost incomprehensible gains. Your initial $1,000 investment from the hopeful days of 2012 has now, perhaps with dizzying speed, swollen to an impressive $100,000, then majestically soared to $500,000, then finally burst through the seemingly impenetrable psychological barrier of $1 million, only to continue its improbable ascent towards 10 million, or even, in your wildest dreams, $100 million. At each and every single one of these monumental milestones, a deeply ingrained, almost primitive part of your brain, wired for survival and gratification, would shriek with overwhelming force. This is unequivocally enough. This is more than enough. Take the money. Flee with your profits. Remember, the ancient adage says no one, absolutely no one, ever went broke taking a profit. Lock it in. Seize this moment. The fundamental, ingrained fear of loss, a potent psychological force that, as elegantly explained by behavioral economics, is empirically twice as powerful and motivating as the symmetrical desire for potential gain, would inevitably become an overwhelming, paralyzing behemoth during inevitable market corrections. When your pristine, theoretical million-dollar portfolio, painstakingly built from digital dust, suddenly and violently dips back, with breathtaking speed, to a psychologically brutal $700,000, the gut-wrenching, almost irresistible urge to aggressively sell, to desperately prevent any further terrifying losses, would be an impulse so primal, so profoundly compelling, that it would unequivocally override any nuanced, long-term strategic thinking you had ever hoped to employ. This constant, relentless internal battle, a ceaseless, exhausting oscillation between moments of intense, intoxicating greed at market peaks and periods of profound, crippling, existential fear during painful corrections, would, without question, have been an utterly exhausting, spirit-sapping psychological ordeal. The retrospective, hindsight-driven regret of selling too early is, for most people, an abstract, hypothetical sorrow. But the immediate, visceral, palpable relief of locking in profits at a critical moment often proves to be exponentially more powerful, effortlessly outweighing the mere potential for theoretically greater future gains, especially in an era when absolutely no historical precedent existed for an asset as uniquely volatile and technologically uncertain as Bitcoin to simply continue its upward, parabolic climb indefinitely. The vast majority of people, myself firmly included, would have unequivocally formulated a definitive, comforting numerical target in their mind. If it hits $10,000 per coin, I'll sell precisely enough to finally purchase a comfortable mortgage-free house. Or, with grander ambition, if it hits an inconceivable $100,000, then absolutely I am definitively retiring, forever escaping the grind. The precise moment that psychologically satisfying target was heroically hit, the overwhelming temptation to actualize that deeply held dream, to instantly convert the abstract, theoretical numbers on a screen into something profoundly tangible and life-altering, would have been simply too potent, too universally human to genuinely resist. Holding steadfastly past these multitude of psychologically critical, often emotionally devastating milestones, enduring countless dead cat bounces, weathering prolonged, emotionally draining bear markets where prices frustratingly stagnated, sometimes for many long, hopeless years, demanded not just an extraordinary, almost fanatical conviction, but a deeply unnatural, almost stoic, pathological indifference to daily financial fluctuations, market sentiment, and the ceaseless clamor of public opinion, a quality that an infinitesimally small fraction of humans actually possess. The concept of the diamond hand is, in its essence, a mythical ideal, a retrospective wish, an aspirational legend, rather than a common observable reality for the vast, vast majority of pioneering early investors. Many, many individuals with absolute rational justification would have ultimately taken genuinely life-changing, but crucially not necessarily multi-billion-dollar, profits along their protracted journey, inadvertently and logically preventing themselves from reaching the stratospheric, almost impossible levels of wealth that the more recent, less emotionally scarred, later adopters now idly muse over. The deep, ingrained, often illogical psychology of steadfastly holding an asset with such extreme, utterly unprecedented and prolonged volatility for an entire decade, resisting every single biological urge to sell, to secure, to escape, is the single largest, most ruthless filter determining who truly made it in the Bitcoin saga, truly differentiating the mere fortunate from the absolutely legendary. Investing in early Bitcoin was, in its very essence, far more than just a detached, dispassionate investment decision. For many intrepid pioneers, it inadvertently and fundamentally transformed into their only significant overriding investment. leading them directly into the insidious, pervasive trap of the diversification dilemma. When a single, seemingly niche, highly speculative asset unexpectedly begins to demonstrate the kind of utterly dramatic, mind-bending, and genuinely unprecedented returns that Bitcoin so famously exhibited, it creates an intense, almost gravitational pull. All other conventional investment opportunities, however fundamentally sound or traditionally lucrative, suddenly and inevitably pale into pathetic insignificance when juxtaposed against this digital supernova, causing one's entire financial focus, one's singular burning ambition, to narrow dramatically, almost pathologically towards this lone electrifying phenomenon. If, hypothetically, you were one of the daring few who committed a mere $1,000 into Bitcoin in 2012, and then, with breathtaking speed, it blossomed into $10,000 by 2013, then further rocketed to an unimaginable $100,000 by late 2013, every other prosaic investment option, be it tried-and-true stocks, steady bonds, brick-and-mortar real estate, or even promising venture capital, would suddenly appear dull, slow, predictable, frustratingly mundane, and utterly uninspiring by comparison. The temptation, indeed, the overwhelming psychological compulsion, would be to ruthlessly consolidate everything, to unilaterally liquidate your carefully constructed, diversified portfolio, or to aggressively redirect every single incoming new capital allocation towards this single, all-conquering asset that had so unequivocally and dramatically proven its unparalleled exponential growth potential. This alluring yet fundamentally dangerous all-or-nothing approach, while undeniably holding the tantalizing potential for absolutely astronomical, mind-boggling returns if executed with precise surgical timing and endured with impossible stoicism, is also inherently, terrifyingly, incredibly risky. Diversification, in its purest essence, is not merely an esoteric financial theory. It is a fundamental, almost sacred principle of sound, prudent financial planning, precisely because its core purpose is to systematically mitigate and cleverly distribute risk across a spectrum of assets. By consciously choosing to concentrate all of your painstakingly accumulated wealth, or even a disproportionately large, strategically critical percentage of it, into a singular, undeniably volatile asset like early Bitcoin, you consciously or unconsciously exposed yourself to an immense, highly specific, and potentially catastrophic idiosyncratic risk that had the power to annihilate your entire fortune overnight. Had Bitcoin, in a plausible alternate timeline, ultimately failed, had it been globally and comprehensively banned by a concerted government crackdown, or had its nascent experimental technology proven fatally flawed, or simply fallen victim to a superior competitor, those pioneering early adopters who, against all rational advice, dared to place all their precious financial eggs into that one solitary digital basket would have been utterly, irrevocably wiped out, their dreams reduced to digital dust. This profound, almost inescapable psychological trap often manifested in early investors becoming so thoroughly enchanted by their initial, dazzling success with Bitcoin that they tragically, negligently, completely neglected to adequately balance or thoughtfully diversify their nascent portfolios. They didn't use their rapidly growing Bitcoin wealth as a strategic foundation to judiciously invest in more stable, traditional assets, acquire appreciating real estate, or even smartly allocate funds into other promising startups that also offered compelling, albeit less dramatic, returns. Instead, in a testament to the intoxicating allure of rapid gains, they proverbially doubled down, repeatedly throwing good money after digitally good, often viewing every single price correction or temporary market dip not as a warning, but as an irresistible opportunity to acquire even more of the only thing they now fanatically believed truly worked, the single solution to all their financial aspirations. This high-risk, high-reward strategy, while proving to be absolutely brilliant for a truly infinitesimal few individuals who possessed an almost prophetic vision and unparalleled iron resolve, also simultaneously created an immense, constant, corrosive level of both financial uncertainty and paralyzing mental stress. Furthermore, if you did, by some financial miracle, reach a point of genuinely significant wealth derived almost exclusively from Bitcoin, but only Bitcoin, you would still find yourself paradoxically lacking the stable, mature, widely diversified portfolio, typically and rationally associated with generational, enduring wealth. All your diligently amassed eggs remained nestled precariously in one extraordinarily volatile, fundamentally unpredictable digital basket, making long-term financial planning for critical life events, such as a secure retirement, robust health care for your elder years, or a tangible, protected inheritance for your children, exceptionally difficult and fraught with perennial uncertainty due to the asset's relentless, dizzying fluctuations. The intoxicating dream of immense, boundless wealth so often overlooks, or outright dismisses, the crucial, pragmatic financial wisdom and disciplined, diversified strategy that are absolutely essential to safely convert speculative gains into enduring, stable, and genuinely secure financial reality. The journey might have offered glimpses of billions, but a true foundation required far more than a singular bet. Long before Bitcoin achieved anything resembling mainstream acceptance, or became remotely accessible to anyone with just a smartphone and a passing interest, truly embodying the role of an early adopter in 2012, demanded a specialized, rigorous level of technical expertise and a unique aptitude for digital alchemy that precious few individuals possessed or could even readily acquire. This wasn't simply about the minor inconvenience of navigating a clunky, primitive online exchange with limited functionalities. It very often fundamentally necessitated a deep, hands-on, deeply intimate engagement with the esoteric underlying technology itself, transforming what started as a purely financial investment into an almost full-time, highly specialized technological undertaking. Consider, as a vivid and instructive example, the very real, grinding reality of mining. In the foundational year of 2012, long before the monstrous, power-hungry, purpose-built, application-specific integrated circuit, ASIC, miners violently elbowed everything else out of the arena and utterly dominated the computational landscape, it was still genuinely feasible, albeit increasingly challenging, to mine Bitcoin using nothing more than a powerful, high-end personal computer, specifically by harnessing the immense parallel processing power of its cutting-edge graphics processing unit, GPU. But make no mistake, this was emphatically not a passive, set-it-and-forget-it activity requiring minimal oversight. On the contrary, it was a deeply involved, incredibly demanding process that frequently pushed the limits of human patience and technical proficiency. It rigorously required a painstaking, meticulous selection of the precise, most optimal hardware components. The intricate, often frustrating installation of highly specialized, bespoke mining software, often developed by hobbyists and prone to bugs. The mandatory, technical, and often social act of joining tightly knit mining pools to collaboratively share computational effort and more consistently earn rewards. The arduous task of meticulously configuring and continually tweaking your entire system for maximal performance, which involved a deep understanding of clock speeds, voltage, and thermal management. And, invariably, the soul-crushing reality of ceaseless technical troubleshooting as hardware invariably failed or software inevitably crashed. The inherent learning curve for this particular brand of digital metallurgy was astronomically steep, bordering on vertical. You needed to possess at least a functional, foundational understanding of complex command line interfaces, intricate network settings, fundamental cryptographic concepts, and even basic Linux operating systems, merely to initiate the process, let alone sustain it effectively. Moreover, embarking on this early mining adventure came tethered with its own distinct and unavoidable set of very real financial costs and operational challenges that relentlessly gnawed at potential profits. The astronomical electricity bill incurred from running a high-powered heat-generating gaming rig, bristling with multiple GPUs, operating full tilt 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, would very quickly swell to truly substantial sums, often eclipsing any perceived revenue, especially when Bitcoin's price remained frustratingly low for extended periods. The prodigious amounts of heat relentlessly generated by these perpetually overclocked components absolutely necessitated sophisticated, often custom-built, cooling solutions, pushing residential air conditioning units to their absolute breaking point or requiring dedicated ventilation setups. And the constant, punishing strain placed on these consumer-grade hardware components under relentless maximum load frequently led to premature and incredibly expensive component failures, reducing your digital gold rush to a frustrating cycle of repairs. An early adopter who enthusiastically engaged in mining, often driven by a cocktail of passion, idealism, and nascent greed, would perpetually find themselves in a relentless cycle of diligently purchasing costly new parts, grappling with stubbornly broken graphics cards, meticulously optimizing and re-optimizing their entire intricate setup. In essence, they were, often unknowingly, operating a complex, highly demanding, and technologically fragile small business, burdened with enormous operating costs and technical headaches, all for relatively uncertain, incredibly volatile returns. For countless individuals, the sheer, crushing effort, the prodigious investment of irreplaceable time, the constant financial outlay for spiraling electricity costs and perpetually failing hardware, inextricably combined with the soul-sapping, unrelenting torrent of technical frustrations, simply, rationally outweighed any perceived or realized financial rewards. It wasn't a casual, enjoyable hobby, a weekend diversion. It was a grueling, intellectual deep dive into complex computer science and highly specialized electrical engineering, for rewards that fluctuated wildly and often vanished overnight. This formidable, often insurmountable technical barrier acted as a potent, ruthless filter, systematically weeding out countless legions of potential early investors who might otherwise have been deeply interested in or vaguely amenable to accumulating Bitcoin. Those rare few who did commit to this arduous, thankless task not only exposed themselves to extraordinary financial risks, but also dedicated significant, irreplaceable portions of their lives to a relentlessly demanding technological endeavor, a hidden, often unspoken cost that is rarely, if ever, factored into the sanitized, retrospective glow of legendary early Bitcoin riches. Without this very specific, often painfully hands-on, deeply granular technical involvement, even merely acquiring the fundamental knowledge necessary to safely and prudently self-custody or confidently utilize Bitcoin in its rudimentary, primitive state would have remained a significant exclusionary barrier to entry for most. It was a digital wilderness for the exceptionally skilled, not a paved road for the masses. The ever-present, insidious specter of regulatory uncertainty cast an immense, pervasive shadow over the heads of early Bitcoin holders, often proving to be a silent, profoundly debilitating force that frequently led to fear-driven, premature selling and a crippling sense of existential dread. In the formative year of 2012, and indeed for many protracted years thereafter, governments, venerable central banks, powerful financial institutions, and bewildered legislative bodies across the globe simply existed in a state of utter, bewildered confusion about the very nature and legitimate place of Bitcoin. Was it to be classified as a legitimate currency, legally circulating money capable of purchasing goods and services? Was it a speculative, perhaps valuable, financial asset akin to a commodity or a digital gold? Could it, by some stretch, be considered a security, thereby falling under the draconian oversight of existing securities laws? Or was it nothing more than a cleverly disguised, nefarious Ponzi scheme, a criminal enterprise designed purely to defraud unsuspecting individuals? The answer, for the overwhelming majority of bewildered regulators and lawmakers, was a resounding, fear-inducing, and utterly unhelpful. We literally have no definitive idea what this thing is, but what we do know fills us with immense, overriding concern. This pervasive, profoundly troubling ambiguity, this critical absence of any meaningful legal framework, led to a chaotic, ever-shifting patchwork of confusing, often diametrically contradictory, or entirely non-existent regulatory guidelines emanating from various, often conflicting, jurisdictions. Every tentative pronouncement from a prominent financial authority, every highly publicized parliamentary debate about digital currencies, or even every carefully worded, cautious statement issued by a powerful central bank regarding Bitcoin's future potential, or lack thereof, would send profound ripples of visceral anxiety and mounting apprehension throughout the nascent crypto community, causing prices to swing wildly on the news of proposed restrictions or looming crackdowns. The ever-present, terrifying fear of an outright sweeping governmental ban on Bitcoin was an intensely palpable, genuinely stomach-turning concern for any thoughtful holder. What existential crisis would unfold if a major global economy, say the United States, or the European Union, or China, collectively or individually decided to unilaterally declare Bitcoin completely illegal, its very existence prohibited within their sovereign borders? What devastating consequences would ensue if they simply resolved to actively shut it down, perhaps through comprehensive legislative action, aggressive enforcement, or technical sabotage. Such a draconian move, even if proven incredibly difficult, perhaps technically impossible, to enforce completely and perfectly on a global scale, would undeniably tank Bitcoin's price to unprecedented lows and, crucially, make it practically impossible to legally use, transact with, or ultimately sell for the majority of the mainstream participants. News headlines detailing potential regulatory crackdowns, highly publicized government investigations into struggling exchanges or mining operations, or thinly veiled legislative attempts to aggressively tax or regulate it out of meaningful existence, ceaselessly instilled a pervasive, soul-sapping sense of existential insecurity among its holders. People were consumed by genuine worry. Could their carefully acquired assets somehow be unilaterally frozen, indiscriminately seized, or, most terrifyingly, instantly become utterly worthless overnight due to an unforeseen, politically motivated governmental decree? Unlike established traditional investments, stocks, bonds, real estate, which operated, for better or worse, under centuries of meticulously refined, deeply entrenched legal frameworks, Bitcoin, in those formative years, existed precariously in a perpetually vulnerable legal gray area. A true digital Wild West, where the rules of engagement could be unilaterally invented, drastically changed, or entirely rescinded at any unpredictable moment, often without any meaningful prior warning or recourse. This crippling lack of clear, consistent legal clarity fundamentally meant that even if you harbored an almost fanatical belief in Bitcoin's revolutionary long-term potential, the persistent, overriding, soul-crushing fear of sudden, sweeping, and overwhelmingly adverse regulatory action constantly overshadowed the intoxicating allure of potential gains. It exerted immense, almost unbearable psychological pressure on holders, impelling them to preemptively sell and de-risk before a theoretical, politically motivated prohibition could magically transform their potential millions into completely worthless digital dust, rendering their years of perseverance futile. This profound and unique stress wasn't merely about cyclical market crashes that eventually rebound. It was about the very fundamental, existential legitimacy and ultimate longevity of the digital asset itself in the suspicious, often hostile, eyes of the global power structures. The crushing weight of this regulatory uncertainty contributed immeasurably to the immense selling pressure acutely felt by pioneering early investors, mercilessly eroding their unwavering conviction and drastically reducing the already small likelihood of finding those elusive, truly long-term diamond hands. It unequivocally required an almost radical, anti-establishment, highly defiant worldview to truly dismiss and disregard these omnipresent, psychologically devastating external threats, transforming holding Bitcoin into a profoundly political as well as financial act. Imagine, if you will, the intricate, treacherous social labyrinth one is forced to navigate after unexpectedly and quite dramatically coming into immense wealth, especially when that newfound fortune has materialized from such a profoundly misunderstood and, historically speaking, controversial digital asset as early Bitcoin. The ubiquitous Lamborghini effect, that highly publicized, instantly recognizable, external manifestation of conspicuous consumption, is merely the superficial, public-facing symptom of this entirely new status. Yet, it only vaguely scratches the surface of the myriad social pressures, profound expectations, subtle resentments, and unforeseen responsibilities that would have inevitably, insidiously, relentlessly chipped away at your hard-won fortune, or at the very least severely eroded your hard-earned peace of mind and sense of normalcy. Firstly, and perhaps most immediately, there's the distinct possibility, if not the profound inevitability, of being systematically ostracized from a world that, for the most part, simply doesn't understand, and worse, deeply resents your sudden, almost magical, good fortune. For many grinding, thankless years, you might have been dismissively caricatured as either outright crazy, laughably naive, or hopelessly deluded for audaciously investing in internet money, a speculative folly with no real-world value. Now, with a seemingly overnight flip of the digital switch, you're ostensibly, or actually, rich. This abrupt metamorphosis in perceived status invariably transforms you into an object of intense suspicion, simmering envy, profound jealousy, or, in the worst cases, outright thinly veiled disdain from old friends, skeptical family, and every single acquaintance. Your previously comfortable social dynamics are fundamentally shattered. Old, cherished friendships and established family ties might look at you with an unnerving, almost predatory new gaze, one colored by avarice or thinly veiled resentment. You become, often without warning, a literal walking ATM, a potential panacea, a seemingly endless fount of financial solutions for everyone else's suddenly overwhelming monetary problems. The incessant barrage of calls, emails, text messages, and direct appeals, demanding generous loans, unsolicited investment opportunities, dubious charitable contributions, or outright blatant monetary gifts, would be constant, suffocating, and unrelenting. The emotional toll of diligently setting firm boundaries, of consistently and unequivocally saying no to increasingly desperate or manipulative pleas, would strain cherished relationships to their absolute breaking point, often resulting in permanent, painful estrangements. This emotional drainage is an immense, underappreciated burden that most individuals are simply ill-equipped, both psychologically and experientially, to competently handle. Conversely, there's the subtle yet potent pressure, both internal and external, to actively maintain an outward image of newly acquired, unmistakable success. This might manifest in an almost irresistible compulsion to ostentatiously flaunt your burgeoning, sometimes dizzying wealth with overt luxury purchases, expensive hobbies, and opulent displays. This, despite the gnawing, internalized knowledge of the extreme volatility of your primary illiquid asset. This temptation isn't merely about idly contemplating the purchase of a sleek, expensive sports car for pure self-indulgence. It quickly escalates to acquiring vastly larger homes in more exclusive neighborhoods, fundamentally altering and upgrading your entire social circle, embarking on incredibly elaborate and expensive, seemingly endless travel excursions, and cultivating an insatiable taste for designer goods and gourmet experiences. All of these lifestyle inflation changes, while initially gratifying, inevitably lead to a significantly increased personal burn rate, a profound escalation in your annual expenditures that, paradoxically, makes it increasingly difficult to responsibly save, thoughtfully reinvest, or prudently manage your wealth over the long term. Every visible, tangible sign of your ostensible wealth, especially if your origin story somehow leaks out to the wider public, which it inevitably does, only serves to further intensify this mounting pressure, relentlessly attracting even more unwelcome, potentially dangerous attention from the financially desperate, the morally opportunistic, or, even more menacingly, outright predatory individuals who view your newfound prosperity as their own personal golden goose to exploit. The sheer, overwhelming, pervasive anxiety of perpetually navigating these tumultuous new social dynamics, desperately protecting your hard-won privacy from all angles, and constantly managing the often wildly unrealistic expectations from every single person in your orbit can, and frequently does, become as profoundly debilitating, as psychologically draining, as any direct financial loss itself. Many pioneering early Bitcoin investors, unprepared for this multifaceted onslaught, likely found themselves caught in an agonizing double bind, either maintaining their deliberately humble, inconspicuous lifestyle while secretly holding an immense but volatile fortune, a choice leading to profound psychological friction and a constant sense of incongruence, or tragically succumbing to the overwhelming social pressures of newly acquired riches and inadvertently, yet systematically, depleting their digital fortune through reckless, unchecked spending, overly generous gifts that went unappreciated, or their tragic susceptibility to countless scams shrewdly pitched by a burgeoning professional class of opportunistic hangers-on. The immeasurable psychological cost of gracefully, responsibly handling such unexpected, revolutionary wealth, particularly if you are not adequately equipped with prior experience, comprehensive financial literacy, or an unwavering moral compass, often silently, invisibly subtracts from your actual net worth. Not just in tangible financial terms, but devastatingly, in your emotional tranquility and social fabric. It can become truly a gilded cage. It's tempting, when retrospectively analyzing such historical financial phenomena, to merely look back at the past and uncritically apply present-day values and spending power, implicitly equating the numerical value of wealth across different eras. However, to genuinely, truly grasp why your 2012 Bitcoin wealth, even if somehow miraculously retained, might not actually stretch quite as far or yield the lavish lifestyle your mind so eagerly imagines, we must consciously, critically consider the often overlooked yet profoundly powerful, insidious forces of inflation and the constantly shifting realities of purchasing power parity. A dollar in the economy of 2012, both qualitatively and quantitatively, simply did not possess the same inherent value or purchasing capacity as a dollar does in the economy of today, 2025. Conversely, what a Bitcoin could tangibly buy at its various historical price points, then, compared to what it might theoretically buy at today's peak valuations, represents an incredibly complex and constantly moving economic equation. Even if your meticulously acquired Bitcoin holdings had, defying all expectations and overcoming every imaginable hurdle, skyrocketed in nominal price over the past decade, the grim reality is that the baseline cost of living, and crucially, the ubiquitous prices of virtually all goods and services, have also marched inexorably upward, inflating steadily, sometimes even dramatically over the same 10 to 13-year period. The modest suburban home that you could realistically have purchased for, say, $200,000 in 2012 might now, in many thriving competitive housing markets across the developed world, command an asking price of $400,000, or even, staggeringly, more than $600,000. A brand new car, fresh off the assembly line, is unequivocally and demonstrably more expensive today. The astronomical, continuously climbing cost of higher education, the ever-escalating expenses of comprehensive health care, and the persistently rising prices of fundamental, everyday essentials like groceries, utilities, and transportation have all diligently, relentlessly, and collectively surged upward. So, while your initial, modest Bitcoin investment did indeed grow nominally, geometrically, exponentially in fiat terms, often by astronomical orders of magnitude, its real purchasing power, its tangible capacity to buy actual goods and services in the contemporary economy, might not have maintained perfect parity or consistently kept pace with your mental, idealized fantasy of boundless affluence. The initial, tantalizing dream of acquiring early Bitcoin was not merely about possessing large numbers on a digital screen. It was fundamentally about the liberating potential to buy anything, possess everything, or definitively retire with millions, unshackled by financial constraints. But $1 million in the economic climate of 2012 possessed significantly more actual economic heft, purchasing unequivocally more in terms of real goods, essential services, and luxury experiences than $1 million commands today, due to the inexorable, silent erosion of inflation. This isn't crucially to argue that Bitcoin's truly astronomical, once-in-a-generation gains didn't utterly and comprehensively outpace the cumulative effects of inflation. Of course, they did so by orders of magnitude beyond any traditional asset. However, if you consider a plausible, emotionally driven, and far more likely earlier exit point, say intelligently converting a substantial portion of your Bitcoin into a very respectable $500,000 in the relative calm of 2017, that precise sum, when rigorously adjusted for a subsequent 5 or more years of persistent inflation and relentless market changes, would effectively feel much smaller, possess demonstrably less real-world purchasing capability today than it would have during that exit year. Furthermore, during the extensive period you were theoretically holding your highly volatile Bitcoin, the broader global economic landscape was anything but static. It was dynamic, continually shifting, evolving, and offering its own parallel streams of wealth creation. Other major economies were consistently booming. Vibrant property markets were inexorably soaring, and a multitude of conventional investments were quietly, patiently, steadily compounding returns through the decade. Your opportunity cost in this intricate scenario isn't solely about missing out on Bitcoin's most dramatic, eye-popping peaks. It's also profoundly about potentially missing out on the stable, diversified, steady growth offered elsewhere. The subjective perception of being rich is almost always intrinsically tied to a contemporary, socially acceptable standard of living, implicitly defined by the constantly escalating prices of the present day. Thus, a sum of money, even one that has numerically grown tremendously and demonstrably, might, for a thoughtful, prudent individual, ultimately fail to fully stretch to encompass the truly lavish, almost mythological lifestyle that our collective imaginations so readily, almost carelessly, attribute to a fictional Bitcoin millionaire of today. This crucial, often unaddressed disconnect between purely nominal monetary value and its actual real-world purchasing power in an ever-inflating economy is a subtle yet incredibly profound factor in understanding precisely why the grand dream of early Bitcoin wealth, even if it were magically realized in full, would still likely not equate to the utterly boundless, hedonistic riches our untamed imaginations consistently conjured up from the vantage point of today's inflated prices. It starkly highlights the indispensable importance of evaluating genuine, tangible value against the relentless, corrosive pressures of inflationary forces, a silent thief that reduces even massive paper gains over time. One of the most profound, yet often unexamined, limitations and constraints that inherently capped the ceiling for those aspiring to the mythical, utterly fantastical 2012 Bitcoin wealth is the cold, immutable, unshakable reality of initial capital. When most individuals, in their enthusiastic daydreams, envision their hypothetical future riches born of early crypto investment, their thoughts almost universally gravitate towards a seemingly simple, yet deeply flawed premise. If only I had possessed the wisdom to purchase 1,000 or even 5,000 bitcoins for just $1 each back then, I would unequivocally possess a staggering fortune now, literally overflowing with millions. But the utterly critical, fundamentally clarifying question, the linchpin of this entire discussion, that consistently remains unanswered and inconveniently ignored is this: how many ordinary people, residing anywhere on the globe in 2012, genuinely possessed enough readily disposable income, enough surplus capital, an adequately large appetite for astronomical risk, an almost pathological level of sheer, raw foresight, and a singular, unshakable conviction to realistically and boldly invest what was, in that era, undoubtedly considered a substantial, indeed almost reckless, amount, into such an unbelievably fringe, profoundly unproven, wildly misunderstood, and notoriously speculative asset? The sobering, uncomfortable answer, for the overwhelming majority of humankind, is a stark, resounding, unequivocally humbling not much, or more accurately, almost none at all. Most individuals who, in an act of speculative bravado, dare to dabble in deeply new, exceptionally risky, and historically unprecedented investments like early Bitcoin, do so with nothing more than cautious pocket change. A small, negligible sum, sometimes no more than $20 or $50, that they are intellectually, if not emotionally, fully prepared to lose entirely without batting an eye. This calculated, psychologically hedged bet is the common mode. Could you, personally, looking into your heart of hearts and your bank balance from 2012, have genuinely, confidently emptied your entire life savings, methodically liquidated your meager existing assets, or daringly taken out potentially ruinous high-interest loans, just to invest a daunting $10,000 or even a mere $1,000 into something that a staggering 99% of the world's informed population and every mainstream financial expert vehemently deemed to be unequivocally worthless, fundamentally unsustainable, or an outright scam? For many, perhaps most of us, a truly substantial frontier investment of $50, a cautious $100, or perhaps a daring maximum of $500 would have been considered an extremely bold, borderline reckless, speculative maneuver, already pushing the very boundaries of personal financial responsibility. Let's, for argument's sake and in a moment of generous speculation, imagine you took an already exceptional leap of faith and bravely committed a relatively generous $500 into Bitcoin when it tantalizingly hovered at $5 per coin. In this fortunate, albeit aggressive scenario, you would have successfully acquired a still substantial 100 precious BTC. While a holding of 100 BTC today has, unequivocally, blossomed into an astounding, truly life-altering sum that few can comprehend. It fundamentally pales in comparison to the multi-thousand BTC bags, the genuinely mythological, mind-bogglingly large hoards that form the foundational bedrock of truly incomprehensible, stratospheric, mind-altering fortunes we sometimes hear about in legends. Those colossal holdings, the truly vast digital treasuries that translate into tens or hundreds of millions, or even billions of today's fiat, almost universally belonged to either extremely early miners who literally earned it computationally for minimal cost, the very core of the early development team who were granted or gifted tokens, or an infinitesimally tiny handful of truly audacious visionary, perhaps borderline insane, investors who had the almost superhuman nerve to consciously sink their entire existing net worth, or an even more significant sum, into Bitcoin when its value was not just dollars but mere fractions of a cent. This particular leap of psychological faith, this unquantifiable act of audacious conviction, is one that the overwhelming majority of sane human beings could simply never, ever, under any conceivable circumstances, rationally or emotionally make. Therefore, the very fundamental premise of the universally appealing dream, that somehow, by sheer dumb luck, one would simply stumble into possessing an unbelievably large, functionally limitless number of bitcoins acquired in the deepest troughs, is almost always tragically predicated on a profoundly unrealistic assessment of one's own deeply ingrained risk tolerance, one's financial bandwidth, and, critically, one's actual available capital during that nascent, primitive period of Bitcoin's existence. The immutable constraint of initial financial capacity was, for the vast majority of ordinary people, a natural, undeniable governor on the ultimate extent of their theoretical future wealth, systematically limiting their financial ceiling long before the twin forces of extreme price volatility or intricate psychological hurdles even had a chance to decisively come into play. The genuine potential to become rich from early Bitcoin was undeniably always a remote possibility, a tempting glimmer on the distant horizon, but the profound potential to become unbelievably wealthy, the kind of wealth that irrevocably alters family legacies and global dynamics, was mostly, almost exclusively, reserved for those impossibly few who, whether by design or sheer madness, undertook truly insane, arguably reckless, bordering on pathological levels of early financial exposure. Their journey wasn't about cautious investment. It was an act of extreme, unparalleled, and largely unprecedented financial self-immolation or spectacular triumph. The journey of the early Bitcoin investor, even if ultimately deemed outwardly successful, often unfolded amidst a profound and debilitating paradox. The simultaneous, dizzying abundance of seemingly infinite, glittering opportunities juxtaposed against the constant, gnawing specter of making the wrong choice, an error that could retrospectively appear colossal. This insidious phenomenon, eloquently captured by the psychological principle known as the paradox of choice, dictates that when individuals are confronted with an overwhelming multitude of pathways, even ones that could all lead to positive, successful outcomes, the human mind can paradoxically become plagued by a paralyzing cocktail of doubt, gnawing regret, crippling indecision, and the relentless, haunting question of, what if I had simply chosen differently? Was my decision optimal? Could I have done more? During the tumultuous, transformative decade, you were hypothetically steadfastly holding your meticulously acquired 2012 Bitcoin. The overarching world of cutting-edge technology and rapidly evolving finance was moving at an accelerating, breakneck pace, generating an unending cascade of new possibilities. Bitcoin itself, a foundational pioneer, spawned a literal legion of derivative digital assets, a myriad of altcoins numbering in the thousands. Some of these offspring optimistically promised truly revolutionary technological advancements that aimed to fundamentally disrupt existing paradigms, while countless others proved to be nothing more than elaborate, fleeting scams, artfully designed to separate the unwary from their hard-won capital. Would you, as an early Bitcoin holder, having demonstrated foresight once, have been tempted, perhaps irresistibly, to methodically diversify into these other intriguing, often heavily hyped, emerging digital assets, to metaphorically play the field in the burgeoning, electrifying, yet wildly chaotic new crypto space, perhaps strategically reallocating a carefully calculated portion of your burgeoning Bitcoin into a seemingly promising altcoin project that, over time, eventually and silently fizzled out, becoming obsolete, a forgotten footnote in crypto history? Or consider the robust, seemingly unstoppable traditional stock market that boomed relentlessly throughout the majority of the 2010s, consistently rewarding patient investors. As your diligently accumulated Bitcoin holdings repeatedly soared to dizzying heights, only to violently crash back to earth in a breathtaking display of volatility, did the insidious thought ever cross your mind to extract some of those hard-earned digital profits and strategically reinvest them into the established, financially stable, and steadily compounding giants of the tech world? Household names like Apple, Amazon, or Google, each of which also experienced its own monumental, multi-year parabolic gains during the same period. Real estate markets in booming metropolitan areas, tantalizing venture capital opportunities flowing into the next generation of startups, or other truly disruptive technologies beyond crypto, like the burgeoning fields of artificial intelligence and biotechnology. Each of these represented a vibrant, alternative universe of potential, tangible wealth creation, a parallel path to financial freedom. The overwhelming, intoxicating feeling of being at the very cutting edge of a technological revolution, of being fundamentally ahead of the curve with Bitcoin, could somewhat paradoxically lead to a form of dangerous intellectual myopia. This narrowed focus might have unconsciously caused one to dismiss or outright ignore other, potentially more stable, demonstrably less volatile, or arguably equally lucrative traditional investment avenues that offered more consistent, albeit less flashy, compounding returns. The complex choice in this scenario wasn't simply the straightforward, binary decision to single-mindedly hold onto your Bitcoin at all costs, come what may. Implicitly, profoundly, it was also the conscious decision not to invest diligently elsewhere, not to rigorously explore a plethora of other equally legitimate and potentially immensely profitable emerging opportunities that, taken individually or collectively, also offered truly life-changing, perhaps even less stressful returns over the same period. And the bitter sting of future regret isn't always exclusively about selling one's Bitcoin too prematurely. It can also be equally, if not more, agonizingly about holding on to it, sometimes for protracted periods, through punishingly long, despair-inducing corrections when, in hindsight, one could have intelligently leveraged that significant initial capital derived from their first major Bitcoin gains into an entirely different, perhaps less volatile and equally lucrative venture that would have returned a comparable, or perhaps even a greater, amount of tangible, easily usable wealth, but with significantly less stomach-churning volatility and incomparably less debilitating mental anguish. The profound psychological burden of not only diligently identifying, but then with unwavering stoic resolve, steadfastly committing to a singular, perfectly optimal investment strategy for an entire arduous decade, all while navigating an explosively evolving financial and technological landscape that constantly presented new, glittering distractions and tantalizing alternatives, would have been nothing short of psychologically exhausting. A relentless intellectual battle against endless temptation. Many would have inevitably, understandably, succumbed to what behavioral psychologists call analysis paralysis, ceaselessly chasing smaller, seemingly easier gains in myriad other lesser projects, or making poor, ill-conceived diversifications that, taken together, ultimately and inadvertently diluted their monumental early Bitcoin advantage, constantly, anxiously second-guessing their initial, profound, once unshakable commitment to the seemingly singular orange digital coin. The illusion of a singular linear path to wealth obscured the labyrinth of alternatives and their seductive calls. Beyond all the purely financial, logistical, and technical hurdles that relentlessly confronted the early Bitcoin investor, perhaps the most profound, yet often utterly unexamined, reason why many pioneers would definitively not have been as rich as you think lies in the crushing, indelible impact of the sheer mental and emotional toll of the journey itself. Imagine, for a moment, the insidious, unrelenting exhaustion of living every single day, month, and year for an entire, arduous decade under the suffocating weight of such extreme market volatility, a ceaseless barrage of withering skepticism from every direction, paralyzing regulatory uncertainty from governmental bodies, and the terrifying, omnipresent threat of catastrophic hacks and outright loss. This isn't merely a detached, intellectually stimulating investment. It relentlessly transmutes itself into a persistent, pervasive, and corrosive source of deep-seated stress, free-floating anxiety, profound paranoia, and even, for some, a creeping existential dread. The periods of rapid, parabolic ascent, while undeniably exhilarating, inducing manic euphoria and intoxicating visions of grandeur, would have been almost perfectly, chillingly, geometrically matched by breathtaking, gut-wrenching, violently precipitous crashes. Each exhilarating market peak, swelling your digital fortune on screen, would be accompanied by a surge of manic excitement, a powerful, intoxicating feeling of unassailable genius, instantaneously followed by dizzying, nauseating, vertiginous drops that would, without mercy, plunge you headfirst into the abyss of profound despair, soul-crushing doubt, relentless self-recrimination, and debilitating anxiety. The internal monologue, that incessant, torturous voice in your head, would have been nothing short of mentally exhausting. Should I decisively sell now before it's too late, or hold on for even more? Is this it? Is it irrevocably going to zero this time, validating all the skeptics? Am I truly a stubborn fool for holding this increasingly insane position for so unbelievably long, against all rational advice? Is this agonizingly slow ascent finally, definitively the top? Should I exit before the crash? Why, oh why, didn't I sell more, or all of it, when it was unimaginably higher just last month? This ceaseless, relentless internal battle, an excruciating tug-of-war against the intoxicating siren call of FOMO, fear of missing out, at the speculative highs, and the chilling, paralyzing grip of FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt, at the terrifying lows, would have mercilessly, inexorably, systematically eroded your mental well-being over the vast expanse of time, consuming your peace and tranquility like a slow-burning fire. Furthermore, the inherent philosophical tenets of anonymity and radical decentralization that defined early Bitcoin, while undoubtedly intellectually appealing and ideologically potent, also presented a terrifying, cold reality. A complete and utter absence of any of the comforting safety nets, the institutionalized backstops, and the human support systems that we have, as modern citizens come to implicitly expect from the traditional, established financial infrastructure. There existed no soothing FDIC or SIPC insurance protecting your digital deposits, no empathetic customer support helpline to patiently guide you through a crisis, no benevolent financial regulator to appeal to when you believed you had been wronged. If, in a moment of inexperience, carelessness, or bad luck, you made a catastrophic mistake, such as irrevocably losing a crucial private key, making an unrecoverable, mistaken transaction to the wrong address, or succumbing to an elaborate phishing scam, it was, with absolute certainty, utterly irreversible and unequivocally permanent. Your wealth was simply gone, unredeemable. This profound, overwhelming sense of absolute, terrifying personal responsibility for what amounted to many millions of dollars on the line could, with horrifying ease, systematically foster and ingrain a deeply corrosive, paralyzing, and self-perpetuating sense of paranoia. Who, truly, unequivocally knew that you possessed such immense, tempting, anonymous wealth in Bitcoin? Were unknown, malicious hackers actively targeting your every move, lurking in the digital shadows, waiting for your single moment of vulnerability? Was the omnipresent, all-seeing eye of the government subtly, discreetly watching your digital footprint, recording your every transaction? This relentless, pervasive psychological pressure, this incessant gnawing anxiety, isn't a cost that is conveniently visible on a price chart, neatly quantified in an annual report. But it is, without a doubt, a very real, tangible, profoundly destructive drain on one's overall quality of life and fundamental human well-being. The vast mental bandwidth that was mercilessly consumed by these spiraling anxieties, the countless hours of lost, restless sleep, the inevitably strained or fractured relationships that resulted from either excessive secrecy or the sudden jarring shifts in your perceived or actual financial status. These are all pervasive, invisible, yet profoundly damaging taxes on your true wealth, paid in emotional and psychological currency. Genuine richness, authentic human flourishing, isn't merely about the gargantuan numerical value displayed in your digital account balance. It is, more profoundly, about the sweet serenity of peace of mind, the liberating absence of soul-crushing financial stress, and the uninhibited, unconstrained ability to truly, meaningfully enjoy the fleeting preciousness of life without a constant existential weight. For countless early Bitcoin investors, even the truly successful ones, the arduous journey of accumulation and retention would have morphed into a high-stakes, intensely stressful psychological war of attrition, a protracted battle of nerves, doubt, and self-preservation, potentially leaving them theoretically rich in digital assets, but tragically, utterly impoverished in peace, tranquility, and emotional contentment. The ultimate, usable wealth that any real individual retained at the end of such a monumental struggle might, in fact, have been significantly, dramatically offset and overshadowed by the crippling psychological debt irrevocably incurred along the way, a burden carried silently for years. Ultimately, my dear listeners, revisiting and meticulously dissecting the pervasive illusion of acquiring immense, life-altering Bitcoin wealth from a solitary purchase back in 2012 reveals a profound, enduring, and sobering lesson, a lesson that transcends mere financial speculation, that true richness, or genuine, authentic financial well-being in its most holistic sense, encompasses an infinitely vaster, more intricate, and nuanced reality than the simplistic, mechanistic multiplication of a single, wildly volatile asset's numerical price. It is not merely about numbers on a screen. It is, fundamentally, about achieving an enduring sense of stability, experiencing the deep serenity of peace of mind, cultivating a robustly diversified portfolio of tangible and intangible assets, enjoying excellent physical and mental health, and fostering strong, meaningful relationships with loved ones that remain untainted and uncorrupted by the insidious, pervasive influence of money. Our collective, tantalizing mental simulation of perfectly acquiring Bitcoin in 2012 and miraculously transforming into an unfathomably wealthy titan of industry today is, almost without exception, deeply flawed, romantically oversimplified, and fundamentally disconnected from human reality. This pervasive yet dangerous fantasy consciously or unconsciously strips away all the messy, unpredictable, inconvenient, and profoundly human elements of the arduous passage of time, the inherent, ever-present risks involved in any investment, the paralyzing grip of deep-seated fear, the intoxicating allure of unchecked greed, the brutal logistical challenges of a nascent technology, and, crucially, the overwhelming, relentless psychological burden that would relentlessly fall upon any ordinary individual attempting such a feat. It axiomatically assumes an almost impossibly perfect, entirely emotionless, robotic, hodling strategy, a miraculous, unwavering commitment executed flawlessly by an entirely hypothetical individual endowed with infinite, unshakable patience, prophetic foresight, a lifetime's worth of highly specialized technical expertise, and, most incredibly, possessing absolutely no pressing financial needs or earthly desires for an uninterrupted period exceeding an entire decade. Such a perfectly rational, stoic, superhuman investor simply does not exist within the messy, unpredictable confines of actual human reality. The polished, triumphant narrative we've meticulously explored tonight systematically, forensically, and unequivocally dismantles this deceptively simple, if only, fantasy. It achieves this by mercilessly revealing the true, punishing gauntlet that had to be traversed, the almost impossible practicalities and insurmountable technical difficulties of early, primitive acquisition, the soul-crushing ordeal of surviving relentless multi-year bear markets, and the catastrophic, institution-shattering events like the implosion of the Mt. Gox, the constant internal battle against crippling regulatory uncertainty, and a relentlessly negative, demonizing public perception. The bewildering task of mastering arcane, complex digital security protocols to protect one's fortune from anonymous digital predators. And, perhaps most powerfully, the profoundly human struggle to constantly resist the primal, overwhelming urge to immediately take life-altering profits, to solve tangible, real-world needs that arose again and again, rather than patiently, impossibly wait for the theoretical maximal future gain. We've meticulously illuminated precisely how forces like draconian taxation, insidious social pressures from jealous friends and desperate family, and the slow, unseen erosion of persistent inflation could relentlessly chip away at even the most colossal, hypothetical paper fortunes, transforming digital billions into much more modest, albeit still significant, tangible wealth. The irrefutable reality, a truth borne out by historical observation and an understanding of human nature, is that the actual usable wealth, the true, spendable, liquid riches that any real, flesh-and-blood person could have plausibly extracted and meaningfully retained from a solitary 2012 Bitcoin purchase, would, almost certainly, have been considerably, demonstrably, significantly less than the intoxicating, fantastical, multi-billion-dollar figures that our hyperactive imaginations effortlessly calculate in the comfort of 2020 hindsight. For the vast, overwhelming majority of individuals, whether they were driven by a shrewd understanding of market cycles or simply by a primal need for security, rationally taking genuinely life-changing, but crucially not necessarily world-altering, profits would have been the overwhelmingly logical, the profoundly sensible, and, more importantly, the psychologically unavoidable course of action long before Bitcoin achieved its most dramatic, parabolic, truly incomprehensible rallies that made modern headlines. The ultimate financial wisdom, the deep, enduring truth gleaned from this extended, intellectually challenging thought experiment, is that sophisticated diversification, profoundly prudent risk management strategies, realistic expectations grounded in tangible reality, and most fundamentally, unwavering mental fortitude and a deep understanding of human psychology are, unequivocally, as crucial, if not infinitely more so, than merely correctly picking a winning asset decades in advance. Genuine, enduring wealth, in its truest, most fulfilling sense, allows for unparalleled freedom and robust security without the crushing weight of constant paranoia, overwhelming anxiety, and unrelenting stress. It is built patiently, steadily, meticulously. It is diversified strategically across multiple asset classes. It is nurtured and managed with deep-seated wisdom, meticulous planning, and mature foresight. It is profoundly, not simply stumbled upon or acquired through a singular, decades-long, agonizingly volatile gamble, no matter how profoundly prescient that initial bet might have seemed in the warm glow of retrospective success. The epic human story of 2012. Bitcoin isn't just a simplistic narrative about numerical financial figures or dramatic price charts. It is, more importantly, a powerful, multi-layered testament to the triumphs and failures of fundamental human psychology, the grinding, relentless, transformative passage of time, and the perennially elusive, profoundly complex, often paradoxical nature of what being truly rich ultimately and meaningfully means in the chaotic, unforgiving crucible of the real world.